Chapter 1. Title, Rebirth. I opened my eyes to wake from my sleep, but I can feel something wrong. I can't think straight. I can't see that well. Did I die from that glass falling in my head? Damn, this sucks. It also seems like I am somehow strangely calm. I am too tired to even panic about my death. Time skip. Since the time that I somehow got reborn, around 1 year has passed. So here I am looking at myself in the reflection in the water. I say that what looks back at me is a blue-skinned small infant with a distinctive shark-like appearance, complete with pale blue skin, small white eyes, gill-like facial structures, and sharp triangular teeth. I am only wearing some black pants, and in my shoulders, I can see some gills. I am currently in a certain place called Fishman district. From the information that I have gathered, I am currently a fishman on the world of One Piece, though I don't know at which time I am. Past, future, or present of the canon of One Piece timeline. I should immediately try to learn as much as I can about what time I am on. The world waits for no one, so I will have to always keep moving forward. Also, some other orphan had been taking care of me since I was abandoned here at birth. The guy who is taking care of me is Bobby. He is a green-skinned fishman. Around 6 years old, he took care of me because we fishmen take care of each other. At least that is what he said. We live outside of the Noah Ark, which is where the Fishman district is. In the beginning, it was a giant institution for orphan children. But eventually, it was unsettled, and therefore the institution became a lawless district where the outcasts of Fishman Island gathered. At least that is the information that I have been able to gather till now, and together with my canon knowledge I came to this conclusion. So here I am, a 1-year-old boy being taken care of by a 6-year-old. I am now planning on how to move out of here, because this place is dangerous, and I am planning to go to some safer place like the actual Fishman Island where the light shines. Also on there, I can learn Fishman karate. Time skip. So since I made the plan to go to Fishman Island, 1 year has passed. I am currently 2 years old. Now this year I started training by trying to lift things underwater. With the amazing water pressure here, my body grows stronger naturally, but I don't want to be an average fishman with only 10x human strength. Also, my body seems to have an amazing adaptability even if I am only 2 years old. I am also not too worried about overworking my body. After all, Zoro did training like a madman when he was a kid, and that greatly contributed to his future strength. I have also started telling Bobby to beat my head with a stick when I have a blindfold on. I am trying to learn observation haki, but till now I have had no success. But unfortunately, Bobby is a kind kid. I always tell him to hit me hard, so I can feel more pressure from the pain. But he never does more than a tap, but that little **t's kindness is halting my learning process. Time skip. Since I decided to start learning observation haki, 1 year passed and now I am 3 years old. I am currently using my power to talk to fish as soon as a fish comes close. With my observation haki, I can sense his intent and whoosh. My hand moves as quickly as a snake and I grab it and get hold of the fish. Immediately I just put the fish in my mouth and start chewing it. I can feel its body burst like a watermelon full of blood inside my mouth as it is shredded to pieces by my shark-like teeth. I used to be grossed out by this in the beginning, but now I will eat it as long as it fills my stomach and gives me the needed nutrients to help my body grow. Wow, that is amazing, Joe. I hear a childish voice say. I turn around to look at where it came from and I see Bobby, who is now 8 years old. He has grown a little. And with my ability to talk to fish, we don't need to eat leftovers from the adults. My observation haki has finally awakened and I keep training it whenever I can. Also, my name is Jaw, or sometimes Jaws. It's a weird thing. My name was given to me by Bobby when he looked at my jaws. The name sounds kind of cool, I guess. But names are just names and I don't really care about what name I got as long as they are not lame or embarrassing, that is. Well, this is easy food, Bobby, but we still need to train, and don't forget that. I lecture Bobby, acting like I am the one with authority in here and am most knowledgeable, even though he is older than me. He still listens to me. I have always been good with people, and Bobby knows that I know what is best for both of us. But I was brought out of my thoughts as I suddenly hear someone say, well, what do we have here? 2 million berries of Fishman. I immediately turn around and look towards the one who talked and see 8 humans with swords, axes, nets, and bubbles around their heads. Ook. This is bad, really bad. I am not strong enough to take out Grand Line criminals. Well then, seem like I have to sadly make some sacrifices. Bobby, go call for help. Don't worry about me, you know I am strong. I say to Bobby. The tone in my voice is completely serious, leaving no room for discussion from him. He looks at me, nods, and runs away without asking me anything and trusting in me blindly. Don't let him run away, go, and get him, says one of the human men. 5 people separate from the group and go after Bobby. There are only 3 of them left. Well then, this is better. Sorry Bobby, but you are bigger than me, so the leader sent more people towards him. I knew that would happen. After all, I have to look out for number 1, A.K.me. I don't want to go into slavery because that wouldn't allow me to train enough. The one who I assume to be the leader then draws his sword and comes towards me. Come on, freak, you don't want me to get serious now, do you? I instantly make a sad face, and while tears flow down my face I say, oh okay sir, just please don't hurt me. He smirked and says in a malicious way, sure, no need to worry about it, kid. He lets his guard down, and as soon as he gets close to me, I just punch with all my power towards his balls. I know no martial arts, so I only used the technique that I always used when fighting against someone in my past life. Bam! My punch connects and immediately the man falls on the ground face first. He instinctively drops his souse as he goes to reach for his balls. Ugh! Grunts the man in pain. And as soon as he does so I go into do or die mode. My observation haki range is 7 meters so I have to keep calm and not panic. I grab his cutlass sword and immediately with all my strength stab him in the head. Puchi! And again. Puchi! I stabbed him twice in the brain. But this is One Piece world so I better be sure. Puchi! Then I turn my attention to the two other members. They both seem distraught and angry. Well, that will work best for me because something like that anger would make them act sloppy. You bastard, you killed Kiza! Screams one of them. As soon as he said that, the two of them run towards me, one with an axe and the other dropped the net down and took out a knife. Immediately I can feel the deadly situation I am presented against and due to my inexperience on fighting in general, I immediately start panicking. Damn, this is scary, I might die. Calm down, don't waver, keep a calm demeanor and concentrate in the observation haki. As soon as they get close I can sense their intentions with haki and where they are going to attack. As soon as they get close to me, something strange happens, and I hear something. Whoosh! Shark arrows. 2 arrows made out of water pierce through the humans. Gwa! Dot. They fall down. What? I look towards the perpetrator. I see Bobby together with an adult group of fishmen, but what caught my attention was their leader and the one who took down my assailants. He is a large boy, muscular, light blue saw shark Fishman whose most distinctive trait is his saw-shaped nose. Chapter 2. Title, Childhood. Then the familiar Fishman teen with the saw-shaped nose looks at me and laughs. Sha. I knew even a child Fishman would be able to beat an adult human. Sha. You are truly worthy of being a Fishman. Kid, my name is Arlong. What is your name? I knew it. From his looks that he is Arlong. As a kid he should be around young or in his teens but he already discriminates against humans. Me, not my problem, but if I could get him to teach me some Fishman karate that would help me tremendously, or even if he shows me the way to the dojo that would be a great help. My name is Jaws, and I am 3 years old. I say to him as a smile appears on my face. I then excitedly jump up and down and say to Arlong in an excited manner. Also, big brother Arlong, will you teach me that super cool technique that you did? He just looks at me and raises a questioning eyebrow at me, but in the end, he has a shark-like smile on his face as he says, Sha, of course, I will teach it to you brethren. We Fishmen are all a big family, it doesn't matter if we are from the same family or not. It's the rest of the world against us, remember that Ja? I nod at him with a smile on my face, but on the inside, I can't help but think that he is pretty dumb saying sh*t like that. Fishman race, who cares about that? Humans are the top race in the world because of their individualism, each of them is all about self-pleasure. Even the good people do good things because it pleases them. That is why humanity is at the top of the food chain. A/N, some people seem confused by the statement above. It is about communism vs capitalism and its ideals of unity vs selfishness. Time skip. Just like this 1 year passes since I met Arlong and here I am, at the age of 4, repeatedly swinging a sword. Swoosh. I will keep swinging this sword repeatedly until I will get used to it. I got a short sword as my weapon. Well, when I am welding it looks like a normal sword when compared to my body mass, but whatever, I will change the sword later when I grow up. Arlong has been teaching me all that he knows and some other weakling fishmen have started teaching me the basics on how to use a sword. Also finally my observation haki has advanced to sense up to 50 meters. But what advanced the most was my Fishman karate. Arlong told me that I am at level 15 which is amazing to achieve in it. Most users only go up to level 20 and talented people go at level 40. I guess that future Jinbe will be at level 100 which is the maximum of Fishman karate. I don't want to be just as strong as Jinbe though. In the future, he isn't even at Katakuri's or Awakened Doflamingo's level, so I am also learning how to use a sword. Arlong also told me that he will help to get me into the Fishman karate dojo when I told him I wanted to see how fishmen fight. I also buttered him up a lot to help me get in there. He really cares for the fishmen around here, and he is really nice to everyone. He even comforts the families who lost someone close to them to slaves or people like that. I guess no one is only good or bad, the world isn't black and white. Arlong might be an evil monster to humans, but to the Fishman people, he is a good guy. He even tries to help some of them get back their loved ones. Also, Arlong himself is only level 23 in Fishman karate, so soon he won't be able to teach me anything after I catch up to him. That is the main reason why I want to get out of here. I even plan to take Bobby with me. He isn't really strong nor does he seem to have talent, nor is he a hard worker, but he is loyal and will listen to anything I say with no questions asked since even when we were kids my judgment was always the best possible outcome. Loyalty to me is something that is more worth than Bobby's weight in gold. Time skip. 1 year later and here I am, currently in a fight against a human. I just looked at him, and I immediately ran towards him and clocked my fist back and then punched forward. 100 brick fist. Gwah. A human gets knocked out immediately by my punch. Even though I am only 5 years old, I am way stronger than any of them, especially when combined with my Fishman karate. I am having to put some restrictions on myself in order to advance my observation haki. My restrictions aren't that strict though, as I am only allowed to use Fishman karate in order to beat some humans. Of course, if someone strong appears, I will obviously go all out against them. As I am thinking that, I analyzed the battlefield and got close to another human and he immediately swung his swords in my direction. I sidestepped the simple attack, and punch him in the stomach with all of my power. 100 brick fist. Gyo. He spits out some blood as his eyes roll to the back of his head and he falls unconscious. I then grab my sword from my sheath and Puchi. Puchi. I stab both of the unconscious people in their brains. After all, I don't want them to come back for revenge or something like that. 65 meters. My observation haki is not advancing anymore. Seems like I need to fight stronger opponents. TCH? Nothing interesting has even happened this year. I say out loudly, expressing my annoyance at this. I guess I better go back to the dojo and train some more. Time skip. 1 year later /MC age 6. I spent another year constantly fighting against humans on the island, and here I am for another. Currently, I can sense the spirit of the 7 humans in front of me. They all have weapons too. Well, it doesn't matter. Even with a blindfold on. Some people would call me crazy for even attempting that. But I need to advance my observation haki. My armament hasn't even awakened yet and I don't know how to, so I will at least train what I have, then waste time on trying to figure out something from nothing, especially now since I don't currently need armament haki. I must use my time efficiently, and the effects of armament on devil fruits can be the same with Fishman karate. Though I still plan to learn armament haki and advance it to the highest levels possible, especially when I start fighting the monsters of this world. Anyway, as the humans get close to me I warn them by simply saying, "You are in my range." I then use my sword to slash at them. As my sword is going towards them, water appears behind my slash and it increases its momentum. Water sword style, water surface slash. They use their weapons to try and block my slash, but swish. They are all cut together in half with their weapons and body parts with blood flying around. I then just look at my new long sword and notice the chips in it. Damn, it's chipped. I guess I will need another one. I then put it back in my sheath, and start fighting with my fists. After some hours, I finished all of the fighting and killed them all. I then start walking towards Arlong's base. He keeps weapons there. He will give me one because he knows I break my weapons from killing humans. He even enjoys it whenever I bring back chipped or broken weapons. When I arrive at his base, I see something strange. Arlong seems to be talking with a little girl. She seems to be a mermaid and she has a small body holding a big crystal ball. Wait, is that Charlie the mermaid who can see the future as a kid? Well then, that is useful. Yo, big bro Arlong, do you have any new sword for me? He then stops talking to the little girl and looks towards me with anger in his eyes. He seems to be angry at something. Obviously not me, as he just points at the back and says, "Just get another one from the stash." I nod and go towards the stash to choose one. I get another one and go outside after looking at Charlie one last time. Well, it is their own family situation and if I interfered in it, it would be strange. No one wants a stranger kid to try and put his nose on someone else's family situation. Oh well, it doesn't matter anyway. Well, 3 months pass since I met Charlie and now she is quite famous and has been invited to live in the new king's palace. I am currently training in the Fishman dojo when I am thinking of this. But my thought process is interrupted when, boom, a giant explosion ripples through the whole of Fishman Island. What was that? Is it time already? As I think of that, I can't help but smile to myself, for my best plan to date will begin. Gold Roger is here. Another scream sounds out, verifying my guesses and the smile on my face widens even more. Chapter 3. Title, Roger's Crew. Gold Roger is here. Well then I guessed it right, he would be here after all. Even the age of Charlie is around the same timeline. And I have been visiting her every day to keep in touch. Though I told her to not look into my future and that knowing my own future would be boring. Well, why I didn't have her look into my future was because of different reasons, but we still became good friends. She even tells me her secrets, which is pretty much when she steals a cookie or something. She can't even hide those secrets as she usually spills them while trying to show off. Well, she is a kid after all. Anyway, while I was thinking that I started walking towards where the ruckus was happening. Well then time to go to the undersea forest. It seems like that is the place where they are. Once I arrive there, I see Roger, the future pirate king, and his crew. Must say they are a very diverse bunch. I then heard Rayleigh say, "Neptune, what we are after is the treasure left behind by the weapon's creator. We are not interested in the weapon, right Roger?" Then I hear the future legendary pirate himself speak in a jovial manner. Ha 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 ha. I never said something like that, did I? Well, don't worry, I don't have enough time to come back and steal your shaggy daughter. Neptune, instead of being calmed down by Roger's words, he instead gains a furious look on his face. Who said she will be shaggy? As I get close to them, no one notices me as they are all joking around. When I get nearer to them, I look at Roger's crew with a serious expression on my face and decide to make myself known by saying, "Hey, Gold Roger, will you let me join your crew?" Then as if the time itself stopped, all of the fishmen and even Roger's crew stop moving. They then all look towards me. Rayleigh is one of the calm ones and with a smile on his face as he asks in a casual and friendly way, "Who are you, kid?" Roger doesn't even let me answer and he makes a face like he ate a lemon and said, "No way, I will let a dim kid join my crew." I just take something out of my pocket. It is a little bottle and offers it to Roger. "This is some sake. You can have it if you let me join the crew." "Okay, you are in," says Roger with a calm look on his face as he takes the sake bottle. Everyone else screams towards him. Wait, what? That fast you change your mind? And again everyone except Rayleigh is shocked. That guy must have gotten used to his antics by now. Roger looks at the rest of his crew and just shrugs. Well, what would you have me do? He gave me sake. I couldn't refuse that. Everyone in his crew starts reprimanding him about how careless and reckless he is. But in the end, Roger just says, I have made my decision and it is final. I can't just go back on my word. TCH yeah, okay Captain, but next time try and consult us a little okay, says one of the guys. Roger smiles at this in a silly way. Sorry guys, won't happen again. You always say that Roger, you always do. And that is how my adventure with GOLD Roger started. After some time Rogers, no, our ship is fully coated again and we are sailing under the sea. I also met Buggy and Shanks. So you are a Fishman Hugh. That is cool, says Shanks, in a curious voice. Then Buggy intervenes and says in a serious manner, he is weird looking. Then I just look at him with a questioning face and say to him, and you have a big red clown nose. Immediately a flag with my face terribly drawn in it. He is just always weird like that. Then we hear Rayleigh explain the rule which is just no hitting below the belt. Then after that, he says, begin. Chapter 4. Title, Fighting Against Shanks, Kid. As soon as Rayleigh says, begin, Shanks takes his cutlass out and slashed towards me. He covers his sword in haki. I am a little impressed as he already knows how to use haki even as a 13-year-old, as expected of someone who lived and trained with legends. He then swings his sword towards me. Divine slash. And a golden color surrounds his sword as he slashes towards me, but I am not idle as I too slash towards him with my sword. Water sword style, water surface slash. Water appears behind my sword to give it momentum, and it also creates a beautiful blue arc behind my sword. Ching! Our swords clash against each other but, bing! Half of my sword falls to the ground. Now I have to break some important news to Captain Roger. Chapter 5. Title, Leaving. As Roger and the others were having a feast, singing and having fun, I am just staying to the side. Poo and Shifu are packing their things. Roger is dancing with Odin very weirdly. Then Roger separates and goes to bring more sake. I go towards him and Bink's sake song in the background musical notes. Listen to it to make the scene more fun. Captain Roger, I have something to say. He looks at me. I can notice that he is already very drunk. Wow, what is it, little Jaws? Says Roger drunkenly. I clench my hands and take a deep breath and say, I have truly had fun these last months, Captain Roger. It's just that. Ha 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 ha, I am glad you had fun. That is why I went out to sea, to have fun, be the freest man in the world, says Roger, interrupting me. I also can't keep the smile off my face. I had gotten a little close to these guys during these months. They were so fun to be around. Never a boring moment with them. I am really sad, Captain. I truly had fun. I also know you will die in a year. This just isn't right, leaving like this. I yell out at him. I have met Roger and am a little saddened that he won't really live. He will be the king of the pirates, but he is the most chained man in the world to me. His life is literally being held on a chain by sicknesses. He looks at me seriously for some seconds and I can sense some people around are looking at us, and then he, ha 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 ha, don't worry Jaws, no matter what. Our memories will always remain. As he says, I can see the happy smile on his face. He isn't really afraid of death at all. I see, Captain, I always knew that we were very different from each other. I will never be like you, but I still respect you, Captain GOLD Roger. Captain, I am leaving the Roger Pirates. I am going to start making my own crew now. I suddenly told him out of nowhere. He stops drinking, seems surprised for a second, then he just laughs. Ha 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 ha, really? Ha ha ha, so you are going to have your own adventure now. It's quite sad really. If you only lived, Roger, you would be able to see an amazing world after you leave. Hey little Jaws, don't be sad now. I don't want that to be our last memory. Come on, sing with me, says Roger as he pats me on the head. I just can't help but smile at him. I will never be like him. I have decided to be greater than you will ever be, Roger, but I will still respect you. That is the least I can do and will do for you, GOLD Roger. Okay Roger. I shout out loud as I start dancing with him and singing together. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship our Binks brew. Musical notes. The whole night is spent partying and I sleep past my normal curfew. I am a kid, so I plan to live very healthily. So here I am, currently eating some breakfast while the rest of the crew are trying to get over their hangovers. I am only 6, so I don't drink, which would ruin my body if I did. I also won't drink even in the future when I grow up. I mean, look at Whitebeard, a legendary pirate who has amazing strength and an devil fruit, but only because he had a heart spasm at that moment. Akaino put a magma fist through him. That was the moment that sealed his fate. Extensive overdrinking had indirectly killed him. So yeah, I might party but never get drunk. Also, the reason why I am not going to Laugh Tale is also because of the target it will put in my back. I don't have a bounty yet, so I can be free for a while to build my foundation on becoming a leading power in the new world. And as soon as Roger becomes the pirate king, I can get away from the spotlight and start my plan. If I stay here and see the One Piece, I will have a target in my back and I am too young and weak to survive that. After Buggy, I am the weakest crew member and even Shanks is stronger than me. Though I did defeat him in our little skirmish, but I am not delusional enough to think that I can beat him yet. I then look at Odin, the dumbass. I know when he returns to the country that he abounded he will have his own tragedy. Though I had fun with them, I am not really stupid enough to risk my life for any of them. I am not the type of person to risk my life for others, and I am not generous enough to give away my precious future knowledge. After all, Odin surviving is a big butterfly effect. So I guess this is the last time we will see each other. Odin, bye-bye. After about 3 hours I am ready to leave. I also took a copy of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia with me just to have it to help me identify any devil fruits I come across. And the minks said they will provide me with a mid-sized boat with supplies. Welp, time to go back where I came from. 6 months passed, and I am now 7 years old, and at the same time, I am currently on the outskirts of Reborn Island. Thunder. Getting hit by lightning repeatedly. I am doing this to train my resistance to it. Because this island is going to be my base in the new world, not only is it close to Fishman Island but it also has a natural defense against outsiders. So I will have to get my people to dig under the ground where it will be where my subordinates will stay. The entrance to this place will be underwater where the only fishmen will be able to get inside. The entrance will have to be small to not be able to fit a coated ship. Poo and Shifu are in the boat. I have been training all of these 6 months under extreme conditions to force my young body to endure and adapt to extreme temperatures, forces of nature and beat up some sea kings along the way, and they have also been training with me, and Shifu has had some good progress. If I was to compare his power it would be somewhere around pre-time skip Luffy, so Luffy without haki and only gear 2nd and 3rd. Then there is Poo, and I got to say he is pretty talented with Electro. He is also very hardworking, when a reward is involved, and if there is no treat he sleeps most of the time, plus he is a heavy sleeper. I mean he even slept through a storm once. That guy is like a very dumb but cute panda pet, but he is funny so I keep him around. He is very different from Shifu who is hardworking and with a strict personality. They are so different it is quite entertaining watching them argue sometimes. Though I can tell that Poo already has started becoming devoted towards me. He ate a carrot once when I told him to. Even Shifu who has known him all his life says Poo has never eaten carrots. He hates them. Though this might seem insignificant to humans, to minks this seems like he acknowledges me as his superior and will listen to my orders. And you know there is no other race more trustworthy than minks. I mean they were ready to sacrifice their entire country, for just one person that they knew was a friend of Odin. Okay, I am done training for the day. As I get off Reborn Island and I jump from the sea on the boat, I see Poo sleeping as usual. I also see that Shishilian has a newspaper on his hand reading it together with Shifu. They also have shocked faces. Jaws-sama/sensei, you must look at this. What is it? As I get close to them I look at the newspaper they pushed in my face. Chapter 6. Title, Time Goes On. As I look at the newspaper, well the front page says it all. Pirate King Gold Roger has conquered the Grand Line. Well, it seems like you did it Roger, but I also didn't really doubt that you could do it either way because I knew you would do it from the manga but, anyway back to training. 1 year passes and here I am at the age of 8, fighting against the panda, Po. I look at my sparring partner, my favorite lazy panda mink, Po. Stopping him from becoming too lazy is training on itself. When I look at Poo I see a serious expression on his face, as if he is thinking hard, when I know he isn't. I doubt the panda thinks too much. Then Poo charges towards me. As soon as I see that, I use a technique I have been learning lately. I twitch my foot muscles and kick the ground creating a crack in it. Soru. I appear behind Poo and I punch him on the back of his head, using a little haki to increase the damage. Bam. Immediately Poo falls down while hugging his head and he starts rolling around while painfully complaining. Oh ow 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 ow, why did you hit me there? That hurt, whines Po as some tears appear on his eyes. I just smile at him slightly and I say, well, that is your weak spot obviously. After the spar, if it could even be called that. I just beat Poo around to make him more motivated. That panda sure is a lazy sh*t. Also if I remember things correctly, this is the year where Roger dies. I better return to Fishman Island. I am sure that there will be a lot of humans coming there after the age of piracy starts, and then I can save some fishmen. They will feel such gratitude towards me that they will hopefully become my subordinates. Normally I doubt anyone would follow a kid like me, but that can be worked around it when I display my power and start spreading rumors of me being part of Roger's crew. That is when I will start raising my power. I love it when things fall beautifully in place. After coding my own small ship I go towards Fishman Island. As I am underwater going towards Fishman Island, I see a pirate ship coming up. Well then, I guess it is my lucky day. I got out of my ship's coated bubble and started swimming towards the ship at full speed. Then as I get close to their ship I hit their coating bubble with my palm. Buddha's palm. The bubble ripples as soon as I hit it with my palm and pop. Boom. I crashed into the ship and popped their bubble underwater so all of them are drowning now. Also, the water pressure is crushing them. I look at them as they drown without any resistance. The weak really shouldn't come to the new world, and I consider myself weak too, but these guys were even weaker. I rummaged through their ship for anything valuable. The time I spent with the Roger pirates gave me some insight into spotting treasure and roughly guessing their value. Okay, so I found around 90.000.000 SS of treasure. They probably got it from pillaging, but that is not my problem and I am feeling lucky today. Usually, the regular pirate doesn't have this kind of treasure on their ships. If there was a lottery in this wood, I would buy one right away, or not, because that would be a waste of money. Then I get back on my ship and continue going towards Fishman Island. I bring the treasure in the ship and Po looks at me with a finger in his mouth. What? I ask him as he looks at me so pitifully. Was there any good food in the enemy ship? Asks Poe with a hopeful look in his eyes. Like always asked if there was any good food on the enemy ship, sigh this guy. When I arrive at Fishman Island, I use my observation haki to the maximum to sense anyone with negative fighting intent. My observation haki spreads through a big part of the island. Rayleigh used to say that with my calm mindset I will always be an exception observation haki user. I sense 94 people with that 40 are fishmen and the others are humans. They are in Mermaid Cove fighting against each other. Well, then I guess I should go and pay a visit then. Then I turn towards my crew members Poe, Shishilian, and Shifu. Follow me? I call out to them and start sunning at top speeds towards the Mermaid Cove. This could be useful. When I arrived at the battlefield the fishmen seemed to have it under control and the humans were all defeated. Well, I guess there is nothing for me to do here. Damn, I thought I was going to have my hero moment and save them. Couldn't the attackers have been a little stronger? 2 months later and I get the news that Roger is dead now. I slashed another human again 97 left. Damn many weaklings have been coming here now that the age of piracy has started. Well, then how about I try the new trick that I discovered. Then I concentrated my haki and whoosh. 54 people, fall down. Damn I wanted to get them all. I could have gotten them all but I would have knocked even the civilians and allies. Power without control is just a disaster. Well then let's get rid of these pests and I am going to train with some other people. I hope they are strong. Then the water covered my blade. Water sword style, flying water slash. A blue flying slash went towards my enemies. I cut them all down, then I sheath my sword. Damn, I hope someone stronger shows up next time. I need to advance my haki some more. I could go to fight Kaido's or Big Mom's crew but I am not suicidal. 10 months later since Roger's death and still many humans keep coming to Fishman Island in droves. Water sword style, flying water slash. A blue energy slash goes towards my enemies and cuts them all down. Most of them are cut down. Damn, even though I am not really a full swordsman. I really need to get better at cutting stuff. Then one of the survivors comes towards me to beg. Wait stop we promise we will never come back here. I did this once and I came to regret that when they came back with more friends. I don't like unpredictable situations so, sorry but you will have to die for my peace of mind. I just look at him and his companions indifferently and the ground where I am standing cracks as I use my self-taught Sorrow. I appear in front of them and I quickly cut them all before they can even blink. Then I look at my side where I see that my subordinates are also killing some pirates and traffickers. Also, Poe has unlocked observation haki from continuous battles on Fishman Island and me beating him on the head. That is good and Shishilian and Shifu has gotten stronger too. But nowhere near Poo through. That fat panda is quite talented and lazy. Also, my new subordinates are 1,500 fishmen from the Fishman district that I am convinced to follow me. I used their hatred of humans to my advantage in recruiting them. I am not a hypocrite to hate humans myself since I am human too inside. No matter what my appearance looks like. But using that to my advantage to get me some power is no big deal. Also got news from communicating with the pirate that Shiki went to Marineford and got defeated. So that is neat. I also robbed a lot of pirates so that was fun, and I got a lot of money out of it too. I really am getting richer, especially since I don't currently pay most of my subordinates. Hooray to some free labor, though I might have to start paying them to keep them in my little army. Another year passes and it feels like I am just training during these last times. But it has definitely shown its results, as even though I am only 10 years old, I coat my sword in haki to not damage it. Water sword style, flying water slash. The flying sword wave kills some enemies. I heard from interrogating pirates, that as I expected, Shiki has escaped Impel Down. Also, scum has started coming here more, it just isn't good for training anymore and it has gotten a little crowded. I should move out soon, I don't want to help anyone if it doesn't give me at least some benefits. Then as I try to find any hidden enemies with my observation haki I think about my plan. I will soon be going to the new world now, that should be exciting. Another year passes and I look over the plans of the underground and underwater city. I have planned an airway system and everything. Currently, it is just a cave in which the only entry is by going underwater. I got these fishmen to do free labor for me so the building process is going really fast already, but I would like this process sped up. Also haven't had a good fight in ages. I need to go and find someone who will help me advance my haki more. Though I am still not willing to endanger myself against someone like a Yonko commander or anything like that. Even if my haki would advance faster, I would with no doubt die. After all I don't have enough. Plot armor. Chapter 7. Title, The Fish is Out of the Pond. At the age of 12, I have finally started working on my goal and gained some power. When I arrive on Fishman Island like usual there are slavers all around getting killed. In the canon I believe Whitebeard came to save this island by declaring it his territory, but now I don't think we even need help. My thousands of subordinates are taking a very active role in fighting any human that comes to Fishman Island. Well, I call them comrades, but they listen to me and do what I want them to do and I consider them my subordinates, so they are my friends technically, but not really. Now 800 more merfolk have joined me. I now have an army of 2,300 fishmen and merfolk, and since we are fighting, also robbing, any human pirate that comes here, I have gained a reputation amongst my fellow fishmen, a very good reputation actually. Also, I have started to notice that I have gained the ability to breed. I must say, that is nice. Lust is one of the wonders of life and I must experience lots of it. Especially here in the One Piece world where there exist a lot of beautiful human women and mermaids. I can't wait to start having S*X again, but that is only secondary to my goal as I plan to use this as my weapon. Plus now I can complete one of my plans during this year. Sometimes, I wonder if I had a system and jerked off, would I get the lucky pervert skill or perk? That would be like free plot armor. Damn, my mind is really wandering around. I need to stop thinking about such useless things. I look at the fishmen around me celebrating. We have a bunch of money now, so I do nice things for them every now and then to keep them loyal and keep their morale up. Since I mainly operate in the Fishman district and most of my subordinates come from there, I have started to put some propaganda in the young Fishman children. Anyway, I have given my more cruel subordinates a certain order. I need them to start intercepting ships that are underwater and coming here from paradise. After all, they are weaklings and don't have any benefits to my strength anymore. Also, this can be considered as paying my subordinates. So now I am going to wait in Fishman Island for a month for Whitebeard to show up. Even 1 month later and there is no sign of Whitebeard. After doing another push-up with the giant boulder on my back, I kick the boulder off of me and stand up casually with no difficulty. I can't help but think about the timeline. I am already changing the events and Whitebeard hasn't come here. Well, I guess I don't get to spar with any of his crew then. This should also be the time during which Odin dies by being boiled to death. Well, goodbye Odin, it was nice while it lasted. Look where your pride got you. I am not that compassionate that I would risk my life for anyone. Also, it was kind of your fault that these things are going to happen to you, Odin. I will never make the same mistake that you did. I will be someone who will kill his enemies and give it my all. I will never underestimate anyone. So thank you, Odin, for teaching me that lesson. 1 year passes and I upped up my training to the extreme. Especially currently as I have my eyes closed, I open them and see my training ground. Thunder. I look at this lightning-ravished island. Boom. And another lightning bolt hits my body. I can feel hot electricity running through my blood. It feels as if every one of my nerves is being pricked with a hot needle. I almost pass out due to pain. Damn it, this hurts. I don't want to do this. Why do I have to force myself so much? Sigh. I might need to be a little harsher on myself. Only then can I sharpen my haki. Senseless torture on myself will not strengthen haki. I always concentrate on my haki to protect myself from lighting and distract myself from the enormous amount of pain. Even though I have built some resistance to lighting, it still hurts a lot. Also, since I am not brave or stupid enough to fight enemies stronger than me, so this is my only method. Boom. As another lightning bolt comes crashing down on me, I focus on my haki and as it is about to hit me, something different from the other times happens. As the lightning bolt is about to hit me straight on, my will of not wanting to feel so much pain anymore and my controlled frustration. Crack. Boom. The lighting disperses as soon as it is about to touch me. I looked around surprised. Yes, Finn. Boom. And another lightning bolt hit me and it stopped my celebration. Damn it, this hurts. This thunder raining island has really done wonders for my haki training. While training me, Rayleigh used to say that pain and fighting are the best teachers. Well, what better teacher than hundreds of millions of volts of lightning strikes on my body? I mean, I have almost been knocked out by the lighting a lot of times. But now, after many years of training here, I can confidently stand on the outskirts of the island, which might not seem impressive since Roger's crew could go on the island by protecting them with haki. But compared to those freaks, lighting is very dangerous to me. I mean, even Roger's crew would be hurt by lightning if it hit them directly. Especially in the middle of the island where lighting with billion volts of power strikes. Even if I have built quite a slight resistance to lighting, that amount would definitely critically injure me if it hits me directly. Actually, it might even kill me. Then I point my palm towards a boulder next to me and gently touch the boulder. Let me see my progress now. Vroom. Invisible energy extends from my hand and boom. The giant boulder explodes from the inside. Yikes. I can't help but scream in joy. I have been training to advance my armament haki so long. Plus I trained diligently every day, no rest for the wicked and all that. Finally, I got to the next level. I didn't want to risk my life, so I motivated myself differently, by forcing myself into painful and dangerous situations against lightning, the enormous amount of pain, and me not wanting to feel this torment anymore. I went to the next level. I wanted to give up so many times, but I didn't let that hinder my disciple, and I was harsh on myself, and I finally got the results I wanted. Finally, now that I have a grasp on this advanced form of haki, I can finally relax a little. Well, then time to go to my new base. I go outside of the island and start swimming underwater. Then about 100 meters deep I can see the entrance to my base. Finally, I can rest a little. Chapter 8. Title, Kisame. I see the entrance and I swim inside and go in there. When I go inside my base, I can't help but admire the interior of the underground city, full of lights and crude built buildings. Here lives my crew, which consists of 3 minks, 1,560 fishmen, and 800 mermen. Also 3 humans. Why the 3 humans? Well, they are women, and well, in the future I know I will need a strong crew soon. So I started creating my own, and by creating my own, I mean I had S*X with 10 females twice my age, 24, 3 human and 3 fish women, and the other 4 are mermaids. I was made the father of 10 kids in only a year. The fish women and the mermaids were saved by me from slavers. The human women also were saved in Sabaody archipelago from becoming slaves. It might seem that there is a rhythm here, and there is one. I manipulate them and make myself seem like a knight in shining armor. It is cliché, but the thing is that real women love cliché when it happens to them. I know how love works. First, I save a woman and then imprint on her that I am a hero. Also a little of low self-esteem from them because they almost became slaves, like they were nothing and their families didn't help them. And then they start thinking that they are lucky to be in my harem, and they are all willing to do that, be in the harem that is. Me looking like a teen and less like a kid also helps. Training does wonders in this world. Since they were almost slaves, they will cling to someone with power and their savior, a.k.me. Also, I am pretty sure they won't betray me because I saved them. Well, I saved a lot of humans and mermaids, but I only chose the prettiest to accompany me since I am in a world like this where absolute power is possible. Not expressing my desires and sins would be a waste of power for me. This is how you create a functional harem, not from some form of love or anything like that. They worship and hold me as someone who can do no wrong, so that is why they won't betray me. Also, I can tell with my observation haki if they hold any malicious intent towards me, since my observation haki is already at quite a high level, though not high enough to see the future but enough to sense if someone has hate towards me. My observation haki has started working to my needs. I have a strong sense of not wanting to be betrayed because that would be a weakness of mine, so my observation haki evolved into me being able to sense their emotions. Also, as soon as I sense any slight malice from anyone towards me, I kill them. I won't leave any loose ends to evolve and become dangerous. I saw what happened to Odin when he did that. Also, a reason why I made kids is, well, in the future I know for a fact I won't be eating a devil fruit. There come big weaknesses from eating one. So I would have people that I can trust have them, and who is more trustworthy than family and someone that you have raised since they were born. And also because of my knowledge of the canon story, I know where some amazing fruits are. I don't really trust anyone here. That is when I thought of having some of my kids eat some of the fruits that I will find, and they won't even be able to drown like a normal devil fruit user because they are either fishman, merman, or half fishman. And if they fall into water, they can trust their family to pick them up. Also, I will finally have a family here, souls created by me, the people that I can trust, my children. Although the chance exists for my harem members to cheat on me, it is minuscule and everyone here knows how dangerous I am. Even their fish brains can understand that. Though I am not delusional enough to think that my harem has no chance of cheating on me, thinking like that isn't realistic, but I will kill anyone who crosses me. I will also check my children when they are born if they really are my children. If they are not, then obviously both the baby and the mother will be killed. The father will be killed too, and 3 generations of their family will be purged, just to be sure. No need to be dumb and leave any loose ends. Also, there is another thing that holds my new harem together, and that is fear, absolute fear of me. They love me but they also fear me and my power. Anyway, as I am walking I look at a big crude stone castle. It wasn't the best castle out there but it was mine. I then start walking towards it. When I arrive at the castle, a lot of people bow to me with respect, sheep all of them. But they are my sheep, everything and everyone in here is mine, so that makes them good little sheep. When I enter inside of my castle, the first thing I see is a miniature version of myself playing with a big wooden sword. He is Kisame, my first child, because I already have 10 kids and in the future, I will definitely have more, and also, I might forget some of their names. I plan to have a lot of children, if I don't remind myself, so I named all of my kids after anime characters that they might resemble as babies, at least I won't forget that. Also, I am not good at names, so I took this method. Then I am woken from my thoughts when Kisame, as soon as he sees me, he comes wobbly running towards me, and as usual, Kisame with his unnatural strength, he jumps up to my knees, but I catch him before he crashes back into the ground and I swirl him around and he laughs. How have you been, Kisame? I see that you have gotten stronger. I compliment him. Kisame is my first son. He is only 4 months old. He is also a full-blooded fishman and is quite freakish. None of his siblings have even started crawling, but Kisame can already kinda run. He also grew up faster and his body is monstrously strong from birth compared to other babies, even fishman babies. A couple of days after he was born, he could crush a normal human's finger by squeezing it too hard. Though his intelligence hasn't caught up with his body growth, he still sh*ts on his diapers. Also his vocal cords have already developed to be strong and able to talk, but his intelligence hasn't caught up with his body. He is someone born with a strong body, kind of like some characters that I know from One Piece with unnatural strength. I truly was lucky, though he will still need to train to be anything special. Also, I have already grown a little fond of my children, and no matter what training I do or how tired I am, I always come here to be with my children to read them a bedtime story. Well, I didn't actually read it. I just say Papa to them thousands of times to them. I am waiting for one of them for their first word to be Papa. It feels strangely important to me. I notice Kisame just looking at me as he continues wobbling in my arms. He makes some baby noises as he looks at me with a smile on his face. I laugh at that and say to him, "You are the older brother, so you must protect all of your siblings." Kisame. As I say that, Kisame still has his smile on his face and he continues wobbling around in my arms. I then put him back on the ground and he started. Though most parents don't say it, they definitely have a favorite child. No matter how they might deny it, I deny it too, but Kisame is number 1, with Kakashi coming at a close second. Then when I think which one of my children would be best suited for this fruit, one of them immediately comes to mind. When I return back to my underground base in Reborn Island, the city has developed quite a bit, and now there are roads and stone houses all around the city, with my castle in the middle of the city. I watch dozens of children around the streets. There is a saying around here that if you see a child in here, there is a 4/10 chance that the child that you see is probably mine. And that is true, but it is mostly so because there aren't a lot of children around here. I don't have that many children. But I still have so many children that no matter how many rich pirates and noble ships that traverse the new world to travel between islands, I still couldn't get my fortune more than 2.000.000.000 SS. I mean, sure, 2 billion might seem a lot, but I rob pirates who come with treasure worth hundreds of millions weekly. I guess it is also the material for the city, my weapons for my ever-growing army, and all that. So yeah, a lot of expenses. I should try cutting out the middleman and buy directly from the source. Or maybe I should get my own blacksmiths and weapon makers. But that will be too expensive too. It seems like I will need to get some more monetary wealth for myself. As I keep contemplating the large expenses that take to keep this place running, I look around me. It was all worth it. With big and good built houses and a palace in the middle of the city, it was no wonder that I had to spend a lot. I even started paying people now, which as a corporate overlord, sucks. Free labor is the dream of every company. I even built an amusement park and a giant Fishman karate dojo in here to train my children and also my Fishman and Merman army and their children too. I plan to grow more and more. I contemplate this all as I walk towards my castle, my mind working fast speeds, coming up with different ideas and then discarding them immediately. Currently, I have 10,000 Fishmen and merfolk civilians in this city. They came here mostly because of the protection. I also have 1,760 Fishmen and merfolk fighters. I trained them all hard to become stronger, with threats about humans coming to make us all slaves one day and such bullshit. I mean, slavery is bad and all that, but as long as it doesn't affect me, I don't really care about it a lot. But 3 fishmen ate it up like some fish eat shit, or do they? I believe in my last life I read on the internet that some fish eat our shit, or do they eat their own shit? Actually, that might have been that dog video. My mind moves to another subject again, or more specifically the army. I have about 200 soldiers as strong as future Arlong strength-wise, which is kind of weak for New World strength standards, like very weak. I also have another 60 soldiers as strong as some strong paradise captain, as strong as Luffy was during the first half of the Grand Line. Fishman karate is such an amazing thing. It gives Fishman the edge that is rare to have against people, especially against devil fruit user. That is when a dark smile appears on my face. It is about time I started making some big moves now. I have prepared enough for now. Chapter 10. Title: The Children. When I return back to Reborn Island and go to my underground city, when the 50 entrance guards see me, they immediately get up in respect and are about to greet me, but I interrupt them by ordering them. Call a meeting of all the soldiers around my castle in 2 hours. I am going to announce something important. They immediately salute me and say, "Yes, sir." I have trained them to be efficient and orderly. I don't need an army that is halfway drunk or doesn't listen to me. Half of them immediately go to alert the others to meet me in the castle. Half of them must always stay here and protect the entrance. As I walk around the city, I see the giant clock tower in the middle of it. My city has started to resemble a good medieval city with my castle in the middle. I have definitely taken inspiration from some of the cities in my past life and designed it after them. I look towards the west where the mines are. This island is truly full of untapped resources. I earn billions of SS bellies annually just with the mining industry, though most of the money still goes back into the city. Also, I have a lot of plans on how to develop the mining industry again, but sadly, I don't have the power yet. I know that inventing or doing something original without the power to back it up will simply just be used to make other people stronger. When I enter the yard of my castle, as usual, I see my children just playing around on the grass field. I look towards the playing ground and I see little Kisame. Like usual, he is being a dumbass and carrying a giant boulder 10 times his size on his back. He truly has monstrous strength for a 3-year-old. But it isn't 100% Kisame's fault, as some of my other kids start encouraging him. "Kisame, you can do it." Then they start chanting his name even louder. "Kisame, Kisame, Kisame." Then as Kisame sees this, he puffs up his chest in pride, and as if he got a sudden strength increase. Fwoosh, bum. He throws the boulder at a wall and makes a giant crack in the wall. Kisame and his siblings scream in joy at this. Yeep. I guess Kisame having such high physical strength and being responsible with it is just a pipe dream, especially with his siblings encouraging him to do crazy things. Also, he feels that as the older brother, he must entertain his siblings. But then their cheers of the children are interrupted when an angry voice comes from inside the castle. "Kisame, I hope you didn't break something again or you are grounded." As soon as Kisame heard this, his smile turns into a panicked look as he starts running away, and that is when he sees me. He has a look on his face as if he swallowed a lemon, and then he depressingly fell on his knees in despair, accepting his fate. A pink-haired fishwoman with pink skin and red eyes comes out of the castle. She is considered beautiful by fishwoman standards. As she walks out of the front door of the castle, she has a pissed-off look on her face and even her hair plows upward. When she sees the giant boulder stuck in the wall, her eyes shine red in anger. She looks like a demon as she gazes at her son. She immediately goes to Kisame and grabs him by his ear. "Why would you throw a boulder against the castle walls, Kisame? She yells at him with an angry look on her face. Kisame has the strength to get out of her grasp, but he doesn't do so. After all, you never raise your hand against your parents. That is a lesson that I taught to my kids, and he is a nice kid that would never raise his hand against his parents, even though he has tremendous physical strength. Kisame isn't even hurt as his mother pulls on his ear. He just seems to be thinking about something and then tears come out of his eyes. Everyone can tell that it's fake. Mikoto told me to, says Kisame, pointing towards one of his siblings. Don't do literally anything your siblings say, Kisame. Sighs Vika, Kisame's mother, with an annoyed look on her face. Kisame looks apologetic and says, okay. Vika then sighs again and warns him. Don't do this again, okay? Your baby sister just went to sleep. As if waiting for this moment, a baby's cry comes from the castle. Vika immediately lets go of Kisame and runs towards the castle to take care of my new 12th daughter. Then Kisame gets up and his siblings all just cheer for him, very silently. Which makes a comedic sight for me as I have an amused smile on my face while looking at them. It truly warms my heart seeing them like this, and Kisame really does listen to anything his siblings say. He thinks that it is as his duty as the older brother to protect them all and show them how amazing he is, which also makes him kind of a braggart. Dad. Call out my children as they finally notice my presence in here. And some of the younger kids jump at me. They really don't know how to go easy on their dad. I just stay up like a pillar while they hug me. I also pick up anyone who is about to fall, like Deidara who is in the top of my head is about to. He just slipped and just as he is about to touch the ground I caught him by his white shirt. Careful now Deidara. Though this might seem troublesome from an outside perspective. During all of this I have a smile on my face. Having a family even in a world like this is truly a blessing. I just smile towards them and am about to say something when Ichigo, my 4th son who is half human and has orange hair, calls out to me to try and gain my attention. Dad, I just learned a new sword technique. I gently drop all of my children which are attached like koalas around my body and say to Ichigo with a little pride in my voice. Okay then show it to me. Children gather up. Then after some time, I had all of my children gather while I told Ichigo to show me the forms. He nods, as he picks up a dull short sword. He then makes a sword drawing stance and he uses all of his power and he kicks off the ground one imitating the Sora technique. One sword style, fish breath. Fwish. And he moves very fast, 1 meter in front of him with his sword already drawn. Chapter 11, Bonus Chapter. Title, Sai having children is hard. I know that I should be proud of Ichigo who is only 3 and he can do a very low version of Sora. He probably saw me do it and learned it from that. Very smart and he has really good eyes. The slash also wasn't anything special, but he is only 3 and his talents with swords is on the top and he is also a very hard worker. The only real problem that I have is the name. One sword style, fish breath. That is so lame. Where did he get his *TTY naming sense from? Oh right, I named my kids after anime characters. I really don't have any room to judge, but come on, children are supposed to be better than their parents. Also literally any other name would have been better and the name of the attack has nothing to do with the attack. But I see that after finishing his special move, Ichigo immediately bends down and grabs his leg while rolling around in the ground with a cringing look on his face. Ah, why does it always hurt like this? I always get cramps when I do this move. I just look at Ichigo and go towards him. I pat his head reassuringly as I check his leg. It doesn't seem to be anything too serious. He just cramped his muscles because he used them beyond their limits for that split second. The muscles followed an order from the brain that they couldn't carry out, but they still did and not they are hurt for it. In the end, I smile at Ichigo and start explaining to him. This movement isn't quite easy on your body, thog dash dot. Bam. I am interrupted as I hear a crashing sound. As I just turn around and see Kisame, who has run into a wall. That kid, can't he be normal for 1 second? I and his mother always had such a hard time raising him. He would hurt any of the nurses that came close to him even while a baby he could crush someone's finger by just right-handing his grip. But I know that Kisame usually only does dumb stuff like this when one of his siblings tells him to do it. I look at my children and with my observation hacky, immediately noticed the one who told him to do it. It was one of my daughters, the half-human redhead my 3-year-old daughter Urza, who is eating some sweets. She is also laughing at Kisame while telling a joke to one of her siblings who has spiky golden hair and isn't really listening to her. Then another of my kids with silver spiky hair who is sitting on a tree branch says to Urza with a harsh voice, Urza, stop telling to Kisame to do stuff like that. Also don't eat too many sweets or you will get fat. Immediately Urza goes into rage mode, her hair floats up and her eyes turn red. She turns towards the one who said that to her. It is the spiky silver hired child with a bored look in his eyes. What the hell did you say, Kakashi? Yells Urza as fumes of anger come from her head. I can't help but think, sigh, these kids sure are stressful to have around. After spending an hour with my kids playing around and even teaching them certain things that they might have an interest in. After that, I go towards the training grounds inside the castle. I pass the weapons room and when I go inside the room I see one of my other kids like always he is working hard. He has a real katana in his hands and he is swinging it repeatedly. If I was to name my hardest working child, it would have to be Itaki. Unlike his namesake, he is not talented with swords like Ichigo or stupidly strong like Kisame. He is smart but he is also not as smart as Kakashi. But I know that compared to other kids in the Blue Seas he is a monster amongst them. And him being half Fishman plays a big role in that, but also because my kids are all extremely active. Kisame truly motivates everyone to be stronger. He is weird like that. It isn't like Itake has no talent, it's just that here he can't really shine too much. Then Itake notices me and in his usual emotionless face, he greets me. Hello, father. Like always, to brighten his mood, I grab something from my shirt and it is a small box. I open it and inside it is some mochi. As soon as he sees that, Itake gains a weird blush and he just extends his hand. I just smiled and I gave it to him. He sits down and I sit next to him. It looks kind of weird. If anyone saw us they would think that they were looking at two brothers, not a parent and child. Our age difference is just that. He is so happy that his eyes shine like they have stars in them. He gets happy at simple things like this. Itake likes sweets and hates tomatoes. Every one of my children has their own preferences. They are no longer just a plan or weapon that I can use. They are real and they are my children that I will love and protect. I just smile gently as I see Itake eating the mochi. He has a calm look and as he eats mochi a happy smile appears on his face. It is amusing to a certain extent. In the end, I just shake my head at this and ask Itake in a relaxed and nonchalant voice. How is your sword training going? Itake's face scrunches up a little when he hears me ask that. Then I can already guess how it is going just by his expression. Not good. Ichigo has already learned a special move and when we spar he defeats me 99/100 times, and that one time I only defeated him because before we fought, he just got wrecked by Kisame for not letting me win. Even though I am the oldest sibling after Kisame, I am not strong enough to even protect my younger siblings, explains Itake with a little sad look in his eyes. He is my second son and he wants to be like Kisame, who even with his young age is known to fight anyone who even looks weirdly at his siblings. Though Kisame is a show-off and likes the praise that he gets from his siblings, he is a truly kind and good brother. Itake feeling bad that he can't compare against someone like Kisame, who is only a toddler, in my eyes, but he can still lift huge boulders. Then I just pat his head and ruffle Itake's hair and say to him in an encouraging way, well, as a father it is my duty to help my sons accomplish their dreams. Then I pull out the double fruit. He looks at it with a split second of confusion. But he understands what it is, and then a smile appears on his face. This will happy you along the way. I tell him with a smile on my face. This fruit will help him tremendously in the future, and if he can master the fruit, well then. After I give some pointers to Itake and he eats his devil fruit. I wanted to see what he can do with it, but I will have to go and talk with my army immediately. I have plenty of time to instruct him later on. I climb up the stairs of my castle and go towards the balcony facing the city, and look to the thousands of Fishman soldiers below me. All of the trash, even the strongest amongst them, are about as strong as Arlong, which is pretty much dog sh*t, but I guess I will have to start somewhere. They are only temporary anyway. I can't wait for my children to grow up. They will be the ones to offer me the whole world. But first I will have to give a speech. Chapter 12. Title, Taking Over. I am on the walls of my castle. When I look down I see thousands of Fishman, merman warriors, and even the civilians have come here. Well then, time to make an inspiring speech and all that bullsh*t. I just look at them all with a serious face and in a serious but encouraging voice, I start talking to them. Fishman kind has never dared to freely live above water, or even on Fishman Island, because they thought, we live a life of imprisonment. That is no life to live. But no more will this be so. We may fall during our journey, but the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling but in rising every time we fall. Don't be afraid of dying. After all, our time is limited in this world. So don't waste it hiding in fear. As soon as I say that, the Fishmen below me all started cheering and loudly screaming my name. Woog. Jaws, Jaws, Jaws. These people really need a messiah like me to guide them into the light. Well, that is obviously ridiculous, but to them, it isn't. They have never had someone give them hope for a better future. But that is no longer so because I will be the one to fill that hole for them. So, let's go and take Eve this world has to offer before we go to the next one. I announce loudly, giving them even more hope. I want them to not be afraid of death, maybe create a religion, or some type of afterlife that if they die while fighting then they will go to heaven. That would maximize the benefits for me, so I will try and integrate that into Fishman culture. After finishing all of that whole speech I joined my army into going to conquer a new island. I look at my eternal log pose that I bought from the black market. I start swimming towards where it is pointing, and with 1,500 fishmen behind me following. While swimming it looked like a giant wave of fishmen following me. This is good. I have finally started laying down the groundwork for the future. I will need that foundation and armies from my future self to grow into a powerhouse. Well, first we swam for 7 hours through the new world until we arrived at Apple 9 Island, population 600,000, army around 1,000 soldiers. Population satisfaction with their current leader is low. I chose this place out of nowhere. This was planned all along. This first victory must be astonishing and show my soldiers that we are doing this for the greater good of myself, but they don't need to know that. As soon as I resurface I can see the island, and as its name's sake, it has houses with a roof in the shape of an apple, befitting the island's name. The most distinct geographic feature of the island is the colossal apple in its center, which dwarfs the nearby mountains. There are 5 smaller apples around its base, and 3 more around its top, near the stem, making 9 in total. The houses are covered in snow and some of the citizens are wearing winter clothing. Also some of the citizens noticed the thousands of fishman heads popped out of the water. Wah, monsters! Screams one of them, immediately causing panic amongst the population and they start running away. As they do so, I just have my army land on the ground. Well then, time to start the conquest. Under 3 hours I had this island occupied and all of the humans gathered into the main square. It wasn't even a battle, they just casually gave up on their fight. The hardest part was gathering the people. 600,000 people gave up just like that. Ter King is in front of me kneeling. I don't say anything like mocking him or something like that. The winner doesn't need to remind the loser of anything. The loser will always know who is better and then he will act accordingly. I look around and see the faces of the people full of despair. I guess they might be thinking that I will make them my slaves or something like that. I don't blame them. I am not exactly pretty to look at. Shark-like teeth and eyes with blue skin. Being a fishman gave me a lot of advantages, but a beautiful appearance wasn't one of them. Well, by human standards that is, as from fishman stands I am moderately good looking. In the end, I just shake my head at this and start coercing to the people around me by telling them. When I saw your country I thought it was an amazing country. The people's faces light up a little. After all, if someone compliments you, you instinctively gain a better impression of them. It is a purely instinctual thing that most people don't even notice happening to them. But when I saw the state it was in, I couldn't help but be saddened. A country with so much potential, but it was all wasted. As I continued talking, no one dares to interrupt me. Then I start walking around and say with a serious look on my face, but a nonchalant tone in my voice. I have to say, even then I didn't expect such a weak resistance, and weakness. Even with the advantages that your country has, it isn't even close to your geographical closest island to you Dressrosa. In comparison to the Apple9 Island is truly trash. The people start getting a little angrier at me. Better redirect that hate to someone else then. Though what I have said until now has been only half the truth. What do these misinformed people even know about truth? Then I understood what's happening. It isn't your fault that you aren't good enough. I looked around the island and I saw honest, hard-working people. So that is when I came to a conclusion. It is your leader's fault. He couldn't guide you amazing people to prosperity. He just used you to make himself richer while you stayed poorer. No matter how good the people are, if they are stolen from, this country will never advance. As I say that I suddenly turn around and, bam, then I kick their ex-leader on the back of his head. He falls on the ground and starts begging me again. Please, please let me live. I will give you everything I have. The people look at him angrily. The king is playing his haven't really committed any crimes that the world government would know of. But I guess taking over a couple of islands without even giving a **T about the world government's opinion does warrant a big bounty. But at the same time having a big bounty is good in its own right, and very helpful. I can get more goons this way, as they will follow me because they perceive my bounty as a measure of strength. Well, this is a celebratory event then. I look at the others and with a smile on my face I yell out loudly. Tell everyone that tonight we are having a feast. Yeah. Cheer the guards enjoy. They were most likely unsure at how I would react at this. Also, everyone's spirits can be lifted by a feast, and at the same time, I can use this occasion and spend some more time with my children. While this was happening in Jaws underground city, in Fishman Island, another occasion was happening too. Fisher Tiger POV. I just walked through the hallway to go and meet King Neptune. I heard that he has a wife now. There are rumors that she too is someone who is trying to push towards cooperation between humans and fishmen. After escaping slavery I can't help but think how blessed it is to be free and at the same time. I also can't stop thinking about the slaves I left behind in that hellhole. Every night that I sleep as a free man while knowing that slaves are suffering in the hands of the celestial dragons. I shake my head to try and get rid of these negative thoughts. I have already greeted all of my old friends from the Fishman district. It seems like there is a new boss around. Well, I am not going to complain. Arlong says that he is a nice guy, but hearing Arlong call someone a nice guy is not exactly reassuring. When I arrive in the throne room I see King Neptune sitting on his throne and I also see his wife sitting on a smaller throne next to him. Welcome back Tiger, says Neptune with a smile on his face. I bow towards him and smile back while saying, I am back King Neptune. But my smile disappears as I start telling him about what I had seen in the heavens. After briefly telling him about my journey, he just looks angry, and when I explain to him my plan to go to Marigiosa and free all of the slaves, his reaction is to look at me with a worried look on his eyes. No one has ever done what I am planning to do. Are you serious? Asks Neptune shockingly. My face is completely calm as I say, I am serious. I can't take it anymore. It's like living hell to be a slave. As we are speaking right now they are not being treated like men and women. Then King Neptune, who now has a completely calm face and has regained control of his emotions, says, but I don't let him finish and I just get up and say, my mind is set. I just wanted to tell you and the Queen in advance since it will cause you trouble. Please don't tell anybody about this. Then Neptune narrows his eyes and says with a sad voice, what did you see during your journeys? I just clench my fist, and my face unconsciously morphs into a furious one, and with an angry voice, I said what I truly saw. I saw humans. The Queen just looks into my eyes and as if she saw something sad in there, she started crying. The King just sighs and with a voice full of regret he says, if you really want to do it, then I won't stop you, but I would suggest you go and talk to Jaws. Jaws, who is that? Oh yeah, he is the kid Arlong talked about. I just look at the Neptune with a questioning look on my face as I ask him. Why would I do that? Neptune looked a little uncomfortable at the question but he still answered. Let's just say that Fishman Island is under his protection. When he said this my eyes just widened a little. If what Arlong told me, he is only 17 years old and him having that type of power is unheard of. That is when I decide to ask Neptune. Who is this Jaws? Tell me more about him. Neptune seems even more uncomfortable at my question, but he just says, okay, listen. I will only say this once and only once. Who knows how many of my most loyal guards he has under his thumb? Let's start from the beginning. He was abandoned in the Fishman district to some unknown parents, so there is nothing special about him there. He was taken care of by some locals there. There doesn't seem anything special there until Neptune says. And at the age of 6, he joined the Roger Pirates. As soon as he says that, my eyes widen in shock. Every one of the Roger Pirates is widely known and a legend in its own right. Neptune, even as he sees my shocked look, he continued explaining to me the background of this new kid. Yes, he was a member of the Pirate King's crew and was able to convince Roger to let him join. After he left the Roger Pirates he seemed to haven't been just a simple cabin boy, but when he came back here he had the monstrous strength that no living fishman could match. He has already accumulated an army and has conquered islands in the New World. It's said that he will be the next member of that group of monsters. He is also unofficially called the Harem King. At the age of 12 he had a dozen kids and every year he has new children. I don't know if it is true but I heard some rumors that even his children are all monsters like their father. He is building an army of monsters. Now I am only a king in name. If he wants something from Fishman Island he will get it, no questions asked. When I hear these things come out of Neptune's mouth, I am in shock. A kid who hasn't even fully matured yet is like this and could possibly become a part of those monsters, the Yonko. After I say my goodbyes to King Neptune and the Queen I decide to go to where the fishman named Jaws apparently lives. I go towards Reborn Island and see the entrance to it. I also noticed that this place was built by a genius. After following Neptune's instructions I was able to find the entrance. When I enter, I see a big city. How is this even possible? The time, money, and resources needed to build this must have been immeasurable. Not even Neptune seems to know how truly big Jaws' simple base is. I also noticed that when I entered there were 4 guards drinking and dancing while singing Bink's sake. They don't even seem to notice me as an intruder when I walked amongst them. Then suddenly, whoosh, boom, something falls from the sky and crashes on the road right in front of me. Chapter 14. Title, Family Dynamics. A couple of minutes earlier, before Fisher Tiger had the incident of something crashing in front of him, something happened with Jaw and his children. Mikoto POV, Jaw's first daughter. As the Bink's sake song was being sung around the feast, with the people here singing and dancing, there are mostly children around the castle as they dance and play around singing Bink's sake. While this was happening I looked towards my mother, one of the human women my father slept with. She used to be a slave until father saved her, and just like usual with her beautiful black hair and mother has a smile on her face, a fake smile that is, even though father truly loves us his children. He also shows a lot of love to his harem members. The smart people on it know that he doesn't care about any of his harem members. Even I used to think father loved his partners, but that of course changed later on. I remember like it was yesterday when Deidara's mother died, father cried and comforted Deidara, but at the same time, I noticed that he only did so because his son's mother died and that his son will never truly have a mother. But I know for a fact father definitely loves us. He didn't sleep for 3 days to stay at Ataka's side when he was sick. Father has quite the medical knowledge so he took care of him. That was the first time I saw my father truly worried. He always seems like he has everything under control and even if the whole world is against him he would be able to take them on. That even if the sky were to fall down he would be able to handle it. Some of dad's lovers also aren't that nice. There are 3 categories that I would put them on. The stupid ones, the ones who think he really loves them. The smart ones, like my mother who understood what he really is and they keep quiet about it and just smile and act nice. Then the last category is the bitches. They used to pressure some of my siblings, their children, to be better than their other siblings just so they could earn more of dad's attention. That was beyond simply stupid from them. Though the last category now doesn't do that anymore, as nothing can escape dad's attention. He knows I am smarter than average. He also knows that Kisame isn't as dumb as he seems. But he is pretty dumb, but not as dumb as Naruto. Kisame has also really tainted Naruto. He has made another dumb mini Kisame, but not as strong. Anyway, as soon as the bitches started doing that father stopped them, and that was the only time I saw father truly angry. He seemed like he just had a cold neutral face but his usually happy vibe was gone. For that one moment, I saw why others were scared of dad. Now the bitches, I really shouldn't let father know that I learned words like that. They mostly just try to undermine each other to try and gain father's attention by trying to ease father and they think that they are smarter than they think that they are. As I am contemplating this, I look at another of Ataka's clones that come around and serve some food. That is a really useful devil fruit. I will ask father to get me one too. I am not as strong physically as my other siblings. So a devil fruit would be really useful and close the gap between me and them. That is when at the corner of my eyes, I see Kisame looking at the alcohol that some of my stepmothers were drinking. He really seems curious like he wants to get a sip of it, but he doesn't try his luck since father doesn't like us drinking alcohol so young, and also he doesn't like us to swear. He really worries about useless things like that, and no subordinate of his even dares to swear in our presence neither. I mean Kisame can crush a rock with one hand, but Dad still doesn't let him swear. I just smile when I notice Kisame trying to take a sake cup that has a little sake at the bottom. Then as he goes to grab it, Dad just looks at Kisame from the corner of his eyes. Dad then narrowed his eyes. Kisame saw this and just nervously grabbed some mochi that was close to the sake cup and ate it. Well then, this could be fun. I just got close to Kisame and whispered to him, "If you want to try it I will help you. Your chance will come when I distract father, so be ready." I just walk towards father and when he sees me he just smiles and says, "Hey Mikoto, you should eat some more. You have gotten thinner lately." I just smile back and answer, "No Dad, this is my womanly figure. When I find a husband I want to be beautiful." As soon as I say that, father looks down and his eyes are shadowed by his hair. Then tears started coming out of his eyes and then, Dad got up and screamed, "Nuo, my daughters are growing up so fast. I will have to kill any of the boys that come close to you." But even while angry, suddenly Dad freezes in place and looks towards Kisame who is drinking a drop of sake. Oh no, this is not good. Dad's observation haki has gotten better. I look back at Dad but see that he is no longer where he used to be. Whoosh. I feel some wind touch my skin and Dad appears close to Kisame and when Kisame looks up, his face pales and he nervously says, "Ugh. I didn't drink any sake Dad." After he said that, Kisame just started whistling while not even meeting Dad's eyes. He really can't keep a secret, can he? Dad then grabs him by the top of his head and lifts him up. Dad still has some tears in his eyes. Then he says, "My kids have grown into their rebellious phase. But no son of mine is going to be drinking before at least 30. Yeah, Dad is really strict with this stuff. And 30? Isn't that a long time before we can even drink? Don't you know that alcohol ruins your health?" says Dad as he brings his hand back, like throwing a baseball pitch. Whoosh. And he throws Kisame like a baseball towards the city. Some of the normal fishmen are a little panicked and worried as they see that. But in our family this is pretty normal. He won't get hurt anyway. Dad knows how much Kisame can handle. Also it seems like father threw him pretty far away. Kisame's durability must have grown. General POV. And that is how during this time, boom, something came from the sky and crashed in front of Fisher Tiger. Chapter 15, Bonus Chapter. Announcement, join Discord and vote for the next story I should make public in web novel. Title, Fisher Tiger is weak. General POV. Fisher Tiger really couldn't keep the shock from his face when something crashed on the road in front of him. He then was even more shocked when a Fishman kid came out of the smoke rubbing his head while saying, "Damn, that hurt a lot. This is gonna suck, now I have to run all the way back to the party. Naruto and Escanor will have probably eaten all of the food before I would have even arrived." That is Kisame as he seems more annoyed by the distance that he was thrown than the throw itself. He keeps complaining about Naruto and Escanor to no end about how those two will eat all of his food and such. That is when Kisame just looks in front of him and notices Fisher Tiger. When he does so, he has a confused look on his face. "Who are you, red guy? I haven't seen you around here before." When Fisher Tiger heard Kisame call him a red guy, he became a little annoyed, but he remembers that the kid in front of him was just a young child. So being angry at him would be needless and silly. Fisher Tiger decided to answer the kid by saying, "My name is Fisher Tiger. I came here to talk with someone named Jaws." When Kisame heard this, a bright smile appears on his face and he says, "Oh, so you are here to meet Dad? That is amazing since you must be one of his friends. Anyway, welcome to Jaws City. This place is fun and it is owned by my dad. If you see a child around it has a pretty high chance of being my sibling, so you better not hurt, annoy, talk, or even let them see your ugly face. Or I will have to beat you up really bad." Fisher Tiger just looked at the child in front of him, talking about violence like it was nothing. If he didn't know any better he would have reprimanded the kid, but he could already guess whose child this was and him acting like that would get him killed. So he just said, "Can you take me to your father?" Kisame's smile comes back on his face as he answers, "Of course. By the way, my name is Kisame." Fisher Tiger nods at this. "Nice to meet you, Kisame." He seems like a polite kid, but very protective of his siblings. Contemplates Fisher Tiger as he smiles at Kisame while he shows him the way to where his dad is. After that, as they walk along they are all quiet, except Kisame's whistling, which was loud, uncoordinated, and annoying. Though Fisher Tiger, while looking at Kisame, he couldn't help but think of how he saw him just fall from all of that height and not even have a scratch on him. As Neptune said, "A family full of monsters," thought Fisher Tiger with a slight fear etched into his being. After all, something that Kisame could survive without a scratch, he would definitely die from it. No questions asked. When they arrived back at the castle, Kisame saw his siblings like usual just messing around, with Naruto and Escanor seeing who can eat the most. Though since Naruto was half Escanor's age, he was the one to give up first. Kisame just stealthily tried to not annoy his father anymore, so he went back to eating, not even looking at his father in the eyes as John narrows his eyes at him slightly. Fisher Tiger has a whole different look on his face though. He is a little shocked. When he sees Jaws, he immediately understands that he is definitely the father of Kisame because of their uncanny resemblance. But what bothers him, even more, are the fish women, mermaids, and human girls surrounding him. Even though they had smiles on their faces, some of them seemed desperate, others had a tense atmosphere between them, and some others even while smiling have an indifferent look on their faces. But Fisher Tiger didn't dare say anything. especially when he saw the man sitting in there eating a salad and big pieces of meat while entertaining any of the kids that came to ask something from him. And even with Jaw's casual demeanor, Fisher Tiger could sense that he was no match for Jaws. It was simply pure instinct. It is no wonder he was able to take over. Jaws, MC, POV. I just look at the person in front of me, Fisher Tiger. Remembering One Piece, I can already guess where this is going and why he came here. I just look at him as he bows down and asks, "Are you Jaws?" I smile at Fisher Tiger as he asks that. I notice that some of the other fishmen around seem to recognize him. They are a little shocked when he bows down to me, but that just reaffirms to them that my influence is even bigger than they ever imagined. I take a sip of tea and ask Fisher Tiger with a friendly tone to my voice, "Why are you here, comrade?" Fisher Tiger's eyes wander around, seemingly a little uncomfortable. But when he sees my inaction, he just says, "I am planning to climb the red line and go to marry Gosa." His look hardens even more and a fire is lighted in his eyes as he says, "And I am going to free all of the slaves of the celestial dragons." Yep, I guessed it right, so it seems like he has the same goal as he did in the anime. So in the end I just give to him my reaffirmation. "Okay, you can go there whenever you want. It isn't really a problem for me." Fisher Tiger just has a conflicted look on his face as he says, "Thank you," and then, he just leaves. When he does so, I can hear Mikoto, my eldest daughter, ask, "Dad, can he really do it? He seems kind of weak. Kisame could easily defeat him." I just turn my head and look at my daughter. I can see a cold calculating look on her eyes as she looks at the back of Fisher Tiger. Well, she is my daughter, so her doing that isn't surprising. Mikoto then looks me in the eyes and I just smile at her while saying, "You shouldn't underestimate someone's will, Mikoto, especially when they have that look in their eyes. Also, there are not a lot of fishmen Kisame can't defeat. My bets are on that he can do it. He will probably free the slaves, and might even come out of it alive." As soon as she hears me say this, Mikoto replies with a greedy smile on her face, "I will take that bet. I bet all of my savings 100.000 SS. Then she has a mischievous look on her face as she turns towards her siblings and says, "Hey, come and take this bet, you guys. Also Kisame, give me all your money." And just like always, Kisame, who can't just say no to his siblings, without even asking a question, gives her the 100 SS that he has in his pockets. They all come and bet. They mostly follow Mikoto's bets. After all, in their eyes they are used to Kisame's and my strength, so they immediately considered Fisher Tiger as weak. Well, this will teach them to not underestimate even someone weak like Fisher Tiger, though there are some who bet on my side. I also see a cat on the pile of money that we all put. I just look at one of my kids with blue eyes and spiky blonde hair. "Naruto, what is your cat doing in the betting pool?" He just looks around unconfidently and says, I spent all of my money, so I put Dead Cat in there." I can't help but sigh. He did name his cat Dead Cat. He really doesn't have a good naming sense. Kind of like me actually. I did name all of my kids after anime characters that they resemble. "And if you win the bet, what do you win?" "Another cat." I ask him out of curiosity. He just puts his finger on his mouth and drools a little as he says, "No, I don't really like Dead Cat that much, so I wouldn't want another." "You wanted me to get you a cat in the first place?" Sigh, this is really stressful. Chapter 16. Title, Growing Stronger. 4 days pass after the ordeal with Fisher Tiger, and in the underground city of Ragin Island, Jaw's kids were all like usual just messing around the castle. Then another fishman came to the castle holding a newspaper. He had an excited and at the same time nervous look on his face. When the fishman entered the castle, he just yelled out, "Big news!" Before he could say anything anymore, Kakashi just kicks the ground under him hard, creating a hole on the ground, and in a second he arrives in front of the fishman with the newspaper. Unlike his namesake, Kakashi doesn't really wear a mask, even though the silver hair and sleepy eyes kind make him seem like Kakashi. He doesn't even have his namesake's demeanor. When he picks up the newspaper and reads the first page, Kakashi's eyes widen and with a shocked voice he can't help but exclaim, "Boolsh *T." As soon as he says that, his shock wears off and he winces a little. "Kakashi, did you just swear?" comes Jaw's thunderous voice from inside the castle, shaking the building to its core. When he hears this, Kakashi's mind works at maximum capacity to come up with an excuse, and in the end, he says, "No Dad, I didn't, but it seems like Fisher Tiger really did it. Just like you said." "Really now, that truly is interesting," says Jaw slowly as his head pops out from one of the windows in his stone castle and he just jumps off the window. Bomb! A crack appears below him as he just casually jumps up from 7 stories high. He didn't even flinch as he hit the ground, and he even has a smile on his face. Kakashi just sighs at his father as he does that. He knows that Jaw can do that landing without cracking the ground, but he just decided to do it because it looks cooler. Jaw even whispers, "Another cool landing for me." Kakashi can't help but chuckle a little at this, but even he knows that due to his dad, he can never judge a book by its cover. No matter how he acts, Dad really is scary smart, thinks Kakashi with a certain childish pride rising in his chest at having such a cool dad. "So Dad, how did you predict this all along?" Jaws just smiled at Kakashi. "Well son, the first reason why I thought he would be able to do it was because Fisher Tiger had a fire in his eyes." Kakashi looks confused at this. "What do you mean by fire?" Jaws' smile widens even more. He had the will to do it and he believed in himself that he would do it, so he just simply went and did it. Never underestimate people who have 100% confidence in themselves, Kakashi. It might seem like they are fools and might even seem arrogant, but that in its own way is also power. Kakashi, who prided himself as the smartest amongst his siblings, still couldn't understand what his father meant by that. I still don't get it. Jaws smiled sweetly at Kakashi as he gets close and pats him on the head. You will understand it when you grow up, son. Jaws' eyes darkened as he looked at Kakashi. Anyway, what was that swear word that I heard? My ears must have been playing tricks on me. Right, Kakashi. The pats on Kakashi's head turned into a steel-like grip, as Jaws grabbed Kakashi by the top of his head and just looked at him in the eyes. Kakashi was panicking a little since his father is very harsh when any of his children speak swear words. But on the outside, he was calm as he said, "Yes, father," said Kakashi, calling Jaws father instead of the usual simply dad. This is Kakashi's slight tick that gives away that he is hiding something or lying. Jaws' eyes darkened even more as he looked at Kakashi. "Oh, so you must think that I am going senile, is that it, son?" Kakashi started nervously sweating at this and looked sideways and said, "And no, you are not a senile, father." "Oh, so then one of us has to be wrong here. Either I heard a swear word or I am senile. Which one do you think it is, Kakashi?" asks Jaws as a sweet smile appears on his face showing his rows of sharp teeth. Kakashi didn't even know how to answer this. He knew that whatever he said would be wrong, so his mind was working overtime to try and figure this out. Finally, his face brightened as an idea came to him. "Dad, I saw Mikoto talking to some boy yesterday at the entrance of the city." Suddenly, Jaws' face turned from angry to absolutely cold. "Oh, is that so? You wouldn't happen to know this kid's name now, would you?" said Jaws as he softly dropped Kakashi on the ground. Then suddenly tears appeared on Jaws' eyes. "No way is my daughter going to marry so young. Killing the kid is the only solution, it seems," screamed Jaws with a furious look on his face. "Kisame, bring a gun and come with me. We are going for a hunt," said Jaws, and suddenly from one of the highest towers of the castle, a small figure jumps from it. Boom! And it lands right in front of Jaws. When the dust clears off, Kisame appears with his head buried on the ground, then he pulls his head out of the hard stone. "Damn, that kinda hurt," said Kisame while rubbing the top of his head, where no injury seemed to appear on his body even though he jumped headfirst into solid concrete. Then suddenly Kakashi's face pales as if he saw something out of his nightmares. Mikoto was running towards her father. "What are you screaming about, Dad? Are you angry or something?" asks Mikoto with a truly confused look on her face. Whoosh! Suddenly Jaws appeared in front of his daughter and hugged her. "Tell me, Mikoto, did you talk to a boy other than your siblings?" asks Jaws with a crooked smile on his face as if he just swallowed a sour lemon. Mikoto seemed genuinely confused by this. "No, Dad, why would I sentence someone to death?" said Mikoto as she cutely tilted her head to the side in confusion. Suddenly Jaws just looked towards Kakashi and his eyes shined red. Immediately Kakashi started running. He didn't get far away, actually he didn't even take a step as he was caught by Jaws. "Take your punishment like a man," said Jaws as he threw Kakashi towards Kisame, who caught him. "Kisame, I want you to train Kakashi in the same intensity regimen as you," said Jaws. Kisame enthusiastically nodded. "I will do my best, father," said Kisame full of excitement as he put Kakashi over his shoulders like a sack of potatoes, and started running to his training ground while saying to Kakashi, "Don't worry, brother, we will start light, just break 10 trees with your head and do 10,000 push-ups with a small boulder tied to your back." When Jaws saw this he turned towards Mikoto, his daughter, and unlike how he acts with his sons he is softer with his daughters as a happy smile appeared on his face when he looked at Mikoto. "So Mikoto, how have your lessons been going? Tell me all about it," said Jaws as he sat down and mentioned for Mikoto to come and sit down next to him. Mikoto, who was genuinely confused by what just went on here, sat down next to her father and started talking about her lessons. "Well, Clarissa has been teaching me navigation. She is really nice about it." While a year passes, Jaws, who is now at the age of 18, still kept training himself endlessly like always. He is currently at the bottom of the ocean fighting against a giant sea king that looked like some type of zebra. He just punches the water once and a ripple spread through and the sea king just spits out blood and rolled over, dying. Underwater creatures like this are no longer a challenge to him. While what Jaws did might seem like just another simple punch, it is far from it. On the ocean's surface, when he threw a punch, giant waves rose like a tsunami, bashing themselves against any ship close by, and sinking them. Jaws simply just looked at his hand. His physical strength hasn't grown a lot during this last year no matter how much he trained, but he has gone to a level of mastery of Fishman karate which has never been done before. By just swings his right hand in front of him and he can feel the water moving in circles, and it slowly started forming a whirlpool, which grew bigger and bigger, until it became like a naturally formed whirlpool. At this time on the surface of the ocean, a giant whirlpool appeared out of nowhere, swallowing anything on its radius. "Seems like it's time I start to make a name on the world," contemplates Jaws. Chapter 17. Title: The Attention of a Yonko. Jaws, MC, POV. After I finish my daily exercise and see the water movement, I can't help but smile a little. Endless amounts of training have led me here. My children, my family, it has been growing stronger and stronger. Obviously, the kids are nowhere near strong enough to mean anything in a battle. After all, even the oldest are all currently only around 6 years old. But they will keep growing stronger and stronger. They are so talented. I give them love and life, and they will give me this world. As I go back to my underwater city, on Ragin Island, I can't help but be mesmerized a little by it. Though it wasn't anything special in the beginning, now it has 2-story houses and colorful cafes, and other entertainment places. Also, the streets are bustling and it's not just my kids or army members running around anymore. But this view is a little ruined by the ugly mug of a Fishman guard that seems to be panicking. Sir Jaws, we have big problems, one of our islands is going to be attacked by Big Mom, says the ugly-looking Fishman guard. As soon as I heard this, I have a calm look on the outside. But on the inside, it is a whole other deal and I am quite a bit shocked. I was always careful to not try and get in the way of a Yonko. I am not some bullhead like Luffy that the only reason he is alive is because of luck and coincidence. Though I did plan to get into conflict with some Yonko, it seems like it will have to be before I planned it. Even as I think about how my plans have been pushed forward, I am not panicked or anything like that. After all, General POV. Close to Apple 9 Island, there is a fleet of ships decorated to look like different sweets, cakes, and other such foodstuffs. They are the Big Mom's fleet, and in a ship which was bigger, the ship actually talked too. There stood a man that is very tall and slim with brown eyes, a pointed nose, pink lips, and a very long thick tongue. He wore a long, yellow coat with the top buttons looking like candy. The man looked at the island with a smile on his face. This is one of the islands that the shark took over, right? Pererin. Yes, Perospero-sama, said one of the countless soldiers. Perospero still had a smile on his face. So how much is the bounty of that upstart? I believe it is 400 million SS, sir, answered another soldier. Jaws' bounty having risen again during the time he spent taking some more islands over. He goes around taking over islands with that type of bounty. He should know better than that. He should know that the new world belongs to the Yonko. And him doing something like that in this part of the world is stupid. That shark should have stayed on his own fish tank. After all, the nail who stands out the most is gonna get hammered. Pererin, says Perospero, it truly is like that. They have no grudge towards Jaws, it is simply a matter of reputation. After all, from their point of view, Jaws is a weakling who took over a lot of islands needlessly. In a way he bit more than he could chew. Then as the ships got closer to Apple 9 Island, something strange happened. Out of nowhere, a whirlpool appeared in front of them, and it rocketed the main ship of the fleet where Perospero is standing on. He walks at the front of the ship and looks at the whirlpool calmly, his eyes narrowing. So the fishes have decided to fight back. Now that is what I call a very bad move. Pererin, says Perospero as he still has a smile on his face. He uses his observation haki to sense what is going down there underwater. What he senses is just what he assumes are fishmen swimming in a circle and most likely using their Fishman karate to create a whirlpool. They are using their strengths and not coming to the surface at all. This could be troublesome. There are quite a bit of devil fruit users in the crew that I have with me. One hit with seawater and we will be weakened tremendously. And even the normal members, if they fall into the water, with fishmen all around, they will also be easily killed. Analyses Perospero, but even while thinking that on the inside, his outward appearance displayed nothing but confidence. A leader must lead. Perospero just points his hand towards the whirlpool and his hand is encased in candy. Candy Maiden. Perospero creates a giant iron maiden out of candy and the creation went underwater to try and trap any fishman inside of it, and kill them all. Boom! But instead of that, a shockwave rings through into his arm and his candy maiden slowly cracks and breaks. Splash! Then out of the water comes the perpetrator. Jaws just lands on the ship in a crouching position while he says, "Superhero landing," and turns around with a big smile on his face. So, you own some type of candy factory? Or are you a pervert? Maybe both. Jaw asks that with his smile never left his face. Perospero on the other hand didn't waste any time at interactions. He can sense that the man in front of him is not to be taken lightly. Candy wave. A wave of candy shots towards his opponent. But on the opposite side, Jaws seems a little aloof, and when he sees the wave of candy coming towards him he just throws a straight punch towards it. 20,000 brick fist. The candy wave suddenly stops on its tracks and cracks form all around it and it explodes while breaking apart. Boom! Even as it is destroyed. Perospero didn't change the expression on his face except for his ever-present smile. As he got ready to attack again, can dash. But this time he is interrupted as an invisible force hits him in the stomach, and he spits out blood. Bloop. He then is forcefully pushed off the ship by the shockwave and goes overboard, towards the seawater. But Perospero simply created more candy from his hand and aimed it towards the water. Candy snail. Very quickly a snail-like construct made of candy is built by Perospero, and that stops his descent into the water. You are quite strong, aren't you, little shark? Says Perospero as his eyes narrow with a dangerous tint in them. Even his ever-present smile dulled a little as he says that. It seems like it won't be as easy as I anticipated, thinks Perospero, while preparing different strategies on how to fight a fishman on the sea with water all around him. If only he was on land, he wouldn't need to be so on guard against the white shark fishman Jaws. While Jaws is still on the ship looking down at Perospero, he also wasn't as relaxed as he seemed. After all, Perospero isn't someone to take lightly either. Some of the soldiers on board try to charge against Jaws, but an invisible wave is released from his body and all of the people on board fell down unconscious, with foam coming out of their mouth. Perospero just calmly looks at Jaws. He even has the Conqueror's haki. This guy really is troublesome. Chapter 18, Bonus Chapter. Title, Perospero vs Joe. Perospero just looks at Jaws with such an intensity, that if looks could kill, Jaws would be dead 100 times over. Then as Perospero is standing on his giant creature, that seems like a giant slug made of candy, he starts generating even more candy around his body, encasing him in hardened pink candy, that takes the form of armor all around his body. Candy armor. Jaws looks at this and narrowed his eyes slightly. He then sighed a little. It seems like I will have to get serious, I must not underestimate my opponents. Saya Jaws as he disappears from where he was previously standing and not even Perospero's eyes can follow him. Soru. Fwoosh. He appears behind Perospero, his fist clocked backward, it then darkens as it gets coated with armament haki. Perospero couldn't turn around in time, but he still created a shield on his back, atop of his candy armor. When Jaws saw that he just simply said, "Fly away now." Then he swung his fist forward. Crash. It went through the candy shield quite easily, he even created a hole in the armor and punched Perospero on his back. Crack. The bones on Perospero's back all were broken. Jaw could feel his fist ram through the bones like breaking toothpicks. Fwoosh. Due to the powerful punch from Jaw, Perospero flies away with a trail of blood following him as it came out of his mouth. His pupils rolled in the back of his head, he has already lost consciousness. When the fishmen in the water see what he did they all cheer. But Jaws has a different worry inside of him. He literally just launched Big Mom's kid. Now he will have to go into a war against her. He is not even sure he can defeat Katakuri, who he has an absolute advantage over, since water makes his machi weak and more jelly-like. Let alone fight Big Mom, she is a monster in every term of the word. Jaws is a little nervous at this, but he still doesn't have enough luck to survive stuff like this. He will definitely get killed by Big Mom, he knows that. I need to defuse this situation immediately, or I will die, thought Jaws as a little sweat appeared on his forehead. Messing around with Big Mom at this time will bring him only disadvantages. But during this time, a whole other situation was happening on Whole Cake Island. Big Mom looks a little thinner than she will look in her later years, but she is still a huge woman. She is currently wearing a pink dress with stripes of darker and lighter pink. She is currently just sitting down on a throne that looked like a cake, and the throne seemed like it would give out under her weight. Suddenly some kid with a long neck comes towards Big Mom. "Mama, Mama, Brother Perospero is calling," says the long-necked child. Big Mom looked at this with a calm look and picked up the Den Den mushi. "Hello, Perospero, did you complete your mission already? What happened to the shark?" Questions Big Mom, not even questioning whether her son even had any difficulties, she has absolute trust in her children. "Yo, Big Mom, I have come to bargain," comes a voice from the other side of the Den Den mushi, a voice that is not definitely Perospero's. Immediately when Big Mom hears this her expression changes. "Who are you? Why do you have Perospero's Den Den mushi?" asks Big Mom with a strangely calm voice. "My name is Jaws, 18 years old. I like sweets and can cook a pretty good meal. My hobbies are training and feeling my powers' effect on the world. My dream for the future is to become the strongest existence in this world," says Jaws, while mixing half-truths with his speech. He obviously wouldn't give Big Mom anything too accurate, but Big Mom didn't know that and she assumes that he is just another reckless kid. "What happened to my son?" asks Big Mom, as her devil fruit creations are the ones expressing her anger, and storms start forming around Whole Cake Island. "Well, don't worry, he is alive. Probably. I only lightly punched him. But he is defeated though. I must say though he is quite weak. That is not why I am calling you though." As Jaw says that Big Mom tightens her grip on her throne and it starts easily cracking under the power exerted from her fingers. "Brat. Do you think you will be safe just because dash dot?" Big Mom is about to say something but then she is interrupted by Jaw saying, "How about a partnership? I will marry one of your daughters and we call this a truce, how about that?" When she hears that, Big Mom comes down and her angry frown turns into a smile. "I see then, so you are willing to become my subordinate. We can work with that?" Suddenly the Den Den Mushi's eyes turned into a frown, as Jaws said, "Impossible, either let me marry your daughter with the name Smoothie or there is no deal. Who do you think you are, brat?" "There is no deal," screamed Big Mom with anger, and Jaws reciprocated this. "What the hell, old hag, who do you think you are? Just because you think you are strong, I bet that in 5 to 10 years I can take you on. What did you say, you brat? I will hunt you all over the Grand Line. Come and try it, you old b******. I will drown you at the bottom of the ocean. Kasha." And the Den Den Mushi fell asleep, indicating that Jaws had hung up. Big Mom's eyes were lit ablaze with fury. "Napoleon, Zeus, Prometheus, we are going to fish." On the other side, everyone heard what Jaws said to Big Mom. They didn't understand her true strength. So the Fishman on Jaws' crew started celebrating and calling him the new emperor. "These idiots. They don't understand what even happened," thought Jaws as he looked at all of the dumb fishmen around him. They were all his subordinates and he knew they were dumb. That is why he mostly chose them. Jaws POV. After all, being dumb in this world doesn't mean necessarily weak, it just simply means you are even more loyal to our captain. I kept a smile on for the crowd but on the inside, I was a little worried. But I always thought about scenarios like this and thought about how I would react to it. Still though, I couldn't allow myself to be under another Yonko or my prestige would fall and I would become just another subordinate of hers. Plus, I can use the pressure from her to develop my haki even further. My heart says that this is scary, dumb, and we could die, but my haki won't develop with just training. Ever since I reached the new level in armament haki, I haven't really advanced on it at all, even though my haki is impressive. It's not something that I can defeat a Yonko with. Chapter 19. Title: War Against Big Mom. After the ordeal with Jaws angering Big Mom, he immediately started preparing for their inevitable encounter. The news has already gotten out that Big Mom is personally going to come after him. Jaws was currently back at his base in Ragin Island, scheming against Big Mom. Even though he showed it to no one, Jaws was intimidated by her too. You would have to be a fool to not be intimidated by Big Mom. After all, no matter how you put it, she is a monster. Jaws knows that the chance of defeating Big Mom is low. No matter how strong he currently is, he can't just simply plan against Big Mom and hope for it to work. He could make a good plan against Big Mom, but it has so many variables to go wrong. The enemy of a good plan is the dream of a perfect plan, thinks Jaws as he contemplates his options. Jaws doesn't believe in his luck enough to pull him out alive in a confrontation with Big Mom. But to him, good luck is the result of a good plan. His plans concentrate against the only advantage that Jaws has against Big Mom. His advantage is the high number of fishmen that follow him. Plus the confrontations will most likely happen on the sea. It gives Jaws a good advantage against her. If she decides to attack some of my islands, I will have to sacrifice them. I must avoid a battle on the ground at all costs. Even in the sea, I am not so sure my army can take hers. After all, she has warships and I don't. Her high-level combatants also easily overpower mine. Her army outnumbers mine, even her power easily overpowers mine. Contemplates Jaws, trying to truly find a solution. But he still can't come up with anything truly good. He also knows that ambushes are very unlikely to be effective, since not only do a lot of Big Mom's crew have observation haki, but there even are some fishmen and merfolk amongst her crew. So due to all of these factors against him, Jaws has to come up with a couple of solid plans on how to handle Big Mom. Just like that 1 month passed, due to the extreme stress Jaws was under, surprisingly it was his conqueror's haki that advanced a little. During this month, Big Mom has been rampaging all over the new world, but wasn't able to find or catch sight of Jaws. She has already taken over some of Jaws' territories, but when she saw that even doing that, he wouldn't come out, she stopped taking over territories, or another emperor might attack if they decided that Big Mom was getting too much. Jaws was completely on the defensive and had been quiet most of the time during this month. He has pulled no big moves or anything like that. He also hadn't had any confrontation with Big Mom, except for some skirmishes when their armies coincidentally meet, but nothing big happens. So this story to the average person becomes old news. Soon the Big Mom pirates got bored of chasing loose ends, so they decided to split into 3 groups. One group is being led by Big Mom, the other group has Katakuri and Snack, then the last group Smoothie and Cracker. All of their fighters were spread out, with even Big Mom having some of her children with her, though she too seemingly bored by the monotony of her hunt for Jaws. As the groups spread, another week passed by. Big Mom has had enough of this boredom, so she went back to Whole Cake Island, while her children search for Jaw all over the new world. Nothing happened this week either. Smoothies and Cracker's army was traveling in the beginnings of the new world and keeping an eye on Fishman Island. From there they didn't get a lot of clues from their Fishman soldiers who went down there to look if Jaws had been sighted. The answer was a resounding no. It seemed like no one had seen Jaws on Fishman Island, where others think his base is supposed to be, though this was untrue due to Jaws' real base being on Ragin Island, an island where it rains lightning. Not exactly a place where someone would build a base. Thankfully, Jaws' crew, which is almost 100% made of fishmen, can easily enter the base, but no one else can, especially devil fruit users. During this time Smoothie was sitting on a comfortable-looking couch, in the deck of the ship. She had a long wine glass on her hand filled with red liquid. Cracker was in the same ship as her too, but he didn't act like he owned the place, since he knows that even though his sister is usually very carefree, she can be petty about useless stuff like this. Suddenly Smoothie frowned and got up and took her sword out. After looking around, her eyes narrowed. When Cracker sees her expression, he too gets serious and takes out his swords. Since he is in his Cracker armor, he has 3 swords and 3 shields. Smoothie's frown calms down as she closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Suddenly after a couple of seconds, she opens her eyes. We are surrounded by around 1,000 fishmen. They are underwater, so I can only guess that they are fishmen. It seems like the coward has finally decided to act, says Smoothie, criticizing Jaw for saying such big words to Big Mom and still only hiding, and in the end, the thing that he does is an ambush. That won't work because of a lot of observation haki users here. Suddenly she senses that some of the fishmen seem to be approaching the boat. She just smiles at this. It seems like I am going to have fish for dinner tonight. As she says that, she goes to the edge of her boat and swings her sword. Whoosh! Immediately a sword beam is created and it goes towards the water. Boom! But it was still only a small splash, so it didn't hit anyone who was deep underwater. She turns around and orders her crew, bring out the prisoners. Her crew immediately nod, in fear of her. After a couple more seconds, they bring out a dozen or so prisoners. Smoothie immediately goes towards the prisoners who look at her in fear. Some of them bow down to beg for their lives, but she just simply, whoosh, stabs them, one by one, using her sword, and with the help of her devil fruit, she gets all of their nutrients and her body grows bigger. This should be enough, Think Smoothie, as her body gets bigger, and even the giant ship that she is in starts rocketing. Her height has reached up to the sails of the ship. Be careful sis, or you might sink us, warns Cracker as he just looks from the sidelines. After all, water is his devil fruit's weakness. So he has no plans to get in a fight with someone like Ja, a master of Fishman karate. Smoothie just nods at her brother. Don't worry, I won't need to grow anymore. She gets ready to swing her sword, but suddenly, a crew member of the ship approaches Cracker from his back. Strangely, his presence was hidden and BAAM. A punch lands on Cracker's back, just as Smoothie is about to attack the fisherman. The punch wasn't just a normal punch, as it easily cracked through Cracker's armor, and it hit his real body. Cracker attempted to block with his sword, but that broke too, and when the attacker's fist impacted him, Cracker felt like his insides were being scrambled. Cough. He coughs out a river of blood from his mouth, as his eyes roll to the back of his head. His biscuit armor disappears into cookie dust. As Cracker falls in the ground, unconscious, taken out by the mysterious attacker, who was covered in a cloak. Smoothie immediately turns her sword swing towards the attacker, and while she attacks she asks, "Who are you?" The attacker doesn't answer, even as the giant's sword comes towards his head. But before the sword reaches the attacker, he pulls out his own big claymore sword as the sword turns a dark shining color. Ping. As he clashes with Smoothie, both of their swords lock into place. Since her giant size rises her strength, she is surprised when she sees the person in front of her hold her in a stalemate in strength. But when the swords clashed, a strong wind was created due to the shockwave. So the hood of the cloak was pulled off, revealing the identity of the attacker. When Smoothie saw this, her eyes burning in anger, as if a flame resides in her soul, she says, "It's you." Chapter 20, Bonus Chapter. Title, Inevitable Enemy. As Ja clashes swords with the gigantic-sized Smoothie, he smirks as he notices that she has a look of anger on her face. Foolish girl, this will cloud her observation. Hacky, thinks Ja as he immediately holds his sword with one hand and pulls back his free hand as the hand darkens. Fwoosh. He throws a past jab towards her stomach. Pow. The blow hits. Smoothie winces at that. She could feel her organs being smashed around. The pain stuns Smoothie for a split second. That is when Ja's hand with the sword moves in weird motion too, and his sword gets through her guard, and like a snake, it goes straight for her head. Ja simply says, "Sorry, but I am not competent enough with a sword to hold back." Suddenly a voice behind Ja says, "No need to hold back." Immediately Ja's senses jump to the max, his observation hacky picking the intention of the one behind him. Immediately Ja jumps forward and under Smoothie's legs, not even having enough time to think clearly as he sees a shiny dark machi flow towards him. Ja turns around and punches the air. Pow! And as the machi is going to envelop Ja, with a delayed reaction, it suddenly gets shattered all around. He sees who his opponent is and smiles. Well, it seems like I have been tricked," says Ja, completely relaxed, contrary to his dire situation. He has already realized what situation he was in. Smoothie has a little blood come out from the corner of her lips, but she still smiles. "Yes, we did say that our army split. We said it loud and clear." Ja laughs at this even more. "Ha ha ha ha. I guess I bit off more than I could chew." The Big Mom family told everyone the plan, and they used this to lure Ja out. Due to not knowing where he lives, they decided to do this and trap him. Suddenly the clouds turn dark and lightning strikes about. That is when Ja has a worried look on his face. It seems like even Big Mom will be joining the party. Huh. Ja senses a lightning bolt coming for him. He doesn't dodge it at all. Bam! The bolt hits him. Smoothie immediately goes for a slash, until Katakuri stops her by extending his hand by turning it into machi and holding her back. Smoothie, don't. He isn't phased at all. Suddenly Ja's body, who seems paralyzed and shocked, moves with ease, and Ja gets back his smirk on his face. "I guess that Big Mom is close by. It seems like sadly I can't fight with you, Katakuri. If you think that escaping the Big Mom pirates is so easy, then sorry to burst your bubble, but today is the day you die, Ja," replied Katakuri, with no change in his expression. Ja simply raises an eyebrow at this. "Well then, it seems like you are underestimating me." His face then morphs into a serious one. That is when he rushes at the edge of the ship and jumps off. He looks below him, and as expected, the water is boiling with steam coming out of it. The Big Mom pirates have fought countless fishmen like Ja, so they know how you can catch a fish at sea. But Ja's body is immediately covered in a black color hacky. He also closes his eyes so they are not hurt by the heat. He relies completely on his observation hacky to see. Splash! As soon as his body hits the water he can feel the extreme heat, but with his hacky, his body easily handles it. He starts swimming away when he sees that some of his soldiers were killed by the heat. But they were the weak ones who couldn't escape. It seems like I lost this confrontation, thinks Ja, a little saddened by the outcome. But he wasn't discouraged at all. Expecting to win against Big Mom just by himself is a faraway dream, and he knows that his years of training are nothing in front of someone like Big Mom, who was born to be a monster. She most likely didn't need to physically train a day in her life to get her power. But contrary to feeling jealous of Big Mom's natural-born strength, Ja on the other hand doesn't complain about anything like that. He knows that complaining about something like this is useless. The only thing he can do is train like there is no tomorrow, and train again even more, until one day, he can fight with monsters like her on even foot. This world's physical training has amazing results. Someone can get buff by just doing 10 push-ups every day. thinks Jaw, and as he feels the water around him get colder, no, it's returning to normal temperatures as he is going deeper into the ocean. A smile appears on his face. If I train endlessly, I will one day catch up. No, I will surpass monsters like her. Then I can be a father worthy looking up to. It doesn't take long for Jaw to arrive deep enough where the heat doesn't reach him. He looks around and sees his soldiers who survived. They all had angry looks on their faces. One of them gets close to Jaw and bows down. I am sorry, Jaw, we couldn't help you at all, said the man, who seems like a half-red octopus type of fishman. Jaw has a smile on his face and just puts a hand on the nameless soldier's shoulder. No need to worry, you guys would have just died for nothing if you tried to help me. The man smiles back and promises that he will do better next time. But while Jaw is saying that, in his mind, none of these people will ever even come close to being helpful. But he will have to make do, until his children grow up. My precious children, we shall have this world together. I will give you my love and you will give me the world, thinks Jaw as he just flexes his muscles, feeling the power inside his body. I should train some more and plan on how to counter Big Mom if we fight personally. So like this, one more month passes, no more skirmishes with Big Mom happen. It was almost totally quiet. And during this time at the bottom of the ocean, Jaw is currently meditating, trying to train his observation haki and widen its range, to see better underwater and see better even while fighting. He needs to be aware of his surroundings. Bubbles were coming out of his mouth. Suddenly his eyes open and he looks around with his observation haki. A disappointed look appears on his face. No progress at all. Despaired Jaw a little. No matter how much he trains, his haki isn't getting any better without battles. My will isn't into it. I always have an escape plan. That isn't the mindset I need to get my haki stronger. Then it's simple. I will just temporarily change it. To Jaw, it seems inevitable that he should fight a strong enemy to train his haki, and that enemy will be Big Mom. He knows that Katakuri, though strong and would be a good challenge to Jaw, that would be only if he didn't use Fishman karate, which is a direct counter towards Katakuri's Machi Machi no Mi. So he can't fight him, and the other Big Mom sweet commanders are too weak for him. He knows that he needs someone that he can go all out against, and then go beyond. He could go and fight the Kaido pirates, but he knows that he doesn't have the luck Luffy has. As soon as he gets the enmity of 2 Yonko, he will immediately have to go into hiding. His power is insufficient to survive something like that, plus he might spark a premeditated Kaido and Big Mom alliance, and that would spell doom for him. He knows that much at least. During this time, in the new world, Big Mom has other plans. She is currently on her giant ship, inside the captain's cabin. She is talking with someone from a Den Den Mushi. So then it is confirmed that that is the little fish's hideout. The Den Den Mushi has a frowning look on its face. Yes, Mama. It has been confirmed. Bonjour. Big Mom's smile turns malicious. Who would have expected that someone would hide on that island? Well, it seems like I will be cooking a lot of fish tonight. Kaka? Big Mom turns off her Den Den Mushi, transponder snail. The smile on her face wouldn't go away. Mama, laughs Big Mom. It seems like after months and months of searching we found your hiding place, little fish. Big Mom and her children were careful to not let the information get out of their family or very close associates. They knew that Jaw has informants on the Big Mom crew, and Jaw getting that information would be disastrous. It took them quite long to find him. If there was to be a next time, it would take years to find him again. 14 days passed like that and Big Mom could finally see the dreaded place. The place that they discovered that Jaw is hiding is a place called Desert Island. It is a relatively small island on the calm belt. The Big Mom pirates couldn't help but be surprised at his ingenuity. A fishman army living on a deserted island is a first for them. But as the whole Big Mom armada with hundreds of ships gets close to the island, they immediately notice something strange. A man, no, a fishman was flying. No, more accurately, he was jumping on air as he looks at them. It is Jaw, with a smug look on his face. Big Mom, it seems like you are as dumb as you look, mocks Jaw, as a smug smile appears on his face. Bug Mom has an angry look on her face. Why, you brat? She screams in anger, creating a giant shockwave that moves that creates small waves all around the ships. The people close to her cover their ears. I will skin you alive, little fish, says Big Mom with a murderous look on her face. Her eyes are bloodshot and veins pop on her forehead. With her energy creative a crater below her, cracking the ship. Zeus, calls Big Mom, as a cloud appears in the sky. She immediately jumps on the cloud, as it turns dark with lightning all around it. Prometheus. Suddenly a cute sun comes out, but it turns murderous as the flames surround Big Mom. Her hat comes off and she calls out one more time. Napoleon, turning her hat into a giant sword. She just swings back her sword and looks towards Jaw. Go and die, you little fish, Akoka sovereignty. Boom. A giant shockwave comes towards Jaw, and even he has a momentary look of shock on his face, due to the power he is looking at. But that is only a split-second reaction as he brings his fist back, and elegantly, water gathers around it, forming something that looks like a water drill. As soon as he can sense Big Mom's shockwave attack come close, Jaw smiles at this and punches with all of his power. Vagabond drill. Boom. Chapter 21. Title, Big Mom vs the Shark Monster. Akoka sovereignty. Vagabond drill. Boom. As Big Mom's and Jaw's attack connected, Jaw immediately understood the difference in power between each of their attacks. Big Mom's is obviously stronger, so he doesn't resist the attack. Instead, in a split second, he decides to use the power behind his attack to change the direction of his attack. Whoosh! He does so and boom! The small island behind him is hit, obliterating a part of it. But Zhao didn't even look behind. His eyes resolutely look at Big Mom, who has a malicious look in her eyes. Zhao reciprocates it, as a malicious smile appears on his face too, showing his rows of sharp teeth. Big Mom, you seem to have gotten weaker. I barely even felt that. This pisses off Big Mom. But while on the outside Zhao is confident, on the inside he can't help but think. That fat B** TCH almost broke my wrist. Just redirecting her attacks is hard. As Zhao thinks of this, inside his head, he is obviously scared. He would be a retard like Luffy to not be scared of someone stronger than him, and look where that got Luffy. If the guy wasn't lucky, he would have gotten himself and his crew killed countless times. But Zhao doesn't let his fear cloud his judgment. His conqueror's haki gushes out of his body like a ripple, knocking out some of Big Mom's troops. He can't allow fear to develop in his heart, or he would lose his lifespan without even putting a fight against Big Mom. So wanna fight me one-on-one? Says Zhao, trying to goad Big Mom to fight him one-on-one. He knows that her army will absolutely destroy his army, even if they have the home advantage due to fighting on the sea. Big Mom frowns at this and Zeus, the dark cloud flies above her and she jumps on the cloud, who starts crackling with lightning. Whoosh! BZZT. Zhao's eyes widen as he immediately uses Jeppo, as he is midair to dodge sideways as a giant lightning bolt tries to hit him. Big Mom just looks at this as her smile widens. You are too weak, little fish. Pirates have no rules when they fight. Zhao smirks at this. True. As he says that, he sees that the furthest away ships of Big Mom's fleet start sinking. The fishmen have already started attacking the outskirts. Pow! But suddenly, Zhao winces as he feels something hit him on his leg, stopping him from performing Jeppo, so he starts falling towards the water. He notices that it is just a bean thrown with extreme power. He looks towards the direction where he saw the assailant. He sees Katakuri's gaze locking into his own. It seems like I can't win this battle, but it doesn't matter. I know I can't win anyway. I am just going to use them for training. Zhao then uses a one-legged Jeppo. Though that is hard for a normal 6-power user, his raw strength allows him to easily pull off something like this. He goes after Big Mom again. A katana is thrown towards Zhao from underwater and he catches it. He then gets close to Big Mom, who just swings her sword toward him. Zhao uses his katana, coating it with advanced armament haki. Clank! As the sword clash, Big Mom uses all of her power, but Zhao doesn't use raw power. He goes for technique, as he uses Jeppo to maneuver himself midair out of the clash, loosening his grip on his katana, as not to clash with Big Mom on raw power. But as soon as Big Mom finished her full swing, Zhao sees an opening. He also senses some bean bullets coming towards him. He knows that they were thrown from Katakuri, most likely because he saw what would happen next. Whoosh! In a fluid and fast motion, Zhao swings his katana towards Big Mom's midsection. Water surface slash. Water appears behind his katana, pushing it and giving it more power, and the blade elegantly sinks into the flesh of a Yonko, with Zhao using the advanced level of Ryu armament haki to create a giant gash on Big Mom's torso. Shocking everyone, Zhao immediately decides to go for Big Mom's head, but scorching hot flames suddenly surround her and almost burn Zhao, but he lets himself fall into the water, avoiding such an injury. As soon as he distanced himself from Big Mom, Zhao is shot with thousands of cannons aiming at him, but he just goes deeper and deeper underwater. He wants to learn observation haki to the level where he can see the future, but he isn't dumb enough to fight again for today. He has an injured leg and thousands of cannons aimed toward him. He will be killed by the cannons before he even reaches Big Mom. I do not have any way to come out completely unharmed after dozens of cannon shots, thinks Zhao as he pulls out a Den mushy snail out of pocket and says, retreat. One day later on Reborn Island, where Zhao's real main base is. In the backyard of Zhao's castle, Kakashi is sparring against Kisame, the latter punching towards Kakashi with a fist that cuts through the air at lightning speeds. But Kakashi maneuvers out of the punches by predicting them easily due to Kisame's very forward personality. But suddenly Kisame's speed increases as he tries to hit Kakashi. And as Kakashi dodges, Kisame can't help but whine. Kakashi, if I can't use my sword or Fishman karate while you can use your everything, if not fair. Kakashi frowns at this. Yeah, but if you used all of your power you would beat me in seconds. Take this as training too. What if you were in a desert without your sword? I would never go and do something stupid like that, says Kisame, as if telling the obvious. Suddenly they hear a stop and stop fighting. They frown as they are familiar with that scream. It was Mikato's scream. Whoosh! Both Kakashi and Kisame go towards it, worried about her and assumed the worst. Their faces were cold. I will kill anyone who dares to touch my family, thought Kakashi and Kisame at the same time. Their faces both cold and their eyes promised untold pain to anyone who hurt Mikato. But when they arrive and see Mikato just smiling around with all of her siblings, they were all looking at a newspaper, well except Naruto, who is looking at his cat and drooling. Kakashi and Kisame relax at this. Kakashi even seems a little annoyed at this. What the hell are you guys screaming about? Kisame on the other hand notices that Naruto is about to bite down on the tail of his sleeping cat. Oi, oi, don't eat that, Naruto, you can go and eat in the kitchens. Kisame just picks up Naruto and stops him from biting his cat. Then he puts him in a piggyback and goes to see the newspaper that has even Kakashi shocked. but his eyes widen in shock too as he sees the front page. The new Emperor of the Sea? The shocking battle between Big Mom and the monster shark has had a surprising outcome. Then they see their father's new bounty. 1,300,000,000 SS. Chapter 22, Bonus Chapter. Title, Attacking During an Opportune Time. Jaw's new bounty was 1,300,000,000 SS. It created a ripple in the whole world. He fought Big Mom, and out of the two, she came out injured while Jaw had no reported injuries. Well, he had no reported injuries because he wasn't seen after the battle and no one cared if he got injuries when Big Mom got injured. Someone who is supposed to be invincible got injured. Big Mom is currently in her ship. She has a bandage all over her torso. Munch, munch, gulp. She is earrings a mountain of sweets that is next to her. She has a happy smile on her face, but suddenly she gains an angry expression on her face. That bastard Jaw? He is dead. I will kill him with my own hands. Suddenly the door to her room opens and Katakuri comes in. When he sees Big Mom, eating, being happy, and angry at the same time, he didn't know how to react to this. None of her children have approached her since the battle against Jaw. Big News Morgan has agreed to help us make the news seem smaller, but he said that he still won't cover up the whole story. Explains Katakuri. His face is solemn, expressing no feelings in front of his mother. Big Mom stops gorging herself on food and turns to look at Katakuri and a malicious smile appears on her face. It doesn't matter, I will hunt him down and kill him, says Big Mom, with absolute confidence in her voice. Katakuri nods at this. Okay, then we will need to use our network and see if we can find him. Sadly we didn't capture any person from his crew, so we don't know where his real base is. As Katakuri explains this, he sees that Big Mom isn't paying attention to him anymore. She is eating and clenching her teeth. Jaw, I will kill you. A bead of sweat drops down Katakuri's head as he sees his mother's conqueror's haki be released, and clouds start gathering on the sky, signifying that a storm will soon appear. This is what Big Mom's wrath creates. Naruto POV, age 7. I look at my other siblings who are looking at daddy's new bounty with a lot of zeros. I don't know that big of numbers, but I know that the more numbers one has on his bounty the higher it is. Anyway, I see that my cat is running away. The stupid cat looks at me and she smirks as if mocking me. I am gonna eat you one day, you stupid cat, I say to the cat as I glare at it. I try to slip out of Kisame's stupidly strong grip. Mikato Ne says that Kisame Nii gets his strength from being stupid and that the more stupid he is the stronger he gets. And he is very strong, so he is very stupid too. Also he doesn't get hurt by anything, so he must be double the stupid. I try to move from his grip but it's annoying, I can't get out of it. Kisame looks at me and says, Naruto, can you settle down for a second? No, that cat is making fun of me, I say while pointing at it. Kisame just sighs at this. Dad really needs to get that cat away from your clutches or sooner rather than later you will chew his head off. Jaws POV. I returned to my real base in a couple of days. Technically we lost, but injuring the Yonko is a big deal so we celebrated. Naruto kept bugging me about Kisame not letting him beat his cat. I have decided that I will be spending more time with Naruto from now on. Anyway, the news of this has reached quite far and wide, but what interests me is the weakness of Big Mom. I have found a way to easily defeat her. Well, not easily, but if the strategy works and Big Mom is weakened enough, I can definitely defeat her. A smile appears on my face as I think of a plan. Without her crew, she is pretty vulnerable, isn't she? One would even call her weak. I never thought about it until I fought her. My smile widens as I am eating with my children. In our previous battle, I actually had a high chance, 60-70%, to win if the Big Mom pirates weren't there. Especially since we were on sea. She is someone who can be defeated with a good strategy. The Yonko aren't as invincible as they seem. Without their crews, some of them could be defeated easily, especially if I outnumber them with a huge number of high-level combatants. But at the same time, separating Big Mom from her crew will be very difficult, but not impossible. I just need to wait for the perfect moment. Since the day that I came up with the plan, 6 months passed and now I finally have the perfect opportunity to strike. We are currently under a fleet of ships. More correctly, under the Big Mom pirates' ships. I look up, I spread my observation haki and smile. Ah! Comes the scream of Big Mom, and the thing that is making her scream like this is her pregnancy. She is currently giving birth. This is the weakest she will ever be. Immediately I give my signal to the thousands of fishmen. Kill them all. Woo! They roar enthusiastically. Thankfully they can't be heard on the outside because we are all underwater, and immediately attack the ships, breaching them the hull and sinking them. Immediately I attack the main ship by myself. I see that as I am about to hit the hull of the ship, Machi surrounds it. Damn that Katakuri and his future sight, but he still can't stop me from attacking. Since his Machi is soaked up underwater, I just easily pierce through it due to it being weakened. Boom! The ship starts sinking. I see some card-like and chess-like soldiers who I assume were created by Big Mom's devil fruit ability. Phew! I just send out a wave of Conqueror's haki, immediately making them fall unconscious. I just walk forward and suddenly I sense an attack coming from up. So I just dodge to the side. Boom! A giant fist of Machi covered in haki smashes down on where I used to be. I suddenly feel something weird. I see that Katakuri isn't coming down due to the water. Well, let's see how that works for them. I crouch down and put my hands in the water. I take a deep breath. Whoosh! I move my hands up. Exploding tsunami. Boom! The water around me explodes, and as if a bomb exploded inside the ship, completely destroying it. Immediately my eyes concentrate and my observation haki is on full concentration too, looking to find someone, and I immediately stop and look towards a dark cloud. I sense Big Mom lying down. This is good enough. I immediately put my hand underwater and whoosh, water dragon. A giant dragon made out of water goes towards Big Mom who is lying down in her cloud. Zeus. A smirk appears on my face. Let's see how you deal with this, Big Mom. I look around and see a giant candy wall going to protect Big Mom. Jeppo. Poof. I kick off the air and go towards the giant candy wall heading towards Big Mom. I see that I won't be able to stop the wall quickly enough, so I instead clock back my fist and coat it in haki and throw a straight punch forward. 5,000 brick fist. Nothing happens as the candy wall goes in front of Big Mom to protect her from the water dragon. But suddenly, crack, boom, it is broken. Yes, the water dragon goes towards Big Mom and bam, it hits her head on. Chapter 23. As the water hits Big Mom, I rejoice inside my heart, but then my eyes widen when I see the dark haki-coated mochi surrounding her. I clench my shark-like teeth in anger at this. Damn it. I was so close. For a split second, I thought that I hit her. Foo asterisk K, this. Okay, I need to be calm, so I just take a deep breath and think back on everything I know. I don't have any right-hand man, no one who can stand by my side and have my back. My kids are too young to do that and the minks that I have on my side are not good for combat that I plan to have. They can't fight good underwater, and my fighting tactics until now have been to use my strengths against Big Mom's pirates' weaknesses or else I wouldn't even be able to compete against Big Mom. Anyway, it doesn't matter now, I can see Big Mom just get up and start eating the mochi around her. It seems like another loss for me. Foo asterisk K. I can't continue like this. I haven't been able to win any confrontation with her. Her kids always get on the way when I am about to soften her up a bit. As I am using Jeppo to jump on air, I take out a denden mushi and talk into it. Retreat away from here. Go far away, return to Fishman Island. As I say that, the Fishman who has the denden mushi understands what I mean. They mustn't return to the base, or they will put my children in danger, and also the enemies mustn't discover where our base is. But the base can be rebuilt again even if found, but putting my children in danger is unacceptable. I will kill them all if they dare to do something stupid like that. Anyway, as I tell them to retreat I have to dodge some flying sword slashes, bullets, and cannonballs. I easily dodge them all, even some people who can use Jeppo to get close to me. I just give them one look. Shigen. Pew, pew, pew. I use my finger to push a fast bullet-like projectile of air that goes towards them, and it hits them all on the chest, close to their hearts. They were some random mooks, in no way they had the speed to dodge my attacks. Mochi Crusher. I sense a donut appears above me and a giant fist coated in haki punches towards me. I immediately dodge to the back but, whoosh, I feel a large cut appear on my back as a flying sword slash hits me in the back and even though I immediately use Tekai, Iron Body, by tightening my muscles as much as I can, sadly that is not enough as my back is all bloodied. Thankfully I can keep up my concentration even due to the pain. This pain is nothing in comparison to lightning running through your body. Ikaku Sovereign. I see a giant blast coming towards me from Big Mom's direction. I just jump to the side. Boom! And when the attack lands on the water it creates a gaping hole in the ocean. Hurl up! Slowly the hole in the ocean fills up with water again. I just look at her. Strangely, my concentration is at full power. It's so strange, all of my thoughts of running away just disappear. Big Mom seems to be saying something but I can't even hear her. Or more correctly, I don't care what she has to say. What I am concentrating on is my observation haki, dodging all of the countless attacks sent towards me. I know where their projectiles will go, I can sense them all. It is truly a strange situation. I know that if I stay here anymore I will die. I know that, but I want to see. I want to see the way he, Katakuri, sees. I want to see how seeing the future feels like. If I can't even reach the stage where I can see the future, then my dreams mean nothing to me. A man is only as big as his ambition. I want to be the greatest, it doesn't matter what. I don't care enough to become the king of the pirates, nor do I care about some void century. Looking at the past is useless to me, I would rather see the future. I close my eyes and can see everyone's auras, their movements and what they will do. I can see that Katakuri will throw a bean towards me. So I make preparations by coating my abdomen, the place where that will hit with haki. What? Why hasn't the bean reached me yet? Pew! I hear Katakuri throw his bean and I immediately understand what is going on as I open my eyes. I feel the bean hit my abdomen. Ping! A metallic sound rings out as it hits my haki. Big Mom is behind me. No, not yet. In the future a giant mirror carried by a genie and Big Mom will come out of it, cutting one of my arms off as I defend myself. Is this it? As soon as I notice the genie carrying the mirror at my place and Big Mom disappears in another mirror. I also notice that the water below me is boiling hot, with sticky candy in it. So I am trapped in here, I see. So I took too long and there are only two options. I will actually die or I will win this battle. There are only two options. And I would win if Big Mom is outside of the picture for the moment. Shark arrow. I gather the water in the air and throw some small shark-like water arrows towards the mirror that is getting close to me. Big Mom can chill in the mirror dimension for a while now. I immediately dodge the cannonballs coming towards me and that is when, pew, Some candy beans pierce all of my shark arrows going towards the mirror. Damn, that Katakuri is annoying. He probably saw in his future vision what I would do. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, since I wasn't caught by surprise. Big Mom won't cut my arm anyway. I sense dozens of more slashes coming towards, and Big Mom comes out of the giant mirror. She looks around and doesn't see me where I was supposed to be. She resorted to sneak attacks even with her power. Well, she is a pirate after all, so it isn't that strange. She uses Zeus, Cloud, to fly on as Prometheus, Sun, blows fire towards me. I wince a little at this as my skin dries up a little, making my Fishman karate weaker. *T, and with the water down below being boiling hot and with hot candy in the water. There is no way I am going in there, or I am pretty much guaranteed to die. Damn, endangering myself like this isn't my style at all. But I needed to get future vision. Now that I got it, I just gotta run away. I smile at Big Mom and get closer to her as she slashes at me. No cannonballs are coming towards me anymore. After all, there is a high chance of hitting Big Mom if they do so. By using my future vision, I easily dodge Big Mom's attack and go for her neck. Sadly, I also sense Katakuri throw one of his sword-using sisters towards me. I believe her name is Amanda or something like that. She is also a long-neck tribe. Clang! And my sword is stopped and our swords clash. I just look at her and Shigen barrage. My finger, like a blurry, pierces her body countless times. Cough. She coughs out blood as her body is riddled with holes. I just grab her by her long neck and throw her towards Katakuri. This should distract him enough to stop his calm mind and temporarily stop his future sight. Suddenly Big Mom is surrounded by fire. And as my sword goes towards her neck, fwish, it melts down. The fire is Prometheus protecting her. I throw the handle of my sword away and bam! I punch Big Mom on her big nose with full power. I can feel the heat, but by using my haki, I can protect my body. Sadly, my sword couldn't survive since I am also using haki to protect my body, so I didn't use it all on my sword and would only use it when my sword made contact with her skin. Big Mom flies back by my punch as my haki entered inside of her and wrecked her nose. But surprisingly, she seems to have talked more damage than anticipated, as she also bleeds out of her mouth a little. Is it because the recent pregnancy might have weakened her? But as soon as Big Mom flies away, again countless ranged attacks come towards me. 2 giant donuts appear at my sides. I immediately use armament haki all over my body. Bang! 2 giant mochi fists covered in haki hit me as I let them hit me. I wince a little at their hardness. Due to the fire Big Mom used on me, it dried my skin and I can't use Fishman karate anymore to weaken Katakuri's mochi. Immediately countless attacks me, and during that split second, my 1.5 seconds future sight was in a split second pause so I could get a new vision. But that is when I can sense Katakuri appear in front of me. His hands covered in a white aura as countless mochi droughts appeared behind him. He has an angry look on his face as he looks at me. Mochi machine gun. Bam, 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 bam. I am hit countless times, and even with my advanced armament haki, I start feeling some small internal pain. Chapter 24. Title, Kneeling. As the countless mochi punches wreck my body, and I start feeling some dull internal pain. I calm down and look into the future for the next 1.5 seconds again, and as I see where the next punches will exactly come. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. I easily dodge them all, using my midair maneuverability to my advantage. Though sadly it seems like my legs are actually cramping and soon I will get too tired to even continue this high-intensity battle. I mean, I have the physical stamina to probably fight for a whole day straight, but mental stamina is a whole other thing. I will come to a time where my haki will get weaker, and weaker until I get too tired to use it at all. But I wouldn't even need to get too tired until I can't use haki. I just need to be tired enough until I can't use the future sight at all, and I am pretty much done. My injuries are piling up and one lucky cannonball to the head will knock me out, pretty much killing me. I know that I can't handle this situation any longer or I will die. I can take this as a win since I now learned future sight observation haki, though it seems to kinda pale in front of Katakuri. When I continue training it, these 1.5 seconds vision into the future will continue to get longer and longer. Bang! I feel a fist hit me at the top of my skull and I feel like it's pricking my brain. I almost passed out, but it was either that or getting another large cut on my back by a giant genie. Suddenly Katakuri jumps back and the next thing I hear is Ikaku sovereignty. Immediately I use Jeppo to try and fly up, but a rope of mochi grabs me by my ankle, not letting me escape, so I had to brace it. As I looked closely at it, I suddenly got an idea. I think I can use this attack to my advantage. So I just touch my back to get some blood in my hand, allowing me to use low levels of Fishman karate. Splicing wave. A small flying blood blade is formed and it cuts the mochi rope, and that is when I immediately concentrate all of my haki on my front body, leaving my back almost unprotected. Armament, hardening. I then also tighten all of my muscles, creating a double defense. Tekai, iron body. Boom, and I take Big Mom's hit head on. Immediately I can feel it grinding against my armament haki. I don't even try to disperse the move and simply protect myself from it, as I just use it to fly away from the fleet at breakneck speeds. Fwoosh, I fly away so quickly that no one can really do anything to me. He. Big Mom, the stupid B***tch, you just gave me an escape route. Ha 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 ha, I win. After a couple of minutes, I can no longer see the fleet, but Big Mom's attack is still going on, though it has weakened now, so I just use Jeppo to slip away from it. Though I do twist my ankle a little due to the enormous strain that I have to put into it. Plop! But I just fall in the water. I don't even resist the cooling effect of liquid. I don't even care about the pain of the salty water gets into my wounds and giving me even more excruciating pain. I just took a deep breath underwater and relaxed. I wanna actually sleep in here. I am so tired. My eyes are about to almost close. Wake up! I have to internally scream at myself to wake up, but even that is because as the adrenaline wore off, a strong sense of sleepiness ascended to me. I put my hand under my shirt and wince a little as I touch my already dead Den Mushi. Seems like I have no way to call help to myself. In the end, only by willing myself to move do I do so. I immediately start swimming even deeper underwater. I know that if I am deep enough, Big Mom would in no way be able to get to me, no matter how much the fat old hag tries. Thankfully I can find an island after only 5 hours spent swimming in one direction. As I arrive at the island, I see that it is only a small island with only a small village in it. By the number of houses, I would guess that only around 500 people live here. I also have another problem. I look like a monster, and that is not because of the blood. But I look like a fish-type monster out of a children's book. Still though, in the end, I just exaggerated my limp and acted hurt. My wounds have already closed up and stopped bleeding, but I obviously need some medical assistance. My body hurts all over, and I have multiple broken bones, burns of different degrees, and even a concussion I believe. So I just walk to the village, and as soon as people start seeing me, they immediately back off. Some of them have terrified looks as they saw me. By using my observation haki, I can tell that most of the people seem to be feeling pity for me. I decided to go towards one of the people who was feeling the most pity for me. I limp towards him a little slow and as I am 10 meters away from him when I simply ask, "Where is the doctor of this village?" He seems a little surprised and even scared. But in the end, he just points towards one of the bigger looking houses. I nod at him and say, "Thanks." I start limping towards that place. Haki is truly an amazing thing. My observation haki develops strangely. Just like the future blind Admiral Fujitora, I can read people's feelings too. I guess my desire to not be betrayed and not trusting my subordinates is how this developed. Now I don't have to worry about betrayal anymore, because no matter how good someone is, they can't hide their feelings 100% all day long. Anyway, I go towards the doctor's house and knock on the door twice. Knock, knock, coming, says a voice from the inside. Then the door opens and an old man, with a bushy white mustache and bald head, comes outside. He has his eyes closed and he scratches the back of his head. Yawn, he then yawns, finally opens his eyes and looks at me. Ah, he immediately screams and falls on his butt and starts scampering backward. I am not hugely big like some people in this world. I am only around 1.85 centimeters 6 feet 1 inch. But fishmen are scary looking to humans, and the latter are always scared of something that they don't understand. I would have honestly had the same reaction in my first life if someone looking like me knocked on my door. "Yo, doctor, as you can see I am in the need of some help. Gonna offer me some?" I say in a friendly tone, trying to put him at ease with my words. "And no way IW will help a monster like you," says the doctor. Even as he is scared as hell he still says that. Sheesh, talk about discrimination, but it doesn't matter. Killing him now would be useless to me now. Plus being angry at him would be useless. Will I being angry at him heal me? Obviously not. Well, there is only one option left then. I am too tired and weak to even try forcing people to heal me. They might even deliberately try to injure me during the healing process. So I just kneel in front of him and say, "Sir, please help me." Chapter 25, Bonus Chapter. Title, Let Me Save You, damn it. As I kneel in front of the doctor, I don't really feel any pride nor shame. It is just another action to further my goals, so at best it is just indifference. That is really all that there is to it. The doctor, who was scared of me, looks at me with wide eyes. No matter how dangerous someone is, once he bows or kneels in front of you, instinctively someone assumes that he is not dangerous. The doctor then gets up and has a serious look on his face and, bam, I am a little surprised at him as he bows towards me so hard that he bangs his head on the ground. I apologize for my reaction. A doctor is supposed to heal someone, no matter how they look or their situation. There is no need for you to kneel in front of me. I am a doctor, and I am ashamed of my reaction to seeing you. Damn, the people in this world are silly. One time they are scared, and the next they are ashamed. Honestly, strange people. Anyway, I get up from my kneeling position and say to the doctor, "Is there some place where I can sit?" He looks up from his bow and I see that he has an injury on his forehead from hitting the floor too hard when he bowed. Yes. He then points at one of the rooms. In that room is a bed. You sit on that, and I will immediately begin stitching together your countless wounds. I nod at that and go towards the room. I open the door and inside there is a bed, a chair, and a shelf with different herbs and bottles of medicine. It looks like your overall normal hospital room. It even smells like it. I go and sit on the simple wooden chair. I don't lie back because I don't want to activate the wounds in my back. I take a deep breath and I wince a little. I have all of the muscles around my body tightened, so I have stopped the bleeding. This is a version of Tekai that only tightens the muscles to stop the bleeding, and I can still move while using it. Though as soon as I relax my muscles I will start bleeding like a fountain. I hear the doctor enter and sense that he has no negative intentions towards me, so I let him start as I say, I will start bleeding profoundly soon. He nods and I relax my muscles. Immediately blood starts coming out of my wounds again. The doctor doesn't hesitate as he immediately starts putting medicine on my wounds and starts stitching the countless wounds on my back first. I say nothing as he does that. I also didn't take any sedatives. Honestly, this amount if pain is negligible. It takes 2 hours before all of my wounds are stitched and bandaged up. My head, torso, back, and hands. One of my legs is bandaged too, but the injury on that one was only minimal. I get up and look towards the doctor thanking him. Thank you, doctor. He nods back at me and says, no worry, you can stay here until your injuries will heal. It should take around a month or 2. Of course, doc. I then easily get up and start walking around. By the way, doc, do you have a dendenmushi or something? My family might be worried for me and I want to put their mind at ease. The doctor nods. Yep, you can use mine if you want. I have one at the receptionist's desk. I thank him and I go walk to the corridor and see a sleeping dendenmushi on the receptionist's desk. I go towards it and turn it on and immediately I start dialing the personal number of my house. Pura. Caching? Hello, who is this? Says the person on the other side, and by the voice, I can immediately recognize that it is Escanor. Yo, Escanor, it's Dad here. Oh, Dad, it's you. Are you okay? Did you win against Big Mom? Yep, of course, I did. Also, son, I am currently healing in an undisclosed location. I will be home in about a week. Tell the others that okay. Yep. Also Dad. Yeah, be careful. Caching? I smile at that. Escanor is usually very serious and tries to act as the voice of logic amongst his siblings. But in the end, he is just a kid so he isn't there yet. Well anyway, better go and rest some more. The doctor said that it will take a month to heal, but give me 2 to 3 days at worst and I will be back to top shape again. I am not your everyday human. Anyway, I better go and offer help to the people around here. I can do that so they hopefully won't report me to the Marines or something like that. Maybe I can get this place under my territory when I become a Yonko. Which isn't far away honestly, I just need a stronger crew and that is it pretty much, though I am weaker than the other Yonko. I can easily fight them when at sea, which is pretty much most of the world. I won't fight any of them inland anyway. I know that I will be defeated if I do that. 2 days pass since I came to this island and I am currently at one of its bars drinking some ale with the blacksmith of the town. I am currently telling him a story about one of my kids, more specifically Naruto. So Jared, I just looked at him and said, you made me buy you a cat and you name it Dead Cat. Gahahahahaha. Laughs the blacksmith. He is a muscular looking man with thick arms, a tan skin, and a black beard with black hair. I tell you man, my daughter was the same. She wanted birds and now she hates them because they chirp too loudly in the morning. Hajajajajaha. I laugh when he says that and we toast to each other again. I can say that I have made some new friends in this city. Also, people have generally lost any wariness that they had against me. When they got to know me they understood that we are just normal and we even found some things in common. That is when suddenly, clang, clang, clang. I hear some bell sound ring and I see that Jared, the blacksmith, seems worried. I wonder what it is. I am about to ask him that but he immediately answers. It's an attack, pirates, damn this will be troublesome. I get up and casually start walking outside. Jared does the same too, but he goes towards his family's house to check on his wife and daughter. I spread my haki and sense around 40 new people who entered the island. As I walk outside I see that all of the people in the village seem to have come out with different makeshift weapons. Well, they for sure are a brave bunch, but I guess that is more of a requirement since they live in the new world. And since they have around 200 people who can actually fight in the village, even a better armed pirate crew wouldn't be able to handle this. That is unless someone with a devil fruit, or some pirate who has some power to himself. I just walk forward and I get in front of the people. Some of them look surprised at me. After all, I do have injuries all over my body. General POV. Jaw just walk forward in front of the group with a nonchalant look on his face. The others look at him and one of them says, Oi, Jaws, you are injured. No need to participate in this. We get pirate attacks like this on a regular basis. We always handle them ourselves. Jaw smirks at this and he narrows his eyes a little. He can see a ship docked far away. No need for you guys to worry. I am saving you now, so act like a victim and shut up. What the hell did you say, Jaw? Who do you think you are? You are unreasonable. As we said we will save ourselves, no need for you to get involved. Jaw frowns at this and turns around looking at the people behind him. Hey, I said I am saving you, so shut up now. I am repaying you all. We don't need your repayment you fish head. An angry tick appears on Jaw's forehead. Who the hell said that? I will punch you to the moon bastards. I did, what ya gonna do about it? Hiccup says one of the people from the crowd who is just swaying around. He is obviously drunk and everyone can see that. Jackson, you are drunk, what the hell are you even doing holding a gun like that? Says one of the people from the village. The mood immediate became easy once again and no one was nervous. Jaw smile at this and he starts taking of his bandages. That surprises the other villages, because under his bandages is just clear healed skin, not even scars were left, and when he came in he looked like a half-dead fishman. Jaw then smirked at the villagers, the look on his face completely confident. Don't worry guys, as I said. I am doing this to repay you for your kindness now, so just stay back, I am stronger than you guys think. Chapter 26. Title, Jaw leaves. Ja then smirked at the villagers, the look on his face completely confident. Don't worry guys, as I said. I am doing this to repay you for your kindness now, so just stay back, I am stronger than you guys think. As Ja says that, he narrows his eyes and he crouches down and grabs a rock. The rock is immediately coated in a dark shining, showing that Ja is using armament haki on it. Immediately Ja pulls his arm back and gets ready to throw the rock in his hand. His eyes shine red for a split second, and he hits the ship. No, more correctly, he saw the future where he will hit the ship with his rock. Whoosh! That is when he throws the rock at full power. Like a cannonball, the rock breaks through the sound barrier and boom! It hits the ship far away, and it causes a devastating explosion, easily sinking the ship and definitely killing most of the people inside it. Ja turns around and smiles as he sees the villagers' faces. They were full of shock and a trace of fear inside their eyes. They saw something monstrous and they will obviously be afraid of Ja. But his smile is infectious as he says, "Welp, Steve, you definitely owe me a free drink now." As Ja says that, he looks at a brown-haired average-looking middle-aged man. He is Steve, and he also owns the only bar in the village. Ja has a friendly smile on his face, and Steve has a scared look on his eyes, but soon his face changes into a smile. "Hey Ja, I am running a business here, not a charity." Ja frowns at this in annoyance. "Sheesh, what a Scrooge. I just saved your village and you act like this. Ha 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 ha. I will pay for your drink, Ja," says one of the other people. Ja smiles at this. He naturally defuses a situation without the need for them to fear him. He knows that their fear is instinctual and understands where they are coming from. Ja POV. Fighting the villagers and making them afraid of me would be useless. I am a pirate, but not a tyrant. If something isn't beneficial or fun, I will most likely never do such things. We as humans, well, more like I as a fishman. In the end it doesn't really matter. I have the mind of a human, so it never mattered. But anyway, humans are self-serving creatures. Even the good things that we do is because it pleases us and it makes us feel good about ourselves. Fishmen are like that too. Anyway, I take the offer for a free drink and almost everyone goes to the bar. But first I go over to the shipwreckage of the nameless pirate crew that I just killed. I grab a couple pebbles and throw them in the water as I sense a couple of life signatures. I search around and I find some worthless treasure in a treasure chest. It should be around 20 million berry, 200k USD. Nothing much really, but I guess they were poor enough so they had to attack villages who seemed weak. Well, this should be enough for now, so I just take the chest and go in the surface. As I do so, I go towards the village and with the average-sized chest on my shoulder, I drop it on the ground and the villagers look at me with curiosity in their eyes, wondering how much I found. But I just smile and announce, "Today we are having a feast? I will pay for it, so don't worry." Ha 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 ha. I kick over the chest and different types of jewelries and even some cash spills of the chest. "Yeah, Ja, you are the man," says one of the people. I recognize him as the barber in this village. We celebrated like this for a full-on night. Sadly, I didn't get the company of any female members of the village. I mean, the craftsman's wife did show some signs, but yeah, not really gonna do that. I mean, I have built a friendship with these people and I plan to have them as a part of my territory in the future. It wouldn't be good for me to ruin my reputation for something like this. Okay, I am just giving excuses for myself. The real reason was that she wasn't that pretty. I don't really have enough integrity to not foo *k someone's pretty wife. I mean, keep your wives in check. Geez, I can keep my harem in check and there are like 20 members? Around 20 at least. But then again, they are all just traumatized people with Stockholm Syndrome who almost were sold as slaves if I didn't save them, so they have a loyalty towards me. Anyway, as we party all night long, the morning comes and I leave all of the money that I got with the village as I go to the shore, and a lot of drunk people are there to greet me. I even see one guy give a piggy ride to his sleeping friend and he picks up the arm of his friend and waves it towards me. "Bye, Ja." I just narrow my eyes at him and smile. "You are drunk, so go home and sleep, stupid," I tell out to the clearly drunk crowd. I don't usually drink, so even yesterday I only took a sip of sake, so I am as sober as always. "You are drunk, Ja. And we are not stupid, we are smart. My mom thinks that I am special too. I can actually fold my tongue. Wanna see it?" "No, I don't." "Ew, Steve, don't do that. That is gross." "WTF is that, Steve?" "Bug." That is when Steve starts throwing up. Okay, I better get going before this turns into something even grosser. Sadly, even though I turned my back, I sensed Steve fall forward with his face landing in the sand where he just threw up, and then he starts moving his arms while saying, "Vomit angel." I just make a powerful leap and land in the water. I immediately start swimming away at incredible speeds. I can still sense the people wave at me. General POV. But during this time in the village that Ja just left, the drunk village head is just waking up and he looks around. He sees some people groaning and such. That is when he sees a medium-sized seagull land on the village's news board. It is the news coup, a species of birds used by Big News Morgan to transfer newspapers. The village head mentions toward the news coup, and when the bird sees this, it just flies towards him. The bird doesn't come every day in this part of the new world. Well, more like, I don't really want to pay a bird to get useless news every day, so it usually comes here once a week. We should make it once every 3 days nowadays. Contemplates the village elder. When he saw Ja, he kind of felt familiar to him. But he wasn't that worried because Ja was a nice person, he could see that much. As he got the newspaper, he played the news coup, who then flew away. As he opens the newspaper he noticed a new bounty poster fall out. He takes it up and he looks at it, and an extremely familiar face appears on it. When he sees this, he massages his eyes and thinks, okay, I am still too drunk, I just saw a bounty poster of Jaw with over 1 billion berry bounty. I might really need to drink some water. He then opens his eyes and looks at the bounty poster again. Damn, I guess he really had a bunch of secrets. As the village elder thinks that, even though he is shocked by Jaw's huge new bounty, he understands that Jaw is someone who was nice to them and never got angry, so he holds no grudge towards him. Then he opens at the front page of the newspaper and sees again Jaw face. This time he was shocked by the headline. Chapter 27. Title, Returning Back Home. Jaw POV. As I swim away from the village, I can't help but smile a little. I wonder how much of a wave my recent actions have caused. I know that technically I am nowhere near a Yonko in raw power, but with my observation haki which allows me to see the future and armament haki which I can injure them with, I know that if I fought Big Mom on land I wouldn't win. Her fire cancels out my Fishman karate and pretty much I doubt I would be able to last even an hour against her, probably not. But on sea, where I can beat her, I doubt she can last an hour against me. This is the truth of fighting, one can lose in a split second, and if one has an advantage over their opponent they can definitely defeat someone way stronger than them. As long as I fight smartly and don't go into a disadvantageous situation, then I can win a fight against anyone in the world. Even the admirals wouldn't dare fight me at sea, though Garp might be another thing. That guy doesn't have a devil fruit, so me defeating him in a fight would be difficult. Though maybe I could drown him, or poison him. Anyway, this is a situation I am unlikely to get myself into. Also, I would never be dumb like Whitebeard either. I won't trust any other members of my crew except my real children. I actually treat my children very well, so they won't betray me. I am confident in that. Me and them have a special bond. Maybe I should try and connect with their mothers some more. I bet that at least would make them happier at least. Also, I will need to solidify my foundations too, if I want to become the 4th Yonko. 17 hours later and I can sense a ship entering my observation haki range. So I immediately surface up the water and see that it is a pirate galleass type ship. As I surface I see that the flag of the pirate ship had crossbones with a pair of shark-like teeth. Yep, this is my pirate ship. Must have found me due to my Weaver card. Not a lot of people have that. It is only available to a limited number of trustworthy people. Whoosh! I jump on the ship and see that it was a Fishman crew with 3 minks also being in here. It was Poo, Shifu, and Shishilian. I called them to come and pick me up. They look at me and show me a bounty poster. They don't even greet me and Po, Panda Mink, just jumps up and down. I look at him and smile. Didn't know you were so excited to see me Po. But he just has a panicked look on his face and in the end, he says, I need to pee. My smile disappears as I look at Po, this little sh*t, did he just say that to my face? Then there is no dinner for you tonight Po, I say to him. Immediately he jumps and hugs me. Jaw, I am so happy to see you. I push him away. Oi, you stupid panda, stop this. You gonna pee on me. You will get your dinner, just go to the bathroom or something. He nods and just goes to the edge of the ship and pees on the water. Sigh, this stupid panda. You couldn't just go to the bathroom some other time. Just as soon as I arrive. I say to him with an annoyed tone. This panda is too stupid. Anyway, I take a look at my new bounty poster. It is me and my bounty is 1,700,000,000 SS. Shishilian shows me the paper and I smile as I see the headline. I am recognized as a Yonko now. I now just need to take over some territories and my bounty will jump way higher as my threat to the world government rises. I also need to get myself some more allies and I am set. Anyway, I will need to settle this feud with Big Mom. Neither of us will benefit from this, and even though in the end she might win as she can sustain this war way more than me, I will only grow stronger and might drag her down with me. She loses her powerful children like Katakuri and some others, and pretty much I won't allow her to ever set foot on sea ever again. I just hope that she can see reason. She might be crazy but not stupid. She has lived for so long as a pirate so she must understand what our battles will only weaken our forces. We are pirates, so we could be enemies one day and allies the next and the day after that we could stab each other on the back. We pretty much can do whatever we want. Anyway, I must think of a plan to handle this situation. It's now been 3 days since I returned from the sea and I am back to my base under Ragin Island. I am currently on a giant bed with my children. I am reassuring them that I wasn't injured at all, and just got lost the way back. I am lying to them, but they don't need to know that. I just bring my hands and close my nose, and 1 second later, fart. Naruto farts, that kid just has to ruin family moments like this. I hear Naruto whisper. Is he about to call me dad in his dreams? Dead cat, I will eat you, snore. Mumbles Naruto. Well, my disappointment is immeasurable. But really though, I know that Dead Cat is an intelligent animal, and sometimes teases Naruto. But he doesn't treat her better either, and he does bite her a lot. But I know that they care for each other. I can sense their feelings with my haki. Anyway, I just get up and push Kisame off my arm. The kid is hugging too tightly. I get my dendenmushi and go towards another room in my castle. As I enter the room, I close the door behind me. This is the music room so the walls are acoustically soundproof. I then call into a certain number, more specifically, Big Mom. Pura Priyu. Caching. Hello. Comes the voice from the other side and I recognize it as some random person. Most likely the person who handles Big Mom's calls. Hello there, my name is Ja, nice to meet you. Can you tell Big Mom that I have come to bargain? I say to him, I of course am as polite as one can be. Just being polite can make someone have a better impression of you, and if he ever thinks about selling confidential information about Big Mom, he will consider me. Right away sir, says the person on the other side and I hear him run, most likely towards Big Mom's quarters. But I then hear someone else say, who is it? The person stops running and answers. Katakuri-sama, it is the monster shark Jaws, he wants to talk to Big Mom. Give it to me, says Katakuri. Ja, you hurt my siblings. I will kill you one day. Though he says that in a calm voice, I can tell that he is angry, especially since the Dendenmushi snail gets veins to appear on the top of his eyes, meaning that Katakuri is really angry. Well, that doesn't matter, as in the end I just talk to him dismissively. Sure, whatever. Just get me in contact with Big Mom. I can hear him grinding his teeth on the other side of the line. I smile a little at this, though I cover my face with my hand from my transponder snail, so it doesn't express my facial expressions to Katakuri. If he has this anger if he fights me in the future, then he is definitely losing. In the end, I am finally passed into contact with Big Mom. Jaws, you stupid fish, I will kill you for daring to humiliate me like this, screams Big Mom. Sheesh, she is really angry. Welp. Title, End of Conflict. As Big Mom says stuff like that I just smile. Welp, you haven't been doing so good at killing me, but what about other people coming for you? Kaido or Whitebeard might decide that you are not really a challenge. What do you know about power you brat? Says Big Mom. You know nothing about how things up here work. My smile drops and I show my expression to my transponder snail, so Big Mom can see it. Well, I don't know a lot about it, but I do know that if Katakuri wasn't there during our last fight, you would be dead and sleeping with the fishies. I also do know that if your two commanders died and Whitebeard decides to attack with full force, you might maybe survive, but you will definitely lose everything. Your children are not as strong as you. I see that Big Mom frowns and seems to be thinking something. I am about to say something more, but I stop myself. She might notice that I am trying to manipulate her and then she will definitely attack me at full power, whether she wins or loses, it won't matter to her then. I see. Finally says Big Mom. So you want an alliance between us? I don't say anything at this as I take a couple of seconds to think. But in the end I just have a calm face as I answer to her. No, what I want is a ceasefire between us. I don't mention that if we have a ceasefire then her dream of making a very diverse kingdom where every race can live happily would be possible as some Fishman will join her too. That would definitely show that I know too much about her and am actually trying to manipulate her, that would push her over the edge. I see, then I agree to a ceasefire. We won't attack each other and will stay out of each other's way, says Big Mom. I smile at this. Then we came to an understanding. Yeah, yes, Jo, says Big Mom, with a strangely calm voice. Kasha. She turns off her Dendenmushi. Finally my face morphs into a full-blown smile. Now I have enough time to grow. My status as a Yonko will bring countless people who will want to join me. Especially people who will come from Paradise, the first half of the Grand Line, and be wrecked by the Yonko. Also I control the entry to the new world, so I definitely have an advantage over the other Yonko. I will outgrow the other Yonko soon enough. Shanks isn't a Yonko yet, so there is enough territory to take over. Especially since Shiki left a power gap that yet hasn't been filled, though Whitebeard has filled a lot of it. But there is definitely a place for me to grow, especially I should try and gain some islands on the calm belts. I know that you only need to coat the bottom ships with sea stone to travel there without being attacked by the sea kings. It seems like during this time, not a lot of people know this. I don't know if even Vegapunk has discovered this, or was it even him who discovered this? Definitely him. The only reason the Marines have such a technological advantage is because of him. I will also need to get some smart scientists to my side, and then I can also use the Fishman population to dig the untouched resources to the bottom of the ocean. There are so many things I can do now. 1 year has passed since I made peace with Big Mom. So here I am, currently, in Fishman Island. I am currently at Fishman Dojo, waiting outside of it actually. I am done dad. Comes a voice from my inside of the dojo as he comes out. I look at Kisame, my son. I see that he has a couple of bruises around his body, but he still has a disappointed look on his face. Was it fun? I ask Kisame as me and him walk away from the dojo. He is currently 7 years old, but looks more like a 10-year-old and he has a muscular body for someone his age. He frowns when I ask him that. Dad, they were all weak. 20 of them and they still I am only barely hurt. They were weak. He then looks at his hands and continues saying, I thought people on the outside would be stronger, but they are weaker than even Naruto. I smile when he says that. I then look at him and say, Kisame. He looks at me with a questioning look as I call him out. I then slowly punch towards him and say, I will punch you, defend yourself with all of your power. As I tell him that, he creates his arms in front of himself. I just use my easily telegraphed punch and hit him. Bayam! A shockwave immediately pushes him away like a cannonball. Fwoosh! He flies away, he is thrown towards the Fishman district. I put my hands in my pockets, and I then casually start walking towards where I just threw him. Kisame is strong for his age, and he was blessed with unnatural strength when he was born. If he becomes arrogant, he will be just another mediocre strong person that can be defeated by any normal person who trains. I plan for him and Kakashi to become my commanders in the future. They will protect the family in the future. When I arrive at Fishman district, I go towards a Kisame-shaped hole on the ground. I see a lot of people were gathered around it. I just walk towards them and immediately they recognize me and make way for me as I walk forward and see the mini-me, Kisame, in the crater and he has blood coming from his mouth and head. Welp, in an hour or two he should be good. He knows that I do this when he needs to learn a lesson. I pulled one of my hands from my pocket and shoo away the people who had gathered around. I then look at Kisame and say, "You will never be able to protect your family like this. One day, when I am weak and I can't fight anymore, I will need you to protect the family. You can't do it like this. You wouldn't even be able to buy time for them to escape." Ugh, groans Kisame. Well, I now know that he is awake and listening to me too. I don't plan to ever really grow weak, but he doesn't need to know that yet. Get up. Do you really wanna see your sister's neck broken like a twig just because you weren't strong? And no, says Kisame weakly as his eyes start closing and I can sense his conscience slip away. I still don't go to help him. Then get the hell up. I scream at him. "I am getting up, old man," screams Kisame back. I am pretty sure that he is half conscious but... Whoosh! I can sense a strange pressure go off and some of the fishmen who were not that far away and others hiding in their houses, bam, fall on the ground unconscious one by one. The smile on my face can't go off as I see this. I knew it, of course my son would have Conqueror's haki. Then his body comes out of the crater as with shaking hands he pulls himself up. He then looks at me with half-closed eyes. He can't even finish saying whatever he wants to say as he starts falling forward. And family, you can let your mind wander. It's like a cheat. Also, finding enjoyment in what you do is another way to not let yourself get tired from work, because when you enjoy what you do, it won't even feel like work. Dad really has a lot of smart sayings like this. After I finish cooking lunch, me and my clones take the plates and go towards the dining room. As I enter the room, it is like a school cafeteria full of children. Over 100 of them actually, and there are a lot of small ones running around and playing tag too. I have to be careful so I don't trip on any of them. I see some of the stepmothers feeding some of the younger kids and they themselves have had, especially the older mothers. Some of them have already raised over 20 children themselves so they know what they are doing and their bodies move almost automatically. Anyway, I look around and don't see Dad. I guess he and Kisame are still training in Fishman Island. I just have my clones spread around the food as I go and sit down next to Kakashi. He is reading a book about physics and things. He is really smart so he knows a lot of stuff like this. I just nudge him and he has his usual tired look on his eyes as he looks at me. "Whatcha want Ataki? Hey Kakashi, do you have any secret things for today? You know, I wanna learn something." I ask him that because I know that Kakashi has been instructed by Dad to manage some of the projects that Dad has going on. Kakashi seems to think for a while and in the end he says, "Well, some of this stuff is confidential." I am a little disappointed when he says that, and I am even a little put down by this as my head hangs down. Kakashi just smirks at this and continues saying, "But you are part of the family so nothing is really confidential for you." I look at him with an excited look on my eyes. Kakashi's smirk gets even wider at this. I know that he likes to tease a lot of his siblings, so I acted like this so he will tell me in the end. There is no need for him to know that I just act like this, so he can get his kick and then in the end tell me. Like Kisame who has Dad's physical power, Kakashi has his mental power, that includes the teasing part too. Anyway, there are currently a lot of things going on in the world. Well, Dad has started to have the Fishman people mine the untouched resources at the bottom of the ocean, which has given us the needed foundation and wealth to take over some dozens islands. He has officially become a competitor with Whitebeard on the size of his territory. As Kakashi says that, he eats some rice and vegetables, a very balanced meal in general, and the spices and ingredients are perfect to stimulate body growth and give the necessary protein to make the body grow stronger. Then Kakashi after swallowing his food continues saying, "But even though we have accomplished that and Dad's bounty was raised to 1.9 billion berry, the outside world has also been moving along. There is some news of a new empress for Amazon Lily being chosen. Also some rumors have been going around that the Ope no Mi has appeared. Though it seems like the world government is hiding this and suppressing the news. I think about all of the news that I just got. I don't know what to do. If Dad knew the location, then one of us would be getting the Ope no Mi, but I doubt it that the world government will allow anything above rumors to spread." I notice that Kakashi peeks up as if he remembered something. "Oh, yeah, it is also said that one of the Vinsmoke children is dead, or escaped. The news isn't really clear on this one." Well, that is useless to me, but I still thank Kakashi. "Welp, thanks bro, see ya around." I am about to get up but suddenly, bam! The front door is loudly opened and I see Dad come in with Kisame on his shoulders, who seems to be wrapped up in bandages. Both of them celebrating at something. "Kisame has Conqueror's haki," announces Dad. His grin widens when he says that. "So, Kisame got that too, huh?" Well, it isn't too surprising. Actually, it would be surprising if he didn't have Conqueror's haki. 2 months pass like this and we are at a private table. I am sitting at Dad's left, while Kisame sits to his right as we are eating dinner. In the end I look at my father unsure of something. I have found my own way that I will protect my family, but I know that it will be hard to convince Dad to let me do it. Dad suddenly looks at me and has a certain strange calm look in his face as he asks, Itake, you seem to be unsure of something? You can talk to me for whatever problem you have, we are a family, never forget that, son. I nod at this and ask, Dad, could we speak about something after dinner? He just nods and then goes back to eating some steak. After dinner, I go to Dad's private office and I see him sitting on his chair, who seems more like a bed than a chair with how laid back it is. Dad looks at me and smiles warmly. So, what is bothering you, Itake? I look at him in the eyes and finally say what I have been unsure if I should suggest to him. Dad, I want to join the Marines. Chapter 30, final bonus chapter for the day. Title, I will protect then my own way. General POV. Dad, I want to join the Marines. Calmly says Itake to his father. As Ja hears this, he looks at his son Itake in the eyes. Ja's eyes narrow at him and a snarl appears on his face. Are you stupid or something? You want me to let you join the Marines? Listen, son, if this is like a joke that Mikato made you say, tell her that it's not that funny, says Ja, with his voice being strange and eerie calm. He just leans forward on his chair and puts his elbows on the desk in front of him. Itake has a calm look on his face as his dark eyes look at his father's shark-like ones. No, I am completely serious. This way I will also protect the family. Fwum. Immediately the king's haki bursts out Ja's body, the table that he is leaning on cracks and even small cracks appear all over the room. Though Itake is truly intimidated on the inside, he still keeps a calm look on the outside. He knows with 100% certainty that his father will never really hurt him or any of his siblings. With that in mind, his legs still buckled as he felt his father's conqueror haki. He has never felt something like this before, it was literally affecting the environment and the walls around them were slightly cracking. Do you think that I am so weak that I can't protect my own children? Asks Ja as he walks in front of Itake and looks down on him, his eyes shining red and his haki bursting out of his body that the whole underground city felt it. Itake was fully shaking and struggled to stay upright. He wanted to think of a response but his mind was in disarray, and even as he understood that he wouldn't be hurt, he felt an instinctive fear, a terrified look appeared on his face and even tears came out of his eyes. Still, he kept holding his father's angry gaze. End note, you are strong, father. You are the strongest person I know, screams Itake out loud. But that doesn't mean that you are invincible. What if the world government decides to attack us? We would be taken by surprise and we wouldn't have any advantage against them. What if one of them kidnapped one of my siblings? You would go and fight them? I know that, but you dad would then die. I can't accept that. As he hears this, Ja's haki calms down a little and gives Itake some breathing room. But Ja didn't let him speak as he calmly said, what if they find you out that you are my son, then what? You would be the one that I would have to come and rescue. Itake shakes his head at this. Not even the fishmen that work for us know about me. I have hundreds of siblings and amongst them, I am not really noticeable. I will simply take a different background, a different name and I look pretty much human and even the gills on my shoulders are almost invisible and can be mistaken as scars. Itake explains his reasons and the benefits of him joining the Marines. But Ja in the end shakes his head. Hell no, I am not letting any of my kids do something like that. Leave him at the hands of the Marines. I am not that stupid. Go back to your siblings, this discussion is closed. He then turns his back on his son and goes to sit back on the very luxurious chair. But Itake didn't move at all as he looks at his father, and Ja looks back at him. Both of them now calm and Ja stopped using his haki. Father, says Itake in a quiet voice. Ja doesn't interfere this time and lets him talk. I could live the rest of my life under your protection and I know that my life will be filled by happiness next to my siblings, you, and my mother. But I know that I would also live next to people who would have to protect me, and being worried every day that you or one of my siblings might be dead. I am the second oldest child, just right after Kisame. So please father, trust in me and let me join the Marines. As he says that, Itake bows down with his head on the floor. Ja looks at this with a complicated look on his face. He doesn't know what to do. He knows that if Itake joined the Marines then that is pretty beneficial to him, that was what the logical part of his mind said. But on the other side, that will be like literally sending his son into a dangerous situation, because if he slips only once then he will be sentenced to death. His emotional side totally doesn't agree to any of this, but Ja can easily keep his emotions under control. In the end, he looks at Itake as he bows in front of him. Damn it, this kid. He knows that Itake wants to protect his siblings as Kisame does. Even Kakashi has his own way of protecting his siblings. He usually helps them in the mental department by giving them mysterious answers, and having them figure it out. I know that Itake wants to protect his siblings because I have gone quite far to make them love each other and have a connection with each other. No one, and I mean no one can break this family bond that we have. Thinks Ja as he contemplates what he should do. But I never imagined that it would go this far. Itake, I guess that. In the end, Ja made his decision and said, sure, you can join the Marines. Itake looks up with a joyful look on his eyes but cringes a little when he sees the difficult look on his father's face. So he bows again and says, I won't disappoint you, father. Ja just shakes his head and says, I know you won't, but if we are gonna do this, we will do it perfectly. There must be no connection between you and me, even if the Marines were to search your whole history. You are currently 7 years old. When you become 8, you will have to move away in one of the blues and join the Marines. That way there will be no connection between us. As Ja explains that, Itake nods, understanding what his father means. He must separate ties with the family to be able to have the perfect background. Jaw then takes a deep breath and screams, "Kakashi, come to my office." The whole castle shakes as Jaw calls out. It doesn't take long for Kakashi to come. He looks at his father who has Itake next to him, and they have a giant map of the whole world, or at least the known islands on the blues. Jaw looks at Kakashi and says, "Come here, I will be teaching you how you use sudden strategies and how to hide a background against an enemy." Kakashi's brain works at high speeds to figure out what is going on. In the end, his eyes widen as he comes to a conclusion. "We are sending a deep cover spy to one of our enemies." Jaw nods and pats Itake on the head. "Yeah, this brat thinks that he can infiltrate the Marines, and I need the perfect plan for his background. I need you to see if you spot any loopholes or anything like that." Kakashi is a little shocked at this and asks, "How long do we have?" 1 year, when Itake is 8. He will move away, though he will be given a high-rank personal dendenmushi that can't be spied on and only communicates with another specific dendenmushi that I will have under my possession. Also, he will have to memorize my number when he calls. We aren't registering anything," explains Jaw. His plan will be the best possible plan for Itake. He won't do it half-assed. He also had Kakashi, whom even though he is 7 years old, he is a genius in the thinking department. His IQ is 155 and he is only 7 years old. Anyway, this is the plan. Chapter 31. Title, Red-Haired Shanks. General POV. 1 year passes and many things happen during it. The Warlords of the Sea system is put in place to help the Marines have a balance in power, and help them manage the 4 Emperors of the Sea, Big Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Sea Monster Jaw. Each of them is dangerous to the extreme, and even the newcomer Jaw has been creating many waves in the new world. Now officially, Fishman Island is officially associated with the Yonko Jaw, though Whitebeard too has some influence on it. But still, Jaw is the major player on the island, and he seems to have some type of friendship/alliance with Whitebeard too. Jaw has also started to have the fishmen and merpeople under him to go and mine the untouched resources at the bottom of the ocean floor. This brought him an unimaginable amount of wealth, plus together with his power, he was able to form alliances with many countries who are part of the world government. Of course, quite a bit of these deals were made behind closed doors. He is still officially a pirate, but at the same time, he now has the backing of many kings and queens who will join the revelry. His power is off-putting many world government officials, so they raised his bounty to 2,260,000,000 SS, though officially he did nothing wrong during the time his bounty was raised, and his army isn't truly as big or skilled as some of the other Yonko. But Joe represents the same threat as all of them. He could be considered even more dangerous due to his ability to influence even a part of the world, just like the world government. During this time, a certain red-haired pirate was traveling to the East Blue, going towards a certain village. He is on his ship as he browses through the newspaper while sitting at the edge of his ship. Damn, seems like Jaw is really putting in the work here. There seem to be some rumors of him collaborating with some political figures in order to slow down marine raids at his bases in the New World, says Shanks out loudly as Ben Beckman walks next to him with a cigarette in his mouth. Well, Captain, I must say, I could have never thought of the strategies that he used. He did a fast climb up the stairs and now he is officially a Yonko. His bounty keeps rising too, so he definitely isn't slowing down anytime soon. Also, he doesn't currently have any hostile interactions with any of the Yonko. He and Big Mom are now at a ceasefire, Whitebeard and he are kinda working together, with Kaido and him being indifferent, though it's likely that Kaido will go and challenge him for a fight soon, explains Ben Beckman, already having figured the secret relationships between the Yonko just by taking a glimpse of the newspaper. He wasn't known as the smartest man in East Blue for nothing. Shanks shakes his head at this and lies down on the deck of his ship. Wah, that is kinda amazing for him to do all of that, and he is still only 20. Also, his crew isn't exactly strong too, so he really did it all alone. But that will come to bite him in the ass one day, says Ben Beckman with a cold tone. Shanks looks at him questionably. His second-in-command just shakes his head and continues. Without a strong crew to manage his territories and protect them, sooner or later, someone like Big Mom will most likely come to fight him once again. Shanks shrugs at this. Well, if that happens, I will help him. Ha 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 ha. Ben Beckman looks at his captain strangely. You do know that we already have had a couple of skirmishes with Kaido. This could spell a big problem for us if another Yonko comes hunting for us. Shanks laughs out loud again. Ha 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 ha, well, me and him are friends. You know that friends must help each other too. Plus, even if one Yonko comes after us, we will at the same time gain the alliance of another one. Ben Beckman shakes his head again at his captain, but he still had a smirk on his face as Shanks said that. He knows that his captain isn't someone who abandons his friends. A couple of hours later, the crew arrives at a place called Fuchsia Village. They plan for this to be their temporary base as the men relax a little after all of the recent battles in the New World, and also the whole thing with Mihawk. The swordsman was persistent, that is for sure. Mihawk and Shanks had already clashed numerous times in the New World. As they dock on the shore of the Fuchsia village, seeing the ship, the villagers were scared because they thought that this might be a pirate attack. Some of them even have pitchforks and other tools that aren't usually used for fighting, but they weren't gonna give up so easily. As Shanks walks down from his ship's board, he looks at the villagers, and when he sees their aggressive demeanor, he smiles at them politely and says, "Sorry about the inconvenience, we are just here for a drink. I promise that we won't cause any havoc or anything like that." The villagers just looked at him strangely, but a black-haired kid with short blue pants and a white shirt with an anchor figure in it tries to run towards Shanks, but another dark-haired kid. He is handsome, and even though he seems to only be around 8 years old, the kid already shows signs of great appearance. He is wearing dark pants and a white shirt as he says to the other kid, "Stop struggling, Luffy, you are being annoying right now. Itaka, let me go, I will beat the sh*t out of that tomato-haired pirate," screams Luffy out loud, and the scream attracts the attention of the villagers who look at Luffy with annoyance in their eyes. There is no need to try and offend a pirate to his face like this. They look at Shanks, and the mayor of the village comes forward shakingly and says, "Captain, please forgive Luffy, he is but a child." Shanks' straw hat covers his eyes and makes him seem intimidating, at least that is until. Ha 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 ha. Laughs Shanks out loud, and his crew as they come out one by one laugh too. Shanks looks at one of his crew members. He is an overweight man and his name is Lucky Roo. "Roo, did ya hear that? Ah ha 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 ha, the kid called me tomato hair." Roo takes a bite out of a piece of meat on his hand and looks at Shanks' hair. They kinda do look like the top of a tomato. The Roo starts laughing too. Ha 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 ha. I see it now. The kid was right, Captain. It didn't take long for the villagers to get comfortable with the surprisingly merry pirates. Soon enough, and Shanks was buying everyone in the village drinks. They too were partying as if they have known each other for a lifetime. Luffy too warmed to them and asked Shanks, as the man sat on the bar, talking with Makino. "So Shanks, have you been in any adventure lately?" asks Luffy, excited at the prospect of meeting a pirate. Shanks looks at Luffy and is about to answer, but suddenly a drunk Usopp comes out of nowhere and puts an arm around Luffy. "So, hiccup Luffy, did you know that I have a son?" Immediately Shanks cringes as he sees Usopp do that. Whenever the man gets drunk, he always starts telling stories of his son, stories that Shanks has heard hundreds of times already. "How have you been? Wanna come back home?" asks Ja, with a smile on his face. He has Naruto on the top of his head and a dozen other baby members of his sleeping siblings on his arms. Mikato takes this time to make herself known by jumping up in front of Ja and saying to Itake, "Don't listen to Dad, he is just very cranky. Ever since you left he has photos of you all over his office and he looks at them all day long. This is just Dad's way of saying that he misses you." Ja grabs Mikato by the top of her head and says, "So what? Do you think it's wrong for me to miss my son? I know that you also have photos of him and hide them under your bed." Mikato blushes at this and tries to defend herself by saying, "No, I don't." Itake smiles at his family. This is something that they do every evening, talking to each other. Well, it's supposed for Itake to give reports, and they know that when he joins the Marines he won't be able to talk to them every night. So they spend all of this time talking to Itake and messing around. Itake sees Naruto frown and jumps from Ja's head and out of the frame. "Meow, Dad, Naruto is fighting his cat again," says one of Itake's siblings. Itake can't help it as a smile appears on his face. "The world is not perfect, but it's not that bad. As long as I have them I will never be alone," thinks Itake, his resolve strengthening as he looks at his siblings playing around. "I want to protect them so they never have to worry about anything and that they always can be as carefree as they want." Almost 1 hour passes as Itake spends time with his family. He has to sometimes turn down the volume as his siblings are being too loud and he doesn't want to wake up Makino next room. And as all of his siblings go to sleep, only his father is left on the projection and, he says to him, "Itake, remember, when the world is not kind, if we have each other then we will all be fine. You will have a family to fall back on, so no need for you to stress yourself out about this." Itake nods at this with a smile on his face. "Of course, father." That is when they close the call. Itake knows that his father doesn't feel good having his son so far away from his protection, and even though Ja and Kakashi worked out countless plans for him. "You worry too much, father, but one day, I will be so strong that you don't have to worry anymore," thinks Itake as he goes to sleep, while at the same time creating a couple of clones using his double fruit. Though he can't absorb the experience that his clones get, he can get their memories, so studying for him is quite easy. Chapter 33. Title, Two Different Parts of the Same Coin. Weeks pass since Shanks arrives at Fuchsia Village. It doesn't take long for him and Luffy to get close. Luffy saw him as the type of person he wanted to be, and Luffy even told Shanks that he wanted to join his crew. Of course, Shanks rejected him and told him that he can join once he is older, like in 10 years. "No way, by then I could have my own crew," says Luffy out loudly. Shanks just laughs at him. "Ha ha 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 ha. Luffy, to join my crew you will need to be brave and all that, plus you must be able to at least swim." "Ha ha 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 ha," says Shanks in between his laughs. "You will see," shouts Luffy as he claims Luffy as he stands on his chair. "My crew will be way stronger than yours." Shanks and his crew just laugh at Luffy, and that is when Usopp comes and drunkenly asks, "Luffy, did I ever tell you about my son Usopp?" Itake just looks at this from the sidelines. He is currently just washing some glasses. He then turns around and continues washing the glass. "They are really loud," thinks Itake. Shanks is joking around with Luffy, and that is when another Itake comes and brings him some food. He suddenly stops and, "What?" thinks Shanks shockingly. "I must be really drunk seeing stuff like this now. I just saw another Itake." He blinks a couple more times and then he looks at Itake again, or more correctly 2 of them. "What, does Itake have a twin brother or something?" Luffy stops talking and looks at the 2 Itakes. His eyes widen and even Shanks' whole crew looks surprised at this. "Way!" exclaims the whole bar. Even Makino looks surprised as she comes out of the kitchen and sees two attack eyes. Itake is the only calm person in the bar as he once again looks up, but looks back down as he wipes down another glass. Oh, I just ate a strange fruit recently, and have been able to do this. Shanks immediately knows what Itake means by this. He got a devil fruit. While he was shocked momentarily, Shanks smiled and says, "So you got a devil fruit, huh?" Itake just shrugs at this uncaringly. Yep, always thought those things were just children's stories, but it seems like they are true. While this was all happening, the actual real Itake was in the forest doing some push-ups with a giant boulder on his back. 1568. 1569. Counts Itake inside his head as sweat continuously drips out of his body. He was extremely tired, but he pushed himself even further. He also didn't have to worry about the boulder crushing him as he had two of his clones ready to catch the boulder. After this, it is the 100 km run around the shores. Who knows, maybe I will be able to use Jeppo and Soro soon enough. Contemplates Itake as he tries to keep his mind busy and not think about the pain. This was one of the ways his father taught him how to ignore the pain from training. A couple of hours later and he comes back home to Makino's bar. He sees that the two clones that he left here are still working on the bar. Shank's crew was also still just having fun and messing around. That is when he sees that Luffy had some tears on his eyes and a band-aid under his right eye. He just walks into the back and absorbed one of his clones. That is how he gets one of their memories and sees that Luffy did something dumb once again. He made a cut under his eye to show his bravery. Not even Naruto is that dumb. Contemplates Itake as he can't help it but think about his family. During this time, in the New World, on an island where lightning keeps falling repeatedly like rain. Underground, where a Yonko's real base is, there is where Ja and his family live. Currently, Ja was sparring with one of his sons. He had orange hair and blue eyes. He was also using an axe that is twice the size of his body. Ja easily dodges Escanor's attacks and that is when the latter roars out loudly, and Escanor's body muscles suddenly expand and his arm becomes super muscular. He swings again towards Ja and Ja easily dodges again and says, "Escanor, even if your muscle fruit allows you to have a lot of physical power, that means nothing if you can't hit your enemy. You should try to buff up the muscles on your legs too. Who knows, you might be able to use Sora too." Escanor nods at this and frowns a little. Recently, he was gifted the muscle fruit by his father, and he was able to match someone like Kisame on raw strength. It is true that they are both the same and Escanor was only able to match Kisame's raw strength with the help of his devil fruit. But that still is something amazing to everyone. Kisame can literally easily pick up a small-sized ship and throw it around with no problem. Escanor's arm deflates and instead, his whole body becomes a little bulkier. He spread his power around Ho's body instead of concentrating it in one place. He then throws the axe at Ja. Fwoosh! But his father just extends his hand and catches the axe easily. You also need to try learning Haki soon. Kisame already learned armament Haki. Escanor nods at this. Unlike most of his other siblings, he is calm and likes to take things seriously. He is serious about everything he does and has been allocated by Ja as the person who will in the future train his soldiers. Escanor is of course very proud of this achievement of his. He knows that his father really trusts him and believes in his abilities. Kisame at the moment was sparring against Kakashi. While he has a giant hunky metal sword that is twice his body size, Kakashi on the other hand has just a simple spear. Mikoto was on the sidelines with many of her siblings looking at another one of Kakashi and Kisame fights. They fought countless times against each other and while Kisame dominates in speed, power, and durability, Kakashi is the exact opposite as he likes to dodge Kisame's attacks. He isn't at fault either, as Kisame's attacks are very powerful to the point where even in the outside, there are not a lot of New World pirates that can take on such an attack unscathed. But Kakashi has a secret that he doesn't tell Kisame. "Begin," calls out Mikoto. Immediately, the ground under Kisame cracks as he uses Soro to get close to Kakashi in an instant, and he goes for a punch at his head. But the latter dodges this attack by simply jumping back and perfectly dodging it. Kisame then swings his dull, giant sword at Kakashi, and due to the sword's giant size, Kakashi was still within the sword's range. But as the sword gets closer, Kakashi easily maneuvers his body mid-air and dodges the attack. What he was using was observation Haki. Ja didn't even need to train Kakashi in the technique. He was naturally gifted on the color of observation. Chapter 34. Title, Strength. Many months passed by, and Shanks extended his stay in Fuchsia Village. It was the scene that has now become a very familiar scene to see the red-haired pirates just messing around in Fuchsia Village. Some villagers and crew members became very good friends. It was a truly strange sight, seeing a normal villager and pirate being friends. Shanks was also in Makino's bar. She giggles a little again as she hears another one of Shanks' jokes about some of the silly moments during his journey. That is when some bandits come in, and also due to not having any booze, Shanks offers them a bottle. They humiliate Shanks by breaking the bottle over his head. Luffy, of course, is angry, but Itake who was in the background didn't say anything. That is lame as hell. Letting people beat you around. If it was Dad, he would kill the bandits, and their whole families too. But I guess some people don't mind being beaten around. Contemplates Itake as his opinion of Shanks plummets down. He knows that Shanks can beat the bandits. He has that feeling of danger when he looks at Shanks, just like his father or Kisame. What is the use of power if you don't use it? Itake just looks at Luffy as he eats a devil fruit. He doesn't do anything. His father has given him certain instructions that he must follow. He is allowed to improvise, but he should follow the instructions his father and Kakashi worked so hard to come up with. Itachi just sighs at this. He knows that the bandits will come back, that is the reality of the world. Problems left unsolved will come to bite you in the ass. Itachi POV. Father always says that for each action we take, there are reactions. If one can predict the reactions that his actions will have, then one will be able to slightly predict his own future. Anyway, I should try learning Soro soon. I know how to learn it and many other techniques. I just need the necessary strength to do so. Tomorrow Shanks leaves and as expected the bandits come again in the bar. Now normally I wouldn't care about any of this, but a blockhead like Luffy is here. As soon as the bandit leader, whatever his name is, starts talking bad about Shanks and the rest of his crew. Sheesh, did you see those guys? And they call themselves pirates. They are a lame excuse of a criminal. It makes sick to my stomach that I am in the same category as that coward. Luffy's body shakes in anger and I just go to the back, knowing what is already gonna happen. Hey, you are the losers. Shanks isn't a coward. I hear Luffy yelling as I go to the wine cellar, but as my hand touches the doorknob I stop. Sigh. Some people truly do seek death, and some people like me who are truly hypocrites. I have the power, so maybe I should use it. Sorry Dad, but I will act however I want. You told me that I can improvise, so I will. General POV. On the outside, Luffy was on the ground being kicked by the bandits. What a childish voice says. Oi, I would suggest that you don't kick my friend over there. The bandits turn around to see who said that and see Itachi with an apron on come out and say, he is a regular customer, and he has quite a lot to pay from his tab. Him dying would make me lose that money. The village elder had already bowed and it hadn't worked so the bandits weren't ready to listen to a kid. I think you should go inside kid, or you might get hurt, says one of the bandits as he points his gun towards Itachi, who just shakes his head slightly and says, well, sadly for I am not like Shanks, so when someone threatens me, says Itachi as his hair covers his eyes in a shadow. Fwoosh! Before the bandit who has a gun pointed at Itachi can say anything, Itachi like a shadow appears behind him and kicks the back of the bandit's knee. That brings the bandit to his level and slap, crack, like a twig, with just a simple slap Itachi broke that bandit's neck. The other bandits are shocked at this and immediately they start shooting at Itachi. Pow, 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 pow. Itachi, yell the villagers in worry and even Luffy has tears in his eyes when he sees that. But before the bullets leave their barrels, Itachi grabs the dead bandit's body and uses it as a shield against the other bandits. Due to him having a small 8-year-old body, the bandit's body is sufficient to cover him. He then grabs the gun of the dead bandits and shoots back. Pow, pow, pow. He shots one of the bandits twice in the chest and then in the head, killing him immediately. Click. But not long after Itachi runs out of bullets and the bandits do too, so they charge at him with their swords. Itachi has a cold look at this. He is best in close combat so he will definitely kill them all easily now. But the leader of the bandits notices Itachi's calm look and then he remembers the young man's when he killed Kenny, goon bandit. Stop. He yells, stopping his men in his tracks and Itachi just looks at the man questionably. The bandit leader takes his own pistol and points it at Luffy's head. I will shoot this little twerp if you make any move kid. Itachi thinks for only a second and shrugs and nonchalantly says, shoot him, I am not willing to risk my life for him. But after that first shot, I will definitely be able to close the distance between us in a split second and kill you. As he says that the bandit's body is filled with cold sweat and his heart feels like a drum to his ears. What? I am scared of a kid like him. Itachi notices this and calmly walks towards the bandit leader. The bandit leader just moves his gun from Luffy's head and points it towards Itachi. Stop. Itachi smiles at him. What re gonna do? You gonna shot me? Then do it. Do it. Screams Itachi. Pow. The bandit shots at Itachi, whose body arches backward. The bandit smiles at this and the villagers are terrified of this. Makino screams at this. But as Itachi's back is about to touch the ground, he. A strange laugh comes out of him, and his body straightens up again. He then looks at the bandit leader with a smile on his face. Itachi has the bullet between his teeth. Crack. The bullet breaks and Itachi chews into it. Munch munch munch. He chews a couple of times and that is when, spew, he spits out the hunk of metal on the ground, now fully deformed, and seemed like gum. But by this time the other bandits, though scared had loaded their guns and had them pointed at Itachi. Pow. And one shot rings out. But instead of Itachi being hurt one of the bandit goons falls on the ground, dead. Munch. Lucky Roo appears out of nowhere and has a smoking gun on his hand. Luffy, you said that your punch is as strong as a pistol, says Shanks as he and his crew returned back. He then smiles at Luffy. Makino told me about everything that happened. Don't worry now, I will take care of everything. Itachi looks at Shanks and says, took you long enough. Poof. And in a puff of smoke, he disappeared, with another Itachi coming out of Makino's bar. Welp, I planned to sneak attack the bandit leader, but since Shanks is here, he can take care of it, thinks Itachi as he yawns and starts walking away, back into the bar. I will leave everything to you. Gotta go or the food will be burned. Shanks smiles when Itachi that. Keep some warm for me. Chapter 35. Title, One Arm. A couple of hours and Itachi just looks at the scene in front of him with a dull look on his eyes. You lost an arm trying to save Luffy. Shanks just smiles at this. Yep, whelp, it's nothing too big. I mean an arm for a life is a very good deal in my eyes. He laughs as Makino bandages his stump with tears running along her face. Itake just shrugs at this. Well, I don't know what to say. I thought that you had it under control, so I went inside the bar. Ha 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 ha. Shanks laughs out loudly with no care in the world. Luffy on the other hand has his head on the table crying so much that a small puddle was created under his head. He can't even look Shanks in the eyes, he feels guilty about Shanks' missing arm. A couple of hours later and Shanks leaves, but not before giving his straw hat to Luffy. As he was leaving, Itake was there too and Shanks smiled at him and waved. Itake has a bored look on his eyes as he too waves back. Welp, he is definitely dying on the new world. Losing an arm will definitely make him weaker, the probabilities of him dying are quite high, though maybe his crew members are strong too so that can cover his weakness. 1 week later and an old man with graying hair comes to Fusha village. He is also wearing some short pants and a short-sleeved red shirt with yellow flowers. He looked like your everyday man who is getting up in his age. Except for the giant marine warship and the dangerous aura, the man had put Itake immediately on edge. Bomb! Makino's bar doors are opened forcefully and Luffy was explaining something to Itake who was only half listening to him. So, my crew will be like Shanks and have very small members. You mean a small number and not them being short, right? Asks Itake nonchalantly. He is more concentrated on the old man who just entered. He can't help but contemplate the way he can sense the old man's power. Is my color of observation awakening? I have been able to sense people's strengths very clearly lately. Luffy nods, and this is when the old man speaks by saying, Luffy, it seems like you got some silly ideas about something while I was away. Immediately Luffy's face pales when he hears that. He then turns and looks at Garp. Gee grandpa, exclaims Luffy in shock. Garp just grabs Luffy by the top of his head and sees that it feels rubbery. Huh. But then he uses haki and immediately Luffy exclaims, ow, ow, ow. Brat, did you eat a devil fruit? Asks Garp with an annoyed look on his face as he brings Luffy up to his face level. Itake just goes about to ask the old man if he needs anything to drink or eat. Yes I did, I got it from Shanks. Says Luffy without missing a beat. Ah, that was a secret. Itake's eye twitches a little, even knowing Luffy for so long, he didn't expect him to be so honest, and stupid too. So that red-haired brat put that idea on your head, huh? Nothing a little stay on to Dodon won't fix. Says Garp. You will also start your training now, and I won't go easy on you? So what can I get you, sir? Asks Itake with a calm look on his face and a notebook on his hand. Garp now notices Itake and asks again. What about you, brat? Itake looks at Garp strangely. What about me? You wanna become a pirate too? No, I want to become a marine. Answers Itake without even missing a beat. Anyway, want anything, old man? Garp smiles at Itake and says, I think I can arrange for you to enter the Marines, brat. Itake seems confused by this. Isn't the entrance age like 14, 16, or something like that? Ha 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 ha. Garp laughs out loudly. Don't worry, you will be in my division till you are 14 and can enter when you are 14. Itake raises a questioning eyebrow at that. So, are you some kind of big shot or something? I mean no disrespect but I don't really know you, and I truly want to be a marine and a vice admiral too, so I am not messing around. Gahahahaha, that is the spirit. Anyway, after I drop this brat to an old friend's place, I will come and train you to be a good future marine. Says Garp, he seems to be in a happy mood now as he puts Luffy on his shoulder like a sack of paper and walks off. 2 hours later and Garp is back. Okay brat, come with me. He picks Itake by the back of his neck, just like a cat, and he then walks off. Makino was there too and she just smiled at Garp and waved at him and Itake. Bye, see you later. Don't forget to come back for dinner, Itake. In the forest, Garp brings Itake to where some gorillas who are practicing boxing are. When you can beat them, I will show you the next stage of training. Explains Garp, who then sits down on a log as the monkeys charge towards Itake. As the monkeys attack, Itake easily dodges their initial attacks and pow, pow, pow. In 3 fast jabs, the gorillas are immediately knocked out. Garp smiles at this. You are pretty strong. Well, some people are born naturally strong. But without training they become just another average Joe. Never forget that, brat. Itake nods at this. His usual calm mask like always is on his face. What is the next stage of training? Next, they go to a river and a giant crocodile appears. Garp just points at it and says, beat him and then we will go to fight something else. Continuous fighting is the best training. Roar! The crocodile is about to attack Garp but Itake appears on top of the creature and pow! Punches the crocodile on the top of its head, knocking it out. He knows that unless it is the Sea Kings his father made him fight, no animal will really be a danger to him. Garp smirks when he sees Itake use only 1 punch to finish off every one of his opponents. The kid is strong for his age, not even 100 marines would be able to defeat him. He is just that strong. Next, Itake fought many land-based enemies, defeating them all easily. Of course, Garp wanted him to fight giant fish on water and such, but Itake told him about his devil fruit. It was evening and Garp was truly impressed by Itake. Do you train by yourself? Itake nods, as they are cooking a boar. Yes, I usually do around 10,000 push-ups, squats, and a 10 to 100 kilometer run. Garp smiles at this. So you aren't just a lazy guy who was luckily strong, you worked for your strength too. Itake nods at him again, as he picks some herbs to season the boar. Obviously, talent without hard work is just trash. As Itachi says that, Garp smiles. To him, Itachi is someone promising and will become a marine with a bright future in front of him. Garp stands up and says, "Well, since there is no one who can be your enemy on this island, then you will simply have to fight me. That way you can learn about people stronger than you and how to fight against a stronger opponent." Chapter 36. Title, Limits. As Itachi and Garp get ready for their spar, Garp comes to his decision. I need to teach him that he shouldn't be too arrogant and give him a view of how strong one can truly be. Garp has no intention in holding back his speed. He can see a lot of potential in Itachi, and even though something like the double-double fruit isn't a fruit that can push him to admiral level, he knows that if Itachi truly trains as much as he can, then he has a chance of becoming a future admiral. Ready, he has his hands in his pockets, expressing to Itachi that he isn't worried at all whether Itachi can beat him or not. Itachi on the other hand can kinda sense Garp's strength, so he knows that Garp is there at the level where his father is. A level where normal people can only look up to. Of course, whether Itachi's senses are truly accurate, it depends, and he too knows that. In the end, Itachi nods at Garp in confirmation. Whoosh! And before he can react, the only thing he feels is a gust of wind and bomb! Everything goes dark to Itachi as he is immediately knocked out. Garp looks at this with a calm look on his face as Itachi falls on the ground. Hope I didn't hit him too hard. I honestly thought he would somehow dodge that first attack. Guess I have been fighting in the Grand Line too long to know how much strength I should use against someone around Itachi's strength. Thinks Garp out loudly as he then picks up Itachi, who has a big bump on the top of his head. Like this, Itachi spends a whole month training under Garp all day long, and in the evening Garp puts him to sleep by hitting him in the head. Every time Garp uses the same attack to knock him out, whether he blocks, tries to dodge, or even use his clones as shields, one punch is what always takes him out. At least what he assumes to be a punch. One day as he woke up, like usual with bandages around his head, he would soon become 9 years old. He just gets up like usual and has some of his clones help in the bar while he does some stretches. As he does so, he goes outside and picks up the newspaper. As he does so, he is a little surprised by the news today. Fisher Tiger is dead. Fisher Tiger, the monster who terrorized the world and climbed the Red Line, is dead. He was finally captured by heroic Marines as he was going to savagely massacre another village. He had a hostage who was a little girl, but everything was perfectly done by the heroic Marines. As Itachi eats some breakfast and reads the article, he can't help but contemplate. This should be the crew which Jinbi is part of, right? So I guess he will join Dad's crew now. As he keeps reading along, he sees that Arlong was captured too. But that doesn't interest him at all. He just wonders what his father will do next. They haven't kept in contact at all recently due to Garp being here. He will not take the risk and ruin his plans so fast. Wonder what Dad is currently doing. Contemplates Itachi as a longing look appears in his eyes. At this time Jaw was just on the outskirts of Ragin Island. The lightning doesn't even bother him as it bounces off his skin. He has a rock on his hand. Jaw POV. I have been training endlessly this last year and noticed something. My physical power has reached its limit. Every being has a limit at how strong they can be. Sure, the limit might be high to some, and as a fishman, mine was high too. That is until I reached it, and I found out something terrifying. My raw physical power is nowhere near Big Mom or Kaido. I had this fantasy that as long as I keep training I will be able to physically grow stronger. It seems like that is not it at all. A mortal will always have a limit. Damn it. Fu *k. I am still weaker than the other Yonko, and only by using petty tricks I can defeat them. If I fight any of them on land I will easily be defeated, especially by Big Mom who has fire abilities that would dry up my skin. Though Haki could be a way to fight off strong enemies, Haki can run out too, and it can't be said that Haki can grow indefinitely either. But as soon as I thought about reaching my raw physical limit, I thought about some things and figured something out. What about different techniques like Seikiken, life return? It allows the user to control their bodily functions. I of course planned to learn it long ago, but I have no idea where to even start. I should just wait till Itachi learns how to do it from the Marines and then he will teach it to me. That is the next technique that might allow me to surpass my physical limitations. Pow! The rock explodes as a shockwave comes from my hand. I didn't even use Haki to do this. This is Hashoken, the technique the Chinjao family uses. It can send shockwaves from each of their limbs. Now this style isn't really that strong in my eyes as it can easily be overcome with high raw power. But combining the Hashoken principle with my Fishman karate should bring some satisfactory results, and it should help me fight even when I can't use Fishman karate. I sighed out once again. I guess that I should start searching for many different martial arts and such. I get up and thunder, a giant bolt of lightning will hit me. Boom. Or at least that will happen 5 seconds from now. Boom. And as I predict, a bolt of lightning comes towards me. I just use Haki on my hand and boom, slap the lightning bolt away, changing its direction. I am gonna go and pick a fight with Kaido soon. I know that he will come to challenge me, so I better make the first move. Also, I will announce Kisame as my child. He is strong enough and he can handle the pressure now and pull away from the attention of my other children. Honestly, I think that Kisame has a higher physical limit than me. Though I don't think he will ever grow stronger than me, he should be able to become quite strong in the future with my training. General POV. While Jaw was contemplating ways to raise his strength, Kisame also had his own thoughts on how to get stronger. I will challenge the next strongest Fishman after Dad. The Knight of the Sea Jinbe. And just like so another year is concluded, Ja and his children all pushing themselves to complete their father's dreams. The one dream which only someone like Ja is allowed to have, he wants to have this world under his control. Chapter 37. Title, Warlord of the Sea. Ja POV. I am currently in my throne room in my underground castle. I am sitting on my throne, a big decorated stone chair really. It has two shark head-like structures where I rest my arms. Kisame is to my right standing up straight, and even though he is only 9 he looks like he is 15 or even older. To my left is Kakashi. He has a lanky look and he has a spear in his hand. His hair also spiking goes up as if it is defying gravity. His bored-looking eyes look at the person kneeling before me, though I know better than to assume that Kakashi is doing anything but analyzing the person. Kisame on the other hand has his guard up and is trying to sense with his observation haki just how strong the person is, and that person is Jinbe, the assumed second strongest Fishman after me. I have a calm look on my face as I ask Jinbe, "What did you want to talk to me about, Jinbe?" Jinbe looks at me in the eyes, though he is still kneeling in front of me. "Ja, I know that you only allowed me to join Brother Tiger on his journey because I said that I would join your crew after that." Yes, I was pretty clear on that. I state to him, as I still look at him with a calm look on my eyes, though I do narrow my eyes at him a little, already knowing what he will ask. "As you know, humans have always had a problem with the Fishman and merfolk," states Jinbe. "Well, you could put it that way," says Kakashi. He has a deep understanding of the situation, and obviously he isn't close-minded enough to hate humans. He himself is half one. Also, I didn't raise my kids to be unnecessarily dumb. To them it doesn't matter. Everyone who isn't family is a whole other race. Jinbe has a difficult look on his face and in the end, he states, "I could join the Warlords of the Sea program that the Marines have in place." Boom! Before he can even say anything anymore, the room around me starts shaking and cracking as my conqueror's haki explosively. My eyes glow red as my haki almost takes a literal physical form as it destroys everything around me. Even Jinbe looks nervous, and sweat appears over his face. Though Kakashi and Kisame don't have any reaction to it, they are already used when I am faking my anger. They have already seen me when I am truly angry. This is nothing in comparison. I get up from my throne and walk towards Jim, who doesn't even dare get up anymore. I can see it in his eyes. His mind is working at insane speeds trying to find a solution on how I won't kill him. He might be the number 2 in power amongst the Fishmen, but he too knows the difference between us. I am a league on my own and only the Yonko or Admirals are on my level. In the end, as I am only an arm's length away from him, he answers, "Wait, Ja, if I go to the Marines, I can give you confidential information about them. Even if I enter the Warlord of the Sea program, I will still be part of your crew." As my hand was about to grasp his face, it stopped and I pat Jinbe on the head. "Good, that is good. Except for family, no one knows about Itake and I plan to keep it that way." Jinbe's eyes widen in shock as I treat him like a dog. I smile at him maliciously. "Any other answer and you would have died, Jinbe. But remember, I am generous, not someone stupid enough to let you off a second time. If you do that, I will have to hunt you down and kill you, and make an example of you too. Can't have people going around thinking that they can go back on their words when talking to me. It just sends the wrong message." Jinbe just nods at me, not saying anything else. He was humiliated and knows that I will really kill him if he says one more thing or makes a request. Later on, Jinbe goes away after reporting what he would do for the next couple of months after getting the warlord position. As soon as he walks away, Kakashi can't help but ask me, "Father, why did you let someone strong like Jinbe walk away freely and even go help the Marines? That doesn't make sense at all. Can you explain why and how you expect this to work out?" As he says that, he takes out a notebook to take notes of what I will say next. I can't help but smirk a little at that. Though Kakashi is smart and in the future he will most likely be my commander, he is still only 9 years old and my decisions made on the basis of my future knowledge baffle him. Well, they would definitely baffle anyone truly. No matter how smart, no one can determine the absolute true future. Even Haki can only see a future that can easily change. Well, I start explaining to him as Kisame walks away sneakily. He definitely doesn't want to listen to mine and Kakashi's conversation topics. He is the brawn and he is more concentrated on trying to train his observation Haki. Kakashi is way better than him at that. Even I must admit that Kakashi's talent is in observation and I don't think that he has conqueror's Haki like me and Kisame. Well, he doesn't really have a lot of ambition and as long as he can protect his family, he is okay with his strength. But at the same time, that is what in a way makes Kakashi stronger than Kisame. Kisame trains hard, but he does so because he wants to be like me and all that. Of course, he too loves his family, but that isn't really his drive for power. And training can get repetitive after a while, and when Kisame reaches around my strength he will start slowing down. Kakashi on the other hand truly understands the power that is needed to protect family, and that power is when the world is under our family's control. That is how his training will never get repetitive. Plus I plan for Kakashi to have a strong devil fruit, one that will push him to admiral level in the future. Even as I contemplate that, I only need a couple of seconds and in the end, explain to Kakashi. The reason I left Jinbe go is because you, Kisame, Escanor, Ichigo, and many others will surpass him in the future. I have 100% confidence in this. You are my children. I then smile as Kakashi. You two should trust family more. You aren't alone in this world, you have a family that will love and support you even if the whole world hates you. I say that Kakashi stops writing on his little notebook there and looks at me with a contemplated look on his face. You think that I will be able to surpass someone like Jinbe who was a black belt in Fishman karate at the age of 8. Compared to him, I am still only at level 15 in Fishman karate. My smile widens even more as he says that. Who said that you need to surpass him in Fishman karate? I am your father and my job is to give you the opportunity to grow, yours will be to just give it your best. Ha 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 ha, you should trust your father some more Kakashi. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 38. It doesn't take long after Jinbei becomes a warlord of the sea, as another problem Fishman appears on the underground city below Ragin Island. Ja, come out and meet me, screams Along, but unlike Jinbei, Arlong couldn't even get a meeting. So as he enters the city, a miniature Ja, Kisame, comes to meet him. Arlong immediately recognizes him. Boy, take me to your father. As he says that, Arlong starts walking forward. Kisame walks in front of him and even though Arlong is tall and Kisame is only 9 years old, he still reaches up to Arlong's chest in height. Father is currently busy, come back later, or if you have something to say, just say it to me and I will then tell him. TCH I said take me to your father, I can't believe that Ja went and fornicated with a human woman, says Arlong distastefully with an annoyed look on his face. As he hears this, Kisame's eyes are shadowed and he suddenly just tells Arlong, run. Arlong is confused but Kisame looks at him in the eyes and Arlong can see his bloodshot eyes looking at his own. Insulting my siblings in front of my face, you have balls that is for sure, says Kisame as a dangerous aura rolls out of him and even Arlong is scared as he feels like he is in the mouth of a shark. I told you to run, hope you understand that, now you must go, run away from here, go away from the Grand Line. You must never again step foot in these seas. As Kisame fishes saying that he just turns around, leaving a shocked Arlong behind. Though in momentary shock, he gets out of it and then angrily yells at Kisame. Why you bradash? Pow? But he can't even finish saying that as Kisame disappears from his vision and the next thing he feels is an extreme pain on his chest as Kisame lightly slaps his chest, breaking every single rib that he has. Arlong flies back towards the entrance where the rest of Arlong's crew are waiting. Boom! And he crashes in front of them. Arlong is on the ground with a fountain of blood leaking from his mouth, with a handprint scar on his chest. Captain Arlong calls out his crew. During this time, Ja is in his throne room with Kakashi next to his side. They both have their observation haki on full swing as they sense Kisame hit Arlong. Kakashi is again confused by his father's strange actions. He frowns a little as he doesn't even have a clue why his father just let Kisame handle Arlong. He also doesn't like asking his father about the answers always, he will feel dumb if he does that. In the end though he can't think of anything, and sighs a little as he asks his father, Dad dash. He can't even finish as Ja answers him. I let him do that because Kisame's observation haki is always irregular, due to him being too easy to anger, especially when someone insults his sibling. I want him to learn control of his emotions, so even when enraged in a battle, he will still be able to use observation haki. Anger will always cloud your judgment, so you must learn to control your anger and not the other way around. Kakashi nods at this again. He puts his head down a little, embarrassed that as he contemplates now. That is a logical reason, the answer wasn't complicated. Also father was even able to predict what I was gonna ask. Damn, dad says that one day I will have to take over his strategic and planning duties. But how the hell am I supposed to match someone like dad, who with his plans, it almost seems like he knows the future. Contemplates Kakashi, as to him his father is a better combination of him and Kisame, smarter than him and more physically gifted than Kisame. He has heard rumors of just how strong his father was back when he was 9 years old. Father, the only reason I believe that I myself can do it, is because you believe in me. 1 month after the Arlong situation, Ja is training with his children when suddenly, boom, the whole island is rocked around as if an earthquake hit it. What? Even Ja himself was shocked, no one should know where he lives. Not even the world government knows, or at least they shouldn't know. He looks at his children and tells them, call over everyone, they must get ready for an escape if needed. *T, someone squealed about where this hidden base is. He is a little annoyed at that, but this isn't out of expectations either. He then uses a hidden exit to go to the surface of Ragin Island. Like always, there was thunder falling down like rain, but it doesn't bother Ja at all as his armament haki is like an invisible armor as the lightning slips off of his body as if a repulsive force pushed it off. Over 20 years of training his haki almost non-stop has made Ja a master at haki. He can confidently say that no other Yonko can sue haki better than him. Jov. A loud shout comes out of the clouds, the sound comes down like a storm as it creates a storm. Ja just looks up and narrows his eyes and by using his observation haki he can see a general form of the one who just called out to him. As soon as he understands who it is, Ja frowns and calls out loudly, Oi, Kaido, you wanna die or something? Veins pop on his forehead in anger as he screams back at Kaido. You brat? Who the hell do you think you are? They put you in the same category as us, but brats like you should just know their place. As he shouts that, Kaido's giant dragon head comes out of the clouds and he opens his mouth, gathering heat. Heat breath. Boom! A giant beam of heat comes towards Ja, who just snorts in annoyance at this. You sure talk a big game for an oversized lizard. He jumps up and he pulls out his sword, a simple-looking katana, and as he does so, all of the sea around the island starts pulsating as giant waves appear all over and as Jaw takes a deep breath. The water is literally flying upward and toward him. Water sword style, water dragon slash. As the heat blast is only an arm's length away from him, Jaw slashes and a giant water dragon appears behind his sword pushing it forward and Jaw's armament haki covers his sword as it turns black. Fwoosh, boom, the blast is easily cut in two by Jaw, dispersing it on and the two weaker halves hit the ocean. Kaido looks at him angrily in his dragon form. You stupid shark, I will kill you. Kaido's conqueror's haki comes out. Jaw smiles at him maliciously and he too says, come try me you oversized lizard, I will chop you to pieces. Boom. Their conqueror's haki clash and, the clouds on sky are split in two, leaving the body in the middle. And for the first time since its existence, Ragin Island is not raining lightning anymore, as seemingly the heavens themselves made way for Jaw and Kaido. Chapter 39, Bonus Chapter. Title, Kaido vs Jaws. As Kaido descends down he spits out fire from his mouth, the flame scorches the ground as it approaches Jaw, who has a serious look on his face, and as soon as the fire starts getting closer, he just takes a deep breath and a huge amount of water heads towards his mouth and it goes into his stomach. He immediately fills up and his stomach, which is usually fully muscular, now is round like a balloon. Haven slicing wave. Spew. Like a beam of water, it comes out of his mouth as Jaw hits his stomach with a slap. Fwoosh. It pierces straight through Kaido's flame stopping them on their tracks, but the water still goes towards Kaido who just uses his tail like a wop and swish, pow. The beam of water is dispersed. But what Kaido didn't notice was that Jaw has hidden behind the beam of water and before he can even react in his giant dragon form. Swish. Water sword style, water surface slash. By using Jeppo, Jaw propulses himself even further and spew. A long but thin cut appears along Kaido's body, as he can't even counter-attack Jaw, who is behind the giant dragon with his eyes fully red and a dangerous aura all over his body. This will be your grave Kaido, yells Jaw as he prepares to attack Kaido once more. Keep wishing you brat, yells Kaido back, as he dodges Jaw's attack by breathing fire at him. But the fire is cut in the middle by Jaw, and Kaido is now back to his human form. Jaw's skin dried up a little due to the close proximity with fire, but he used the plentiful water around him to moisturize his skin again and again and even though Jaw should be at a disadvantage in raw power, the one who is actually taking damage is Kaido, though the damage seems minimal, soon it will start to add up and both Kaido and Jaw know that. So Jaw lands on the ground and uses Soro because he can see that Kaido will attack him, so as he sees the future he immediately goes out of the trajectory of the attack. But suddenly Kaido's bat changes direction midair and it comes towards where Jaw is dodging at. But that isn't all as suddenly lightning gathers around Kaido's club and it actually hits Jaw. Bomb! Though Jaw uses his sword covered in haki to block it, he is pushed backward 5 meters, showing who is the true superior in raw strength and even though Jaw took no damage, he could feel his arms shake a little due to the crazy amount of power that he had to block. Fuck, that almost numbed my arms just from blocking one attack from him. Contemplates Jaw as he thinks of different strategies in his head. He can see that Kaido isn't exactly slow while on the ground. But while Jaw was concentrated on this his eyes suddenly widened as he saw a bomb will hit him and just like he predicted, suddenly out of the clouds a pteranodon dinosaur flies around. He has a small fire around him and is wearing a leather outfit. But what worries Jaw is the bomb that he is holding with his feet. He has seen the huge explosion that will happen and he knows that he won't come out of it unscathed. But that split-second distraction and wariness from Jaw is all that Kaido needs, as he attacks Jaw and even though the latter notices his split-second mistake and can see the future of the next couple of seconds, and his arm covered in haki comes up to protect his face. Reime Haka. Kaido's spiked club descends on Jaw and Baeam, crack. Jaw's arm is shattered and bent on uncordial angles as his body flies off. Boom! And he crashes into a mountain, and at that time a bomb drops in front of him. Boom! The explosion and heat swallows his body. Kaido frowns as he sees this and he looks up at King flying around again. Oi, King, why did you do that? I was gonna win that fight. King floats down on the ground and looks at Kaido. Sorry, Kaido-sama. I just did what I presumed to be right at that moment. Kaido frowns at that, but in the end, he settles down. Don't do that again. As Kaido says that he still walks towards where Jaw is, he knows that he didn't win this fight fairly. But they are pirates so fighting unfair is the rule pretty much. If you are fighting fair and equally then you are just playing around like a wannabe pirate. Though Kaido doesn't like it, this is the same way it ended with Odin so it brings an unsatisfied feeling within his stomach. But he is a pirate and won't let the chance of killing someone like Jaw go away. He just saw that the brat did actually earn his title as an emperor of the sea. He most likely won't get another chance like this. But as he gets close to the place where Jaw's unconscious body is supposed to be, he is a little surprised when he sees that Jaw was covered not in wounds but in a dark metallic color all around his body. His arm had also been set straight in place and it had a shirt tied around it to keep it in place. Though he will unlikely be able to use the arm for the remainder of the fight, at least it won't be a bother or restrict him during it. Jaw smiles at Kaido, showing his shark-like teeth, and pits the sword in his hand at Kaido while saying, Yo, ready for round 2, or maybe you need your little pet chicken to help you, don't worry I will only use one arm to fight you. Jaw immediately gets on Kaido's nerves again. Die Jaw. As he yells out that, Kaido charges at Jaw, who just has a peaceful smile on his face, and he closes his eyes. Whoosh! Kaido tries to hit him again, but Jaw easily dodges again and again. I will never be distracted and make the same mistake again, contemplates Jaw as he dodges another one of Kaido's hits and spit. He spits his blood on Kaido's face, obscuring his vision, and then whoosh! A cut appears again on Kaido's body, from hip up to collarbone. Using his mastery over armament haki, Jaws can easily cut into Kaido's monstrous body. 8 hours pass over their exchanges and Kaido is now back into his dragon form. He has countless injuries all over his body, but he is flying around and fighting Jaw, who is using Jeppo to maneuver midair and fight against Kaido, who keeps spewing flames at him while at the same time trying to dodge Jaw's attacks. Mountain tops had been cut off and the land was scorched. But their battle rained on, because while the island couldn't handle their strength and if it had any surface life before, now it is undoubtedly dead by now. Chapter 40. Title: Finished Battle. After many hours of battling, both Kaido and Jaw had countless injuries on their bodies. Kaido has bled a pool of his body and Jaw has been using the ocean around him to his advantage and has flooded most of Ragin Island. This has put him in an advantage. But at the same time, Jaw, except his crushed arm, his ribs had all cracked too, and he also had some burns on his left side. But at this time Jaw wasn't worried at all, he could escape whenever he wanted. His children had all escaped by now and everyone had evacuated. Kaido, while covered in his own blood in his dragon form, shoots another breath blast at Jaw, who winced a little as he cuts it again. Though it seems like Jaw is winning, he knows that in the end, he will lose to Kaido. He can only fight for another day and a half, then he will fall. But for Kaido that is a whole other deal. The man's wounds stop bleeding not even half an hour after they are put. He can also easily move even with those massive injuries on him. He can outlast me, contemplates Jaw, as his wounds keep adding up and his arm has gotten tired too from cutting hundreds of Kaido's heat breath blasts. King had also not interfered in the fight, but that isn't a guarantee that he won't interfere as the battle goes on. If he does so, Jaw knows that losing then is inevitable. Kaido's endurance is monstrously high, and while Jaw could continue fighting for another 36 hours, Kaido will be able to fight at his full power for the next 10 days. This is the difference between them. Their endurance is on completely different levels, and Jaw knows that the best he can pull right now is a draw with Kaido. Fwish! Another cut appears on Kaido's giant dragon body. Jaw on the other hand wins to tell them, trying to convince Luffy, by telling him that Itachi is stronger than them and giving the reason that is because he wants to become a marine. Chapter 41, Bonus Chapter. Title: Poseidon. Garp POV. After teaching my grandson about life and using haki to make the hits hurt, I just earn back and start walking towards Mykonos. Why can't they be like Itachi? He wants to be a marine and he is even a kind kid who uses his devil fruit for cleaning and other such menial tasks. For someone like him who was born and abandoned in Grey Terminal to have such a good heart is very rare. He is even a good cook, and when he thinks that Makino or I am not noticing anything, he uses his wage that Makino pays him to buy ingredients and cook for the poor. He is well liked even in a place like Grey Terminal where most of them are hives and criminals. They like him too. Itachi might be the only person in this kingdom and walk amongst there and not even be robbed once and no one insults him. His fruit might seem weak and even he hasn't noticed its power. He got lucky getting a fruit like that. He will never be in numerical disadvantage, and if he can get his clones to be as strong as himself, then I can confidently say that his power will not be any lower than the top of this world. He just needs to become a vice admiral strength-wise and he will be set. Itachi also won't be your average vice admiral, just with his current physical strength, and he could destroy most of the East Blue pirates with no difficulty at all. Thankfully he seems to want to be a marine, or he would have made quite a strong pirate otherwise. As I arrive at Makino's bar, I see that like usual Itachi's clones are helping around, and one of the clones looks at Garp and says, "Oh, old man, you are here." The original Itachi seems to be having a problem in his room and wanted to ask you something. "I am here," says Itachi as he walks down the stairs and his legs are shaking a little. "I tried kicking the ground multiple times and see if I could move faster that way. Yeah, it didn't go that well. While I did move quickly, I did so for a couple of minutes and now my muscles have spasmed. Seems like I won't be able to do squats for a couple of days while they heal. But I will train my upper body like always. Actually, I will train more to make up for the lost time." Gahahahaha. I laugh at this. "You tried to use Sora, didn't you?" He most likely saw me use it and tried to copy it. But trying to use Sora isn't something that easy. But he was able to use it a couple of dozen times before his legs started hurting. Then that is just more proof of his physical strength. I can confidently say that not even new talented marine recruits will be as strong as Itachi. Zed can say whatever he wants, but I doubt that even he won't be surprised when I sent Itachi to him to train. "So that is what the technique is called, huh? Then after healing I will try using it again," says Itachi with a determined look on his face. "This is why I am sure that one day he will become an admiral. Not only is it his natural strength, but also willpower. I bet that he will earn haki like fish swimming in the sea." Key same POV. It takes 2 months for Dad to get everything together and create a new base. This time he created a whole new base. It is a new undeveloped and deserted island. The name is York New Island. Dad even got some scientist from Karakuri Island, the place where it is said to be Vegapunk's hometown. Anyway, as I walk among Fishman Island I have a takoyaki in my hand and I am eating it. Dad told me that Fishman Island will be under my protection once I grow strong enough, but first I must earn the people's trust as he did. The earning trust part is done by protecting them or helping them. I also have Mikoto and Kakashi on the island, and since now we are all 10 years old, Dad has started introducing is to the world. I have a 10 million B bounty just by being associated with Dad and being his son. The other siblings haven't been introduced at all. Dad plans to keep them hidden by just showing me in the front and letting my other siblings grow a little more before making their existence public. Also recently some Doflamingo guy became a warlord of the sea, and as York New is an island close to Dressrosa, Dad took quite a lot of precautions. Especially since Doflamingo is associated with Kaido, and Dad and Kaido fight like 3 times a month, and even though they all end in a draw they do gain advantages fighting against each other. Kaido now has quite a few scars from Dad, and Dad also has a burn scar on his palm when he fought against Kaido once. I can't wait till I am strong enough and then me and Dad can go and kill that giant lizard. I should go to Rusukana Island, the place where the animals are super strong and not a lot of pirates can even hold their own against the animals in there. As I walk along, I see that Queen Otohime is holding another one of her rallies. Whoa, she has her daughter with her too, and the daughter seems around 6 years old, but she is so big. How did she even birth such a giant child? I should ask Dad. He explained to me how babies are made, but how can Otohime even hold such a giant baby inside of her? Dad is bound to know stuff like this. Dad knows everything. Anyway, she did get permission from Dad to do this, so I don't need to interrupt her or anything like that. I will just listen to her as it doesn't matter and I don't have anything better to do currently. Pow! Suddenly something beyond surprising happened. Someone just shot the queen in the chest. Welp, she is dead, but even as that happens my eyes are somewhere else. I can feel something strange from the 6-year-old princess. I see her brothers dance around her with tears in their eyes. Their mother just died, but why are they dancing? They are sad as they are crying, but why are they doing that? I look at the pink-haired giant mermaid kid and I see that they are actually trying to keep her from crying. Suddenly I see that a shadow descends all over Fishman Island and I look up. As I do so, my eyes widen in a feeling that I haven't felt in a long time, fear. Giant sea kings, at the sizes that can only be found on the calm belt, are looking down on me. They are so big that if one of them actually hit Fishman Island, that would actually destroy it. What the hell is going on? Chapter 42. Title, Blood is Thicker Than Water. Key same POV. Seeing this power, I can't help but contemplate something. How is such a thing possible, as I have already figured out what is going on? The little girl can call over the sea kings. Father must learn of this immediately. He will know what to do with this information. As I decide on this, I slip out of the crowd. No one notices me as I walk away. The royal family's death is irrelevant to Dad and he wouldn't even care. But the little princess can control sea kings. I can't help it as a smile descends upon my face. If our family had that power. No, my family will have that power. No one else deserves a power like that. We could destroy any of the Yonko's territories if we have that power. We could drown them together with the entire world if we wanted. Now I just need Dad to decide what we should do. He will know the perfect outcome for this. He will probably also use this time to teach Kakashi some life lessons and how to manage the army and why he does what he does. That is why I have never even been jealous of Kakashi's intelligence. Kakashi spends hours upon hours listening to Dad about overly complicated things that I can never, almost no one can understand. Kakashi likes that stuff. He is such a nerd. He even calls sh*t that I don't understand basic. It doesn't take long for me to arrive at the destination where I, Kakashi, and Mikoto are staying. It's called Charlie's Mermaid Cafe. We have a free room for us. We can stay in there as long as we want. The owner is an old friend of Dad's. She and Dad know each other for a long time. The cafe is a very colorful place, I can say that much, and the place is popular. As I enter inside, I just see that Charlie seems to go somewhere. She looks at me and has a weird look on her face. Charlie is a large mermaid with purple nail polish, red lipstick, and blue eyes with slanted pupils that resemble shark eyes. She also has a child wrapped in cloths on her arms. That is her daughter. Her name is Ariel and she is only a 1-year-old. Mikoto loves playing with her. Mikoto has always with children, especially because she is everyone's older sister. Well, only I and Itaki are older than her amongst the siblings. Still though, as she looks at me, Charlie just says, I got some news. I have to go to the royal palace. I nod at that. I know that Dad must learn about this, but my eyes land on the child she is holding. Ariel, or more correctly, if Kakashi's suspicions are correct, one of our younger siblings. The news can wait. I must protect my siblings. I will escort you to the royal palace. I say to her and she nods. She knows that I am strong and with me as her escort, she will be safe, no matter who dares to attack her on Fishman Island. As we walk outside of the cafe, I also walk next to her. Charlie still just looks at me as we walk along the road and get into one of the flying giant fish to travel. Your resemblance to your father is impeccable. If you were a little taller and had some muscles to you, you would look just like him. She says to me in the end, with a smile on her face. I am a little happy when she says that. I truly wish that one day I can be like Dad, except for the harem thing. I believe that only one woman should be inside a man's heart. I don't think I can or will ever be able to love more than a woman in my life. I am not as skilled as Dad and I have seen how much goes on behind the scenes and how the harem members try to fight for father's attention. They once even put the siblings against each other. Dad thankfully put a quick stop to that before it could go on anymore. General POV. In the end, the check was for Xiarli to see the future or what could happen to the royal family and could handle future problems better. Kisame just was holding the baby Ariel in his arms as Ariel grabs his finger and laughs. Who is cute? Yes you are. Ariel cues Kisame as he tries to keep Ariel occupied. Though he usually takes care of his brothers to entertain them, he usually just does so by crushing a boulder with his fists or something like that. But at the same time, he has seen Mikoto do this for quite some time, so he too knows how to handle sisters too. At the same time, Xiarli uses her crystal ball to predict the future. The child will have to spend her time in a secure room as soon Vanderdecken will propose to her and then attack her. As she tells King Neptune of the future, the king cringes at this, but Xiarli doesn't stop there as bad news pile on top of one and another. The king nods and goes to try and stop some things from happening. As she looks around and sees Ariel and Kisame playing with each other. The usually very simple-minded, violent, and forceful Kisame playing with Ariel so gently, without showing any of his usual pride/arrogance in his power. Xiarli doesn't know how to feel about that either. She can see that blood truly speaks for itself. Though she can't bring to even like any of Ja's other children, when it comes to Kisame that is different. She simply imagines/lies to herself that he is the child between her and Ja. It is her own little fantasy world that she has on her mind, though sadly she knows that is unlikely to happen. She has seen Ja's future, and it definitely isn't a place where she wants her little child to grow into. I guess that even without telling them anything, they will instinctively know that they are siblings. Blood will draw them to be together no matter what. Thinks Xiarli with a little sadness. She knows that no matter what she does or how she acts, she won't be able to stop her daughter from joining her siblings in the future. She has seen that, but she still holds hope that at least this one of her predictions is wrong. That family will bring the whole world to ruin. Ja POV. I can't help but smile at the latest news from Fishman Island. I am currently lying on my bed with 2 mermaids and a human woman who are breathing heavily and are currently resting. It seems like I must try and get my hands on Poseidon soon. That will be the best advantage that I could currently get. I am not exactly sure where the other ancient weapons even are, but that doesn't mean that I can't prepare myself for the inevitable future war. The war that will engulf the whole world. I want to thrive in it. Chapter 43, Bonus Chapter. Title, Mark Fruit. General POV. A couple of days after the death of the Queen Otohim, Neptune had to make a hard decision and truly had to lock his daughter in a tower. Vanderdecken could somehow throw letters with marriage proposals, which weren't answered at all by the royal family. Due to that, Vanderdecken started delivering gifts, and after it, he started sending weapons that would crash into the tower. If Neptune didn't get that warning from Xiarli, he would have his daughter grievously injured or possibly dead. Neptune is currently in his room. He has his arms folded, his face is morphed into a grimace. He has been contemplating something about the decision that he should be making soon. The Tomoko box has been stolen with the energy pills inside too. So as a king he has to make the right decisions and come to the best conclusions for his people. But at the same time, he is a father too, and calling in that man to interfere with the Fishman royal family, then he won't be able to get him out of the royal family ever again. In the end, Neptune can only sigh as he comes to his conclusion. It is nothing about him holding power or anything like that, it's just that giving power to someone like Ja isn't the best option for the Fishman and human race. Ja will just have his armies be made in Fishman Island and use them to fight the Yonko of his own accord. But at the same time, having someone steal from the tomato box and the many problems that he has had as of late, on top of his wife's death, he isn't sure that he can handle everything by himself. So in the end I must call him. Contemplates Neptune. Ja hasn't ever really done anything to directly harm the royal family, nor Fishman Island. What Neptune is scared about is the comeback that the world government will have from this collaboration. It will make Fishman Island even more unlikely to ever take part in the reverie and join the humans in a coexisting relationship. After many hours of contemplating his decision, Neptune in the end decided to call for Ja. He picks up his dendenmushi and dials up the number. Purapurapuro. Ching. Hello, Neptune, what is the reason for your call? Says Ja from the other side of the transporter snail. Neptune has a calm look on his face as he announces his reason for calling. I require your help. As soon as he says that, on the other side of the transponder snail a wide smile appears on Ja's face. Well, what is the situation that you need my help with? Neptune explains everything that happened and how it happened, and how the Tomoko box was stolen with the energy steroids it had inside of it. Also, he tells Ja about the situation with his daughter and Vanderdecken. As he finishes his explanation, a deathly silence settles upon the room and the transponder snail's smile widens. Leave everything to me, Neptune, says Ja as he closes the transponder snail. Catcha. 2 days later on Fishman Island and many people see thousands of Fishman warriors surround the island. They all had a shark jaw with crossbones in an article of their clothing, representing that they are all part of the Ja pirates. Immediately spread around the island looking for certain people. Ja POV. Since I arrived in Fishman Island 12 hours pass and my men bring a person who is tied up in sea stone chains around him. The man is a tall individual with beige-colored skin, slim build, and lanky limbs. His most distinguishing feature is his 4 legs. He has a short, scraggly goatee, a long, wavy mustache with spiky edges, and similarly, long, wavy and spiky black hair. He is Vanderdecken, the old man who has been harassing Shirahoshi. He is like a 25-year-old man going after a 6-year-old girl. I just see that he is bloodied up too. I know a lot about him not only from the manga but also from the investigation I ran on him due to his devil fruit. I am in the royal palace sitting in the chair of the king, Neptune. He knows what will happen if he gives me his hand. I will take his whole arm. We are also family now. Kisame now got himself a cute wife in the future. The marriage between Shirahoshi and Kisame is now set in stone and the Jaw Pirates will help the royal family with all of their problems too. But as I look at Vanderdecken in front of me, he looks at me with a terrified look on his face. Jaw-sama, whatever news you got about me is a lie. I never even dared to think of the royal princess in that way. I swear to God. He begs as I just lean my head on my hand. He is so pathetic. Can't he at least offer something better? And even if he did nothing, if I want to kill him then I will. There is no need for a reason to crush a bug. I just do. I obviously will never kill needlessly if it doesn't offer me some benefits. In the end, I just call over Kisame who is at my side. Go and get the sack of fruits. He nods at that and goes away. I see as he does so only Kakashi and Mikoto are next to me now. I just look at Decken and ask, what is your devil fruit and how it works? Maybe if you are useful enough I will let you live. Decken smiles at this with a hopeful look on his eyes. The fool doesn't understand that I have no plan of letting him walk away alive from this room. Later Kisame comes into the room with a sack full fruits and drops at my feet. As he does so, I just get up and pat him on his head and ruffle his hair slightly. You did well. He nods at and whoosh. Before anyone can react, I sink my fingers into Deccan's neck and rip his head off. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, I am back sitting on my throne, with Deccan's head with wide eyes still wide in shock. I just throw away the head and look at the sack of fruits as one of them, a pear, slowly turns yellow and strange markings appear all around it. I look at Mikoto and tell her, this is the mark fruit. In a way it will make you the best ranged fighter. Even if a person is on the other side of the world, you can use this to send them messages or throw weapons at them. Mikoto nods and without hesitation, she goes and opens her mouth. Gulp. She swallows the fruit whole. Immediately her face becomes green and she looks at me. Dad, that is so gross. I smile at that, and tell her. Come on now Mikoto, you worried me for a second there. Tell me now, do you know how to use it? She shrugs at it unsuredly at this. She just picks up a small stone from the ground. She then gets close to Kisame and touches his face. She turns on the opposite side and throws the small pebble on the opposite side of Kisame. The rock just flies forward and then it turns around and it hits Kisame slightly on the head. As this happens a huge smile appears in her face. Wow, this is amazing. I smile at that. This fruit's potential is terrifying, and if Mikoto can somehow awaken it, well then. Chapter 44. Title, What the hell is wrong with this family? 2 years pass since that incident with Shirahoshi and Vanderdecken. Except for the fights between Kaido and Jaw, everything has been quiet all over the world. Also, there was some war Karaigana Island which turned the human drill apes in there into violent creatures. But the war was something insignificant in the overall world. The fights between Kaido and Jaw are also coming to an end. The two who used to fight every month at a minimum now rarely fight, and the last time they fought was 6 months ago. The world took this as Kaido grudgingly acknowledging Jaw as his equal and part of the Yonko. Also, Jaw's bounty has raised exponentially during these 2 years, and it's a whopping 4 billion beta. His territories have grown too and it is bigger than Big Mom's and it's comparable to Whitebeard. Plus his secret deals with many countries even outside of the Grand Line have made him a danger to the world government that his threat is bigger than most other Yonko. But at the same time, it isn't like he isn't also supplying the world government with weapons too. Anyway currently as his power has settled down in York New Island, where Jaw's main base is. This is a futuristic island, and its leader, Jaw, is in his throne room which is inside one of the tallest skyscrapers on the island. He had hired many people from Vegapunk's hometown. Of course, the world government has noticed this, but as Jaw is their main source of supplying weapons and materials, they let him do it, and even if they made a fuss about it they knew that in no way would Jaw listen to them. At the end of the day, he is a pirate and his deal with the world government is mutually beneficial and nothing more. He will still be hunted down by the Marines and captured and Jaw will at the same time destroy any world government or marine vessels that he likes. Me supplying them with weapons is no big deal, they would get them from somewhere else even if they didn't get it from me. Plus they pay the best prices when it comes to money, they are some rich bastards. By rich he means the different resources that they exchange. From different sea stone weapons, devil fruits, rare swords, technological advancements, and even the secrets on how to fuse a devil fruit with a weapon. He looks at the katana stabbed in the ground next to his throne. It had eccentric lighting symbols and it sometimes even seemed to release electricity. This is his new weapon, Raijin, the sword infused with the paramecia type zap fruit. This sword has brought his swordsmanship to a whole new level and no longer does he only made thin cuts among Kaido's body. The cuts are now lethal in power and he can even kill Kaido now with this sword of his. That is why Kaido stopped fighting him now because there is actually a true chance of him dying against Jaw now. Kaido has countless scars along his body as a result of his fights against Jaw and even when someone sees the injury made on him by Odin, most young kid not only looked like his father, he even had the same power his father had at that age. 5000 tile true punch. Jinbi punches Kisame in the stomach, which makes the latter spit out a glob of blood, but he doesn't move and grabs Jinbi's wrist. He leans his hand backward and, bam, punches Jinbi in the head, making him spit out blood. Jinbi can feel himself almost pass out due to that powerful hit. Kisame's monstrous raw strength that without even using Fishman karate he could make such powerful hits. What the hell is wrong with that family? Thinks Jinbi. Kisame has been challenging him every day for the last 6 months. In the beginning, he could defeat Kisame easily, but as time went along he wasn't *able to keep up with the kid. **T. I might actually lose today against a 12 years old kid. 2000 tile puck. Kisame's punch connects with Jinbi's palm as his other hand is being held by Kisame in a tight steel-like grip, not letting go at all. Damn, this kid is monstrous, just like his father. At the same time in East Blue in Fusha village, a marine ship with a dog head lands in the port. This is Garp's ship and the old man screams out loud. Attack it time to join the marines. Everyone of Garp's subordinates covers their ears as Garp's scream is too loud. And at the same time, another, quieter, scream comes from the village. Oi, old man, you just woke up everybody in the village with that scream. I apologize to them about that. Yells Garp out loud again. It's all Attack's fault, you can blame him. While this happened, back again in Fishman Island the fight between Kisame and Jinbi had finished, and Jinbi was lying on the ground unconscious with blood around his head. Kisame too had blood coming out of his head, but he still had a victorious smile on his face. Chapter 45, Bonus Chapter. Title, Goro Goro no Mi. Ja POV. I am currently getting ready on one of my ships on the futuristic Port York New Island. Enel has finally appeared on Sky Island, so this is my chance to get his fruit. But at the same time, I must be careful and can't have him escape me. If he somehow decides to escape, I can't exactly stop him. He does travel at the speed of lightning after all. I am simply not that fast, and even with my future vision, though I can stop his attacks, I can't just chase him at his speed. As I get on the ship, I see Kakashi, Mikato, Escanor, and Ichigo waiting for me. I just smile at them. Ready. They nod. They are all 12 years old, but their size looks more like an older teen due to the training they have gone through. Their muscles have tightened, just like Kabi's did after his marine training. This is the kind of law of this world, just like a shadow is a second soul and such. As we are about to set sail I hear someone call out. Oi, Dad, wait up. I just look at where the voice is coming and see that it is Kisame covered in bandages. Did he fight with Jinbi again? He has been doing that a lot lately. He wants that second strongest Fishman so much, saying things that as my son, if he is anything lower than second then he isn't worth being my son. He is sometimes nice like that. That is why he is one of my favorite kids, and I have hundreds of them. Still, I can't be too soft on him. He has been spending this last year just fighting Jinbi. I don't want him to waste his time on things like that. He will need to train a couple more months with me personally before he can defeat Jinbi. So did you defeat Jinbi yet? I ask him as Kisame uses Jeppo to get into the ship. He smiles at that and says, hell yeah, I just did. I am a little surprised at that. But I guess Kisame's haki and physical strength must have grown faster as he fought against Jinbi. I need to stop him from becoming too arrogant. That is good, but you are still nowhere near strong enough to be my second in command. As I tell him that I remind him that literally, every other second in command from the other Yonko would wreck him, and he is 12-year-old so expecting him to take on Yonko commanders at that age is unreasonable. But he is my son, he will be able to overcome this, and there will be no place for arrogance anymore as the sibling of his who will eat the rumble fruit will surpass him in strength. I look at Kakashi as I think of that. He will be perfect for the fruit. He is smart and with the combination with his fruit he will definitely easily surpass Kisame by quite a major gap. Kisame just immediately starts doing push ups as I say that he isn't strong enough. So his simple mindset becomes his weapon as he hits his problem head on by training more. I smile at that as I gaze with a side glance at Kakashi when he sees his brother training. He closes a book that he is reading and he goes back inside the ship. I know that he is going to train 10x harder now as lately he hasn't even been able to put up a fight against Kisame. Their sibling rivalry is beautiful. Kakashi is a diamond and Kisame is an emerald, and my duty as their father, it is my responsibility to bring out their full potential. As we set sail Mikato brings out an intelligent bird and tells it to fly in a certain direction. There are a lot of species like that in this world. This is a white dove as it flies and Mikato then crouches down, closing her eyes as she touches the ship. Whoosh! Slowly the ship starts floating and it flies off after the bird at a sustainable speed. We fly above the clouds and I smile at that as I see all of this. Mikato has gotten good at using her fruit and she is now technically targeting the bird who is flying. But she has decided the speed at which she is targeting, so actually we are more like floating now. I see that Mikato is concentrating to hold this. We should arrive in Skypia in a couple of days. She will have to push herself a little but I know that she can do it. Even if she can't it doesn't matter, we will just go undersea by coding. It takes around 1.5 days before we catch sight of the island. Mikato seems to get more used to this flying method of our ship as we had to follow the bird. Immediately as we are about to arrive there I smile as I look at the hull of our ship and see a lanky man with blonde hair and weird ears. He saved me the trouble of even looking for him. Well, hello there young man. I call out to the man with a friendly look on my face. You should bow down to God, says Enel as he appears in front of me in the blink of an eye. I don't even flinch, my smile still on my face. I don't need to get angry at a dead man. He extends his hand and touches my shoulder. 50 million vari. Nothing happens. Enel seems confused by this as I point at a coin that I have between my fingers and touching his skin. The coin is made out of sea stone. I got it from Wano. It has a jaw written on one side, and on the other, it has my pirate flag symbol. It was expensive as sh*t to get this behind Kaido's back. But I have too much money anyway and can't spend money faster than I am making it. Anyway, I don't give Enel any time to react as. Fwoosh. I grab him by the throat using haki and I lift him by his neck and. Bam! I slam him on the ground head first and due to the coin being connected to his skin he can't even use his devil fruit ability. Crack. I can hear his neck crack and he dies. I then call my children. Bring the fruits here, let's see which one got the lightning fruit. I told them to hide just in case. But that was unnecessary it seems. Kakashi comes out and he has a blue fruit. It seems like an apple with strange swirls which seem to kinda resemble lightning. The rest of the siblings come out and look at Kakashi with a smile on their faces. This is one more powerhouse on the family and another layer of protection for the family. Kakashi smiles a little too. Munch. He takes a bite and his face pales a little, but in the end, he quickly eats the rest of the fruit. Damn, that was really gross. Though he says that, he has a smile on his face. I can't help it as I look at him with a look of pride on my face. Try using it. He nods, closes his eyes, and concentrates. Bzzzt. Electricity appears on his hand. He opens his eyes and looks at his hand with a face full of surprise and amazement. Chapter 46, Bonus Chapter, Neutral Face. I just woke up and immediately had to start writing. I hit the benchmark at least 6 hours sooner than usual. Is this story becoming more popular? I mean I like it, it's just that too fast at reaching the benchmark, rolling on the floor laughing. Still I shall keep my pro news and deliver bonus chapters at every 1000 Power Stone benchmarks. Title, Playing with Fire. Calipha POV. I just look at Ja as he returns. He steps off the ship with a smile on his face and even his children seem to be beaming, except Kisame as he has an annoyed look on his face as his hair is standing up with static shocks coming out. Did he try to pick up his father's sword again? But that doesn't matter as I just glance slightly at Ichigo. Though he is only 12 he looks more like 18 and I have to say out of his family he is the most handsome of them all. Anyway, I just approach Ja and tell him about what happened while he was away. It was mostly just logistical reports and see that he has a bored look as he listens to me. I know that he is paying full attention to this. I have learned that Ja isn't some dumb brute. Though his physical strength is monstrous, his mind is even sharper. That is exactly what I am also afraid of. He always has an amused smile when I ask him about certain information just out of curiosity. Does he already know that I am a spy of the world government? K, this guy is way scarier than any of the children which are honestly terrifying. I have been trained by the world government and even then I am sure that Mikato can defeat me within seconds, and she is on the weaker side of the family physically. After explaining Ja all of that and him talking to me for about half an hour about their holiday but he still gave me zero information on what actually happened. Now I just know that Kisame tried some dinosaur meat and liked it. I just go on the inside of the castle and towards the training grounds and there I see Ichigo training. Fwoosh. I see him do a weak air slash with his sword that does a small scratch in the tree in front of him. I see his cute face frown. This is bad. I must remember that he is only 12 years old. But still, age is just a number and if he decides to be like his father whom at 12 had him, though I won't be having children with him, I wouldn't mind doing it with someone as good looking as him. I mean I tried seducing his father, he does have a harem so he must be amazing in the bed or something like that. But he isn't exactly physically appealing, but I was willing to compromise because if I became part of his harem or something like that I would become part of the family which means that I would have access to whatever I would want. Still, in no way I can trick Zhao, he can see right through me and if I tried something he might figure out who I am and what I am here for, that would spell certain death to me if that happened. I can see it in his eyes too, he has no intention of ever doing anything more than teasing me. Still, I have a stack of documents and push up my glasses slightly as I approach Ichigo who is lying down in the ground. General POV. Ichigo lies on the ground breathing heavily. He still doesn't have the necessary physical strength to use flying slashes. He understands the principle behind it. He has even seen his father and Kisame do the flying slashes with no problem. Suddenly as he is lying down, relaxing with the sun hitting his face, he closes his eyes. He contemplates what he should do better to try and make those slashes fly, but that is when he feels a shadow cover him. He opens his eyes and sees his father's secretary, Calipha. Her blue eyes stare into his brown eyes. You shouldn't try to brute force it, says Calipha suddenly. Ichigo is confused by what she means by that. You need to do it more elegantly and smother the air. Don't try to copy your father, there are multiple ways to achieve a flying slash. Brute force isn't the only way. As she says that she extends her hand to Ichigo and pulls him up. I didn't know that you were so knowledgeable about swordsmanship. Actually I didn't know that you were even a fighter at all, says Ichigo confusedly. Calipha just smirks slightly at this. Well, I am a Yonko's secretary and one can't become that by just being weak. Especially to someone like your father who expects perfection out of everyone, says Calipha with a sweet smile on her face. Ichigo looks surprised at that. Dad seeks perfection out of everyone. Calipha smiles at that and even chuckles a little. Yep, even from you and your siblings too. He wants to protect you all, that is why he does what he does. Ichigo seems to contemplate what Calipha just said. I never really looked at it that way. He then looks at Calipha and takes a deep breath before bowing down to his waist and saying, "Thanks for everything, Calipha-san. But can I bother you to teach me about the flying slashes?" As he had his head looking at the ground, he didn't see that in Calipha's face a small blush appeared. "Ah, Ichigo, you are so polite, nice, smart, gentlemanly, and handsome, truly the perfect man." But while she sees that Ichigo gets up and expects an answer from her, Calipha's face immediately calms down and is back to her polite smile. "Of course I will help you, Ichigo." Ichigo smiles at her as she says that. Calipha just puts her documents on the ground and says, "Okay, show me your stance." Ichigo's expression changes to a serious one, and he then Calipha goes behind him and leans her body and guides his hands, and as she touches his abdominal muscles, Ichigo can't help it as he blushes a little at this. "Concentrate," says Calipha as she guides his sword back and continues to whisper in his ear, "Relax your body, just like you are swimming on your back. That is it." Calipha then pushes her body against Ichigo even more, and as she has a calm look on her face, Ichigo's face also is calm. He has already controlled his feelings and is currently calm. The only thing left that he can hear is Calipha's soft voice that whispers in his ear and his rhythmic heartbeat that is getting slower. "Now, as your body's muscles are all relaxed, your sword is just slipping out of your fingers. Now strike," yells Calipha suddenly, and Ichigo's muscles tense up all over again and his body suddenly using its full power, and Calipha's hair flutter as she sees something beyond amazing. A giant white slash comes out of Ichigo's sword and, boom, it reality cuts through the tree and even made a giant gash on the wall behind it. He did it on the first try, that is what surprised her. He even went beyond the tree and made a large gash on the wall. "What the hell?" thinks Calipha in shock. She has never seen someone like this. What Calipha didn't know was that in one of the towers from the skyscrapers, 3 people were looking at the interaction between Calipha and Ichigo. They were Kakashi, Mikoto, and Escanor. Kakashi was reading a book while Mikoto and Escanor were looking at them directly. Mikoto especially had a dangerous look in her eyes as she says, "Now, Calipha wouldn't be as dumb as to try and seduce Ichigo, would she? That is extremely suspicious why she would do that. Maybe a little torture would definitely loosen up her lips." Hums Escanor thinking about this. Kakashi just gives the situation a side glance as he decides to give his own suggestion. "I can use my devil fruit and cause her an extreme amount of pain without permanently injuring her." Chapter 47, currently on Patreon canon, has already started, and I am not rushing these chapters as I am trying to make quality too. So I couldn't post the new daily chap on time today. Hope you can understand. Title, Mikoto's Anger. General POV. After that teaching session, Calipha went back to her duties while Ichigo went back to mess around with some of his younger siblings. As Calipha was walking down the hallways, she saw Mikoto at the end of the hallway, and she had a calm look in her eyes. "Good morning, Mikoto," greets Calipha. She has a smile on her face as she says that. But Mikoto doesn't say anything as she just walks past her. Arrogant B***TCH, thinks Calipha as in the end she just walks past her too. Whoosh! Calipha can suddenly feel the wind behind her move, and she instinctively moves and jumps sideways and dodges. She sees that Mikoto has a crazy look in her eyes, as they have widened beyond what should be possible for her. Mikoto looks at Calipha with her dark eyes and says, "You dodged? Why would you do that, Calipha-san? Or more accurately, how can you do that?" Calipha's body is covered in cold sweat as soon as she sees the psychotic look on Mikoto's face. "You wouldn't be trying to hurt my family, would you, Calipha?" SHT, what gave me away? While Calipha thinks that she has a nervous look in her eyes, she knows just fuckhead she is if she is found out right here in the middle of the hallway. She can't even kill Mikoto in a straight-up fight as Mikoto is stronger than her physically too. Though hundreds of thoughts go through her mind, she still has a calm look head and hadn't said anything compromising. To her, the situation is still solvable. "Mikoto, I think that you have misunderstood something. I don't know what you are talking about. I have never done anything that would go against Jaw's benefits, and you know that." Mikoto just looks at her with that psychotic look in her eyes still. BZZZT. With a lightning flash, Kakashi appears next to Mikoto and calmly says, "Sis, you need to calm down. This B***TCH is trying to hurt our family. The whole pain in the world is not enough to wash off her sins. We should torture her before we kill her. Slowly rip out her nails, one by one, then her teeth, and after that, we start with the eyes." Mikoto continues to describe terrific tortures that can be administered to Calipha. "Calm down," says Kakashi this time a little more forcefully. But Mikoto doesn't listen. "Fuck that, I will rip this BTCH apart." Immediately she escapes Kakashi's grip and rushes Calipha. But Escanor comes out, his muscles fully puffed up. He has already used his muscle fruit to enhance his body's muscles. He grabs Mikoto by the back of the head and puts her on the ground. "Mikoto, this isn't like you at all, you need to calm down," says Escanor as his arms surprisingly shake a little as he holds Mikoto down on the ground. Mikoto looks up at Calipha with a killer look in her eyes. "That B***TCH could cause the death of one of our family members. We have the babies in here too. We let that B***TCH close to our baby brothers and sisters. Can you even imagine if she decided to kill one of them? I will torture the WH**re to insanity," says Mikoto, her state of mind very volatile at the moment. Though she is a bright child, just imagining the death of one of her siblings has brought forth an unimaginable rage from her. Kakashi can see that surprisingly the usually calm sibling of his is irrationally angry. Though he is angry too, he can control that anger. He learned something new about his sister today, that is for sure. In the end, Kakashi has no choice but to tell Escanor. Escort Mikoto back to her room. She seems. Escanor, who is the calmest amongst the three of his siblings. Intelligence can in a way be a curse too, because both Kakashi and Mikoto could figure out ways that Califa could have killed one of the baby siblings and gotten away with it. In a way, they are already overanalyzing the situation, while in Escanor's eyes, Califa is already caught and no danger to his family. So for him, that is it. There is no what would have been. There is no deep knowledge to be gotten by thinking of different possibilities of what could have been. Mikoto struggles in Escanor's arms and tells him to let her go so she can rip out Califa's face. As Mikoto is taken away, Kakashi now looks at Califa with a calm look on his face. This terrifies Califa even more because she knows that even if she was innocent, now that Mikoto is angry and mad at her, they will kill her to appease Mikoto. She knows how this crazy family works. As long as it makes a family member happy, then the life of someone else is unimportant. You know what will happen now, don't you? Says Kakashi calmly. Califa simply nods at this. She knows that if she just accepts her fate then she will be given a painless death. At least she hopes so. Fwoosh! Kakashi appears next to her and whispers to her. Sorry, but it seems like you will have to go to sleep now. 10 million volt Vari. BZZZT. Everything goes black for her as she feels a gentle lightning current run through her body. Kakashi wasn't too harsh on her, except her teaching Ichigo and acting seductively around him. There was no proof of any other misconduct or anything like that, and if Califa truly was innocent, then they are simply killing a very skillful secretary who is very good at time management. A couple of hours pass and the whole family is back together to discuss what is going to happen to Califa. They were all sitting on a table as Califa was tied up with Prism stone chains just to be sure. Ja is just sitting there with his arms folded as he looks at his children between the age of 12 and 10 discuss matters on someone's life and death. I am with Mikoto on this one, says Kisame as he also has a furious look on his face. He is the eldest brother and if something happened to his younger siblings he would never be able to forgive himself. His usually slow-minded and joyful look is nowhere to be seen on his face. He had a hard and cold look. I think that we should torture her publicly and make an example. Kakashi nods at that. I agree, that would put fear in the hearts of any other spy laying around. So they either decide to escape or confess. Even if they decide to stay, that will make them inefficient due to their fear. Escanor on the other hand just shakes his head. I think that we should keep this matter private. After all, people already fear father. There is no need for theatrics like this. It will just make us seem weak for the need to even resort to such methods. Deidara is the one to agree with Escanor too. Yes, we should consider what Escanor and I said. After all, we are already strong. Showing such petty tricks might fool the masses, but the real important and strong guys will simply see us as weak, or they might even come to the conclusion that we might not be as strong as we seem. As this happens, Ichigo had a complicated look on his face. Hearing his siblings talk about the death of someone whom he was close to so casually, it truly brought his mood down. He didn't know what to do and just gave a side glance towards his father to figure out what he is thinking. He saw that his father too looked back at him and had an encouraging smile that pretty much said that he could do what he thought was right. So in the end Ichigo decided to tackle his stance and say, I don't think that she is a threat. As soon as he said that, he felt the gazes of his siblings settle down on him. But he didn't buckle under the pressure at all and said, we have no proof that she is even involved in anything like what you are talking about. She only taught me how to do a flying slash. If she had bad intentions, then why would she help me, if I am her enemy? Simple, said Kakashi. She wanted for you to grow feelings for her and in the end fall in love. After that, she will make you do a family betrayal and that is it pretty much. No way would I betray family for her. Counter-argues Ichigo. Kakashi looks directly into his eyes and says, then what is stopping you from letting her die then? Ichigo winces a little at that and he couldn't help but feel like any of his siblings were on his side until he hears one of them say, I think that Ichigo's idea has its merit. I mean, even if she was a spy, if she somehow decided to turn to our side then that would be very helpful to us. Ichigo turns to look at the person who supported him and it was his brother, which is 1 year younger than him. This sibling had red hair that covered his eyes and a seemingly small figure. He is Nagato, Ja's 8th son, and someone who is usually very quiet at times like this. While everything was happening, Ja looked at his children discussing such things and he has a proud smile on his face. He didn't care whether Califa died or lived, he just wanted his children to learn and develop from an occasion like this. Chapter 48, Bonus Chapter. The 7,000 goal was reached during 4 AM in the morning last night. I started writing and lasted till 6 AM, the sun started coming and I went to sleep, finished it off today. Technically we reached 2 bonus chapters yesterday, or this was for today I guess, as it was 4 AM when the goal was reached. Title, Califa wakes up. Ja POV. I look at my children as they debate things like adults, even though they are only 12 years old. I knew that one day this time would come, so it's better to happen sooner than later. Mikoto also seems to have an anger problem. Honestly, I never expected this from her as she always seemed more cool-headed. She also is smart, but that anger of hers is a kind of problem. I will have to spend some more time with her alone to try and settle this before it becomes too big of a problem. I know just how dangerous anger can be in a fight. It is especially bad for observation haki, need to nip that in the bud quickly before it grows into something like unreasonable rage. She isn't someone like Big Mom, who is so strong that her rage doesn't affect her fighting style too much. Still, though I just look at one of my children who is usually quiet, Nagato, he isn't a big talker but he has a good head on his shoulders, and he is also kind. He is the nicest amongst my children who are mostly selfish and think only about family. But I also know that Nagato too has family in his heart way more than some random people, and that is why I plan to give him a devil fruit in the future that is quite strong. Anyway, I will see where this meeting goes and how will my children learn to make decisions for themselves without my input. They will learn to calmly discuss things, and learn along the way. They will have the common sense to judge a difficult situation and look for the greater good of the family instead of only themselves. General POV. Everyone looks at Nagato, but he doesn't seem nervous at all as he looks back at his siblings' eyes. You are all letting your feelings cloud your mind. As he says that he looks at Kakashi and Mikoto, both of whom are highly intelligent but they are currently making rash decisions and not using their intelligence. Nagato can see that as he continues to say, I say that we keep her alive, at least temporarily. If she is willing to turn double agent for us that will be an extreme benefit to us. In the end, we can still cleanly kill her and again discuss the way we will do it another time. But for now, we won't lose anything if we let her live while keeping an eye on her. Again, please think logically about this, and Kakashi, Mikoto, don't let the love for us cloud your judgment ever again. Because by doing that you are indirectly less able to protect us. Thank you for listening to me, that is all I had to say. He bows his head slightly and goes back to leaning on his seat. As ever, Nagato was extremely polite even while discussing something like this. He has always been polite and quiet, but he couldn't stand watching his siblings acting so irrationally. Especially Kakashi and Mikoto, they were the sibling that he looked up to them the most. In the end, the rest of the siblings calm down, and truly think things through logically and calm down. Ja has to hold back a smirk that starts appearing on his face. His kids are 12 years old no matter how mature their bodies are or how smart dome of them are, no 12 years old will be able to act 100% logically. But that doesn't mean that Ja hasn't already started straining their mental facilities. He is doing so right now, having them make decisions like that, and honestly this time the one who showed the most logical thinking is the usually quiet Nagato. Nagato's speech caused a rinse. The Germa kingdom is constantly moving in the water. That gives me a huge advantage no matter what. Nothing in this world can compete with me in water. Anyway, as I walk around the main building I can't help but contemplate many things. I will have to train again, not just for learning, but for my physical strength to not deteriorate. I am currently only 24 years old, and I already reached my limit. Though in the beginning growing to 3 meter tall was cool and all that, now it has lost its factor as now I am used to most people reaching only to around my chest in height. I arrive at the elevator as I walk past the countless paintings whose eyes follow me as I walk along. It creeps people out when they come to talk to me and it's kind of cool. I press the button to go to the basement of the building where the training room lies. There I have weights with hundreds of tons, that is the only way that I can even train any longer and actually feel the burn, so they say. As I arrive at one of the machines and start punching it and causally I was brought by Vice Admiral Garp, and, well, Itake just scratched the back of his head nervously with a hard-to-keep smile on his face. The old woman still has a sweet smile on her face. Oh, I understand how that feels. Garp has always been like that. Anyway, what is your name, young man? Thanks for understanding me, miss. You can call me Gran. Everyone here does. Okay, Gran. My name is Itake Uchiha, answers Itake as he also spells his name for the old woman to write. After that, he is handed some keys and the old woman says, take care now, also in the evening a paper with your schedule will be put under your door. Your room is number 769. Soon you will most likely get a roommate too, but at the time you can enjoy the free room all to yourself. Also tomorrow morning you will get a uniform too. Since all of the recruits are currently training, even the chore boys so they can't bring it at the moment. Itake nods at this and starts climbing the stairs till he hits the 7th floor and in there he finds his room and he unlocks the door. When he enters he can see a simple bunk bed, 2 desks, and another door with toilet written on it. Well, this is good enough thinks Itake as he checks around the room and looks around for any cleaning appliances since there is quite a bit of dust around the corners or under objects. Probable a chore boy too lazy to clean it. Even while he thought that Itake has a contemplating look and in the end, he decided to go downstairs and ask the old woman for some cleaning appliances. Fader getting some he starts cleaning every nook and cranny of the room. After all, no matter how strong if one gets sick then that is it. After that whole ordeal, he decides to explore the grounds where he will be living for a little while. Well, he plans to rise in rank and not stay as the chore boy for a long time. Garp already told him to rise through the ranks by himself, and he will do so. No discussion about it. I must train hard to get the Vice Admiral rank at least, or else this would be a worthless venture with any less. In the end, he finds out where the cafeteria, showers, and many other rooms are. He decides to go to the library and see if he can get anything. He searches about books in cooking and such things. Nothing too special was in them, but he did learn some new dishes except the ones from East Blue and such. Itake POV. It is truly cool reading about different things from all of the blues and different cultures. For example, the people with the cleanest teeth are the ones from North Blue. I should try my hand at craftsmanship too. I want to be able to build my own ship if I am stranded on an island or something like that. Immediately I create some clones that come out of my body while at the same time they start going to read some books on different subjects. I think that with 10 clones a day, I should be able to read this whole library in a year. But I will keep creating more and more as I don't plan to stay too long here. Creating clones takes stamina, but maintaining them doesn't really take any stamina, and even if it does, it is pretty negligible to me. Dad said that I shouldn't create clones until I am exhausted, as that would put me at risk needlessly. He said that someone can't attain awakening just by using a devil fruit. They must understand it to its core and have countless experiences using it. One must come up with almost impossible methods of usage for a devil fruit before it awakens. A couple more hours later and the sky starts darkening. I let my clones just wander around. I already gave the information to the Marines about my devil fruit. Of course, I said nothing about returning memories back to me when I absorb them. Still, I must now show just how much potential I have if I want to raise through the ranks quickly. After eating dinner, I just go back to my room and fall asleep. I also absorb half of the clones and then create 5 more. I understand some things now, even on how the Marines cross the comm belt, but Dad already figured it out, so that is useless to tell Dad. I didn't meet anyone interesting at dinner and just simply ate alone. But the chore boys are really weak, like really weak. Like a 5-year-old Naruto could wipe the floor with 100 of them. Wonder how Naruto is doing now? Probably just messing around. Tomorrow will be the first time that I will start training with the others.